1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you can hear us all, Wes. This is a test for both the BBC Sport website and the live picture feed. We will be with you shortly. And a very good morning from the beautiful Wormsley Cricket Ground in Buckinghamshire for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter between the Southern Vipers and the Central Sparks. This is the second round of the trophy. The Sparks won their opening game against the Blaze, whereas the Vipers lost their opening game against the South East Stars. I can tell you that the Vipers have won the toss and they are electing to bowl first. It's not quite as cold as we thought it might be here. In fact, conditions are reasonably pleasant, and there is the most beautiful backdrop you could ever wish to see at a cricket ground. It almost feels like you're in Scotland amongst the hills and the sheep and the green pastures, but more of that later, I'm sure. Your commentary team today, the Hursley Park cricket manager, Hursley Park just outside Winchester, Phil Green, but for now it's myself, Kevin James, and the Southern Vipers injured spinner. I might be saying that a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, you probably will be, Kev. Sorry about
Charlotte
that.
Taylor, how are you, Charlotte?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Kev. Lovely morning here at Wormsley. Like you say, a lovely backdrop, isn't it? A little bit of cloud cover, but definitely not as cold. Don't need the blanket just yet, let's put it that way.
That's for sure. Right, should we go to the two teams? Just to repeat, the Vipers have won the toss and electing to bowl first. Shall I do the Central Sparks and you do the Vipers? Yes. The Sparks have made one change from that side that beat the Blaze. Grace Potts, the medium pace bowler, is in for Bethan Ellis. So the Sparks line up like this: Eve Jones, the captain; Chloe Brewer, Davina Perrin, Abigail Freeborn, the keeper; Amy Campbell, Katie George, Emily Arlott, Izzy Wong, Ria Fackrell, Hannah Baker, Potts. That is their 11.
For the Vipers this morning, there's two changes for them in the team that narrowly lost to the Stars on Saturday. So two changes: Freya Davies and Alice Monaghan are out. In come Maya Boucher and Charlie Dean, fresh from England duty, and they line up like this: Ella McCacken, Maya Boucher, overseas from Queensland, Charlie Knott; Georgia Ellis, that's playing her 50th game for the Vipers today; Freya Kemp, Emily Windsor, Charlie Dean, captain George Adams, wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby, Lindsay Smith and Mary Taylor. So that's your Vipers 11.
Vipers, the defending champions of this trophy. This fixture last year was quite an exciting game between these two. It was actually a Central Sparks home game, technically. In the end, the Vipers came out winners by 3 wickets, but it was a close. It needed some middle order runs from Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean to get the Vipers back on track, because the Sparks bowled particularly well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They definitely started up well here last year, and they have a good very good seam attack actually, and that seam attack is exactly the same today, but hoping for the Vipers' sake for a slightly different outcome.
So it looks like Chloe Brewer will face the first delivery. We are literally at deep point for this game, so we might not be able to tell too much what's going on in terms of movement, but it's Charlie Dean, the England off-spinner, to bowl the first delivery, and that's quietly played on the onside, fielded by Lindsay Smith, and we are underway.
Yes, we are. Looks like Charlie Dean, I don't think how many times she's opened the bowling in her career for the Vipers actually. I think this could be definitely in the single figures.
Quite a spread field as well, no slip at all, as Chloe Brewer comes forward, works it on the 45 on the leg side. I think that's captain Georgia Adams there, who's got a finger taped up.
Yeah, she'll be potentially hiding for a lot of this innings in the field.
I was going to say, when it went to her, I thought that is a very unusual position for her. Then I remembered she had a late fitness test. Sun comes out. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there, Brewer, trying to force that through the covers.
Good carry. That's one thing you can see from this angle. You can see the carry through. Good bounce. It's usually a good wicket here, to be fair.
Looks fairly white, doesn't it, really? Although apparently there is a tinge of green out there, and Brewer just works that on the onside. That looks like it just stopped a fraction, as she did so. Yeah, we're told that the reason the Vipers won the toss and elected to bowl first, because they know what the Sparks bowling attack is like. It's a very good collective seam attack. and they thought that it's better that they have first use. Forward Brewer, another accurate delivery there from Charlie Dean.
It's quite funny actually, because they're almost polar opposites in terms of their attack, aren't they? One very seam heavy in the Vipers, very spin heavy, sorry, in the Vipers today, and one particularly seam heavy from the Sparks.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think it's as much that the Vipers have read the wicket differently. Brewer works that into the gap on the leg side, so we're underway. Gentle single to get us underway here. I think it's just that the Vipers just don't have a lot of seam bowling. No Freya Davis today.
No, Freya obviously doing a law degree means that she's unavailable for some midweek fixtures just while she's completing that in the first part of the season. Mary Taylor looks like she's going to take the new ball from the other end. So from the Garsington end, as which you just found out. She will take the new ball, Mary Taylor. Fresh from under-19 duty, she was in Sri Lanka a few weeks ago, playing out there in a triple header, I suppose, or what do you call it, a tri-series.
Tri-series, yes.
Against Sri Lanka and Australia. Did very well up there. She's going to take the new ball. Just in conversation with George Adams now to see which field she's going to employ here. So she's gone 2 fielders out, obviously allowed in the power play. So she's got a long leg and a third in position. Chloe Brewer waiting then. Approaches bowls and Chloe Brewer drives for the offside. It's got through the infield. This just almost dives over it a little bit. It's running away from Ella McCacken. She's going to lose the chase. That's gone for 4. Good shot, Chloe Brewer on the front foot.
Wow.
Not a bad way to start, is it?
That is a pretty serious shot. Playing a 6th match for the Central Sparks, Chloe Brewer in this competition. She's been struggling a bit for runs, hasn't she? Really,
yeah,
since that move from the South East Stars.
But maybe, just maybe, I'll build her confidence. Mary Taylor in again, and in defence this time, solid on the front foot. Nothing looks like it's getting past that.
Looks a good shot, that one. Even that forward defensive, nice forward.
You can hear
stride.
it off the middle of the bat as well.
Yeah, beautiful. Mary Taylor's playing a 14th match for the Vipers in this competition.
Yeah, they do rack up the number of appearances quite quickly now with the volume of games. And she comes again then, right arm over the wicket. And again, forward in defence is Chloe Brewer. Defending to extra cover, Lindsay Smith does the fielding. No run is taken.
Yeah, I was looking at Mary Taylor's overall figures in that tri-series. She never really got any more than 1 wicket when she bowled. It was a mixture of ODIs and T20s.
She's in again then. Driving again is Brewer, drives to mid-off, and George Ellis does the fielding, and there is no run.
She played in 3 of the T20s and 4 of the one-day internationals.
Yeah, it was rotated and gave every player that was on the tour a good bite of the cherry, which did herself no damage at all. It's a nice looking shot from Chloe Brewer off the front foot. Thinks about a single and decides against it. Mid-off does the fielding. Throw hits the stumps on the return. Fiona Southby has to just mend the stumps. Umpire Rose Dovey and Ian Blackwell today. I like the old school scoreboard here as well. Dead opposite us.
With a thatch?
Yeah. I do remember a game I played here and we had to operate the scoreboard, so we had to go and sit in there as players
Is that right?
And tick it over. Yeah, it was sort of like half-an-hour stints, and it was very cold over there, far side of the ground. Even though you were inside the hut, it was very, very chilly.
It's like one of those sort of huts that you go fell walking and then it suddenly appears from nowhere.
Taylor in again then to Brewer, tries to turn that to the leg side, and mid-wicket does the fielding. That's Charlie Dean there, sharp. No runners taken. That's the end of the second over. Mary Taylor's first, 5 runs on the board.
I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? We're in a valley as well. I mean, the whole estate is, well, it goes up the valley and down the valley. It's huge. I mean, when you drive in through the estate gate, it's probably about another mile to the cricket ground. It's a bit like that, but
and the newly born lambs as you drive in.
yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? And you can see the lambs on the hill in front of us now, beyond the scoreboard.
Yeah, we were here last week for a warm-up game actually, and they weren't there, so they obviously moved them around as they see fit. But they weren't there. They weren't on that hill there last week.
Yes, it's
field rotation.
Yeah, it's very idyllic. But that scoreboard is literally on its own. Thatch roof scoreboard, the black one. And it is, isn't it? It's like you're walking through the valley, through the hills, and then all of a sudden there's this, like this hut. You can imagine. It's all on its lonesome. So, Charlie Dean will continue from the Dibley end. That's the right-hand side as we look. She's bowling right to left as we look. She's round the wicket to Eve Jones facing her first delivery, the Central Sparks captain, 31 years of age now.
Yeah, she's got a good average against the Vipers as well. It's up above 50.
Oh, well, cuts that one away into well, it's a point actually. Anna McGuckin fields that one, so Eve Jones is off the mark, and it is a 6 without loss.
Didn't hit it with an awful lot of venom, did she? Just placed it into the offside rather than trying to hit it.
Yeah, she's a very experienced player now, isn't she? 35th match in this year's, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's only been going since 2020. Oh, there's a sweep outside of stump misses, and Rihanna Southby had those stumps off very quickly, those bails. But you say she's got a good record against the Sparks?
Yeah, average is 50.25 against the Vipers in this competition.
Dean bowls, and that's turned away on the 45. There's the captain, Georgia Adams, hiding in the field.
And the only good thing about that stat, from a Vipers point of view, is that it comes at a fairly slow strike rate of only 55.
Yeah, that's.
So she's not going to damage you quickly.
No. Down the leg side, good take. That's not. Oh, it is called a wide by Rose Dovey. Diminutive figure of Rose Dovey.
I have a feeling that the rules have changed this year. Not everything down the leg side is actually called a wide.
Okay. 7 without loss in the third. That's a pleasant drive again from Chloe Brewer out to extra cover. Oh right, so you can bowl down the leg side and we won't necessarily automatically be called.
Yeah, it's back into those sort of realms of being profile. So if it's outside the batter's batting profile.
Okay, Dean again. Bro, works that fine. I'm not sure it did come off the bat. We're waiting to see. Yeah, Georgia Adams runs back. What's the umpire going to signal? Leg byes. Yeah, it was off the pad of Chloe Brewer. And the Central Sparks move on to 8. And that is 3 overs done. The Vipers winning the toss. Electing to bat first. They made 2 changes. 2 England players back, Charlie Dean and Maya Boucher. That certainly bolsters the batting. Alice Monaghan and Freya Davis making the way, and 1 change for the Central Sparks. No Bethan Ellis, and Grace Potts comes into the side.
Yeah, the 2 England players being available for the Vipers is very much bolstering the batting attack. But
cool, isn't it just?
It'll be interesting to see how they juggle their bowlers. Lots of spin on offer. Mary Taylor, the only seamer. Injury to Georgia Elwes means that she will not be eligible to bowl.
Oh, she's not bowling at all?
Not as far as I'm aware.
No.
Just still struggling with a bit of a back problem.
She had that problem last year a bit, didn't she, really?
Mary Taylor then to continue. Left to right as we look. Forward in defence is Chloe Brewer, and there is no run. Lindsay Smith picks up the ball at extra cover.
Yeah, I noticed Elwes didn't bowl on Saturday. Was it Saturday? Can't remember now. Yeah, at Beckenham.
It's one of the only issues with the Vipers sort of lineup is that there's a few players in that lineup that don't bowl. So lack of all-rounders means that they've got to be quite tactical in terms of, you know, covering the overs and getting the batting that they need as well. Driving is Chloe Brewer through the cover. It's a lovely shot. Gives herself some width and slaps it through the covers for 4. It's 2 she's hit through that area. 1 more conventional and 1 a bit of a slap, but same result nonetheless. 12 for no loss. The Central Sparks.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, with the 2 bowling attacks. Obviously, the Central Sparks have a very, very revered pace attack. They'll be relying on that, whereas the Vipers will be relying very much on spin. 2 very different modes of attack.
Taylor in again then. Good reply from her. Pulls her length back, and that's slapped through the 3rd region. Freya Kemp down there does the fielding, picks up 1 more. 13 the score.
Who's that down there? Yeah, Freya Kemp, isn't it?
Yeah.
A nice little chat with Freya Kemp before the game. Feeling good about her batting. She's in quite good form, actually. I was looking at her scores during the winter as well.
And the good thing about Freya, she's becoming way more consistent and that's just by playing more cricket. And she's got to remember she's still a very young player, so she's just learning a little bit more about how to build an innings, especially in 50-over cricket. But she can be extremely threatening. She's probably one of the only players in this team that strikes over 100 consistently. So Mary Tater, Eve Jones then, first delivery to her, and she's gone backwards, but defends it back to the bowler. No run is taken.
A Garsington end.
Yeah, I love that.
Mary Taylor. I thought they said garden centre end initially. I was saying, what?
I think I actually prefer that.
There's not actually a lot around here. It's not actually any end, it's just a field end.
There's not a lot of garden centres, so I was like, okay. Mary Taylor then pulls a length forward and driving. And they're going to take a quick single. Anna McCacken gets the throw in from point. And they make it in the end. One more to their total. Sparks move to 14 for no loss. We're in the 4th over here at Wormsley.
Now, what about Sparks this year, Charlotte Taylor? Because I remember last year everybody saying, well, watch out for the Sparks. You know, they'll be a dangerous side. I mean, in the end, they didn't quite get there, did they?
No, just come back to that in a second. Mary Taylor gives it a little bit more that time. She bowls back of a length delivery, and defending is Chloe Brewer. That's the end of the 4. 14 for no loss. They're a team that always threatens, but I don't know. I don't think they've sort of found their groove in this competition and can string some wins together and get to winning positions and can, you know, sometimes lose the game, but also play. You know, they've got such good players in their team, and they're match winners. And their bowling attack is probably one of the most feared in the competition, especially their pace attack and the balance that they've got. So yeah, I think it's just a case of being able to string some wins together and then just moving on with the momentum in the competition. They are considerably stronger when they've got Amy Jones available, in my opinion, and they've also got Sarah Glenn to their disposal as well when she becomes available from her concussion injury. So
Dean's round the wicket to Eve Jones, who nicely opens the face and pushes it into the gap, just in front of square on the offside, fielded by McGuckin. Single to Jones, and the total moves on to 15 without loss. Jones moves on to 3. Just a quiet opening from both sides here. Nothing's getting really past the bat, and neither opening batters have, apart from one lovely drive from Chloe Brewer, nothing really too much else to get excited about. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Well, so far there's 2 balls down the leg side, Charlotte, and they've both been called wide.
I might have completely lied now. I definitely think that's what I was told at the beginning of the season, that it was changed this year.
16 without loss in the 5th. Vipers winning the toss, electing to bowl first, mainly because they didn't want the Sparks to have first use. Playing and missing outside the off stump, Chloe Brewer. Again, Rihanna Southby has those stumps, has those bails off in double quick time. Do you want to be dragging your back foot with Rihanna Southby behind the stumps?
No, you don't. It's one thing you don't want to do. She'll have the bells off in a flash, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we're in a good position actually to give it out here, if it is. Playing and missing again outside the off stump. Again, Southby has the bails off. Does she actually do it all the time now? Because if I'm honest, this is the first game I've seen of the Vipers this year, and I may just have forgotten.
No, she doesn't.
Oh.
But she will if the... Chloe Brewer did look like she just lifted her back foot slightly. But Charlie Dean will always get you coming forward, always trying to drag you out of your crease. That's one of her strengths, so she will be on high alert behind those stumps.
Down the leg side, that's another wide. 3 from 3.
I tell you what, just don't listen to
We'll
me
forget
now,
that one.
Obviously,
yeah, we'll wipe that comment from the memory banks. We'll go back on the tape and just wipe that one out.
Yeah, please just remove.
To be honest, if they did that,
memory.
To be honest, if I did that all the time, there would be nothing left of my commentary. That's a wide again down the leg side.
Just needs to fix her line here, Charlie Dean.
Yeah.
She's going a little bit too straight.
There is a bit of turn actually.
Oh, you've got the looking at the live picture feed as well, which is great.
There is a bit of turn. Turned on the leg side to Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket. Long over this, of course, because there's been a few wides in this one. Right, I have actually been corrected a little bit on the ends. Andrew, the main man here, has just texted me actually. As it's pulled away, quicker ball from Dean. It goes on the 45. Adams throws to the bowler. Home is Chloe Brewer. Charlie Dean is still asking something. She didn't actually look at the
She's
umpire.
appealing for obstruction, which is just really far-fetched to be a...
Oh, it was the obstruction.
I'm assuming it's a joking appeal because there was no way.
You're right, I think everybody's looking around saying, why is her hands in the air? 19 without loss. Brings Eve Jones back on strike. She's on 3. I'll come to Andrew's text in a moment, actually. I'm just trying to concentrate on the cricket here as Dean's round the wicket. Jones on the back foot, steers it into the covers. Lizzie Smith will have a throw. Rihanna Southby asks the question to umpire Ian Blackwell for our run out. One stump's demolished, the other one's half demolished. And, well, in that over, there was an awful lot of wides. There was an awful lot of taking off the bails from Rihanna Southby. And that's about all I can remember of it.
That's probably all there is to say, to be perfectly honest with you. Do you want to tell us about the ends, Kev?
Right, Andrew says, the left-hand end, as you look, is the Deer Park end.
Right, okay.
So it's not the Garsington end. I don't know. I mean, there's obviously a reason why somebody said there was that, but it's the Deer Park end, which
I didn't see any deers or any parks, though, as I drove in, but that doesn't mean to say it's not correct, obviously.
The right is the Dibley end, named as the village of Turville. At the bottom of the estate is where the Vicar of Dibley was filmed. That's right.
That's very exciting.
Turville. Yeah.
I love that show.
Yeah. You can imagine it being filmed around here.
Yeah, I
you?
could
It's
actually.
Perfect. So there we are. Deer Park end to our left, which is where Mary Taylor will bowl the next over.
She will. Stands at the top of her mark. Bowling to Eve Jones then round the wicket, and Jones is back in defence, and good fielding by Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket. Just runs round to her left and collects that. No run is taken. 20 for no loss to Central Sparks. Steady start.
It is. Yeah. It's a good wicket again, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like a good wicket. I say normally I like, if I had a preference to commentate, you commentate behind the bowler, but from side on you do get some other angles which are more useful in different ways. Driving is Eve Jones. She's going to get a quick single to mid-off. Is she? Throw comes in, it's given. Umpire gives it. It's a massive dive from Eve Jones, but she was short. I mean, one of the perks is from commentating from this angle is that you can see if it's given or not. But that was out for me, and it was out for the umpire as well. So Eve Jones has been run out. Great fielding from Maya Boucher. Runs round to her left. Gets the throw in quickly. That was the main thing. Gets the throw in and out of her hands. And the Sparks are 1 down now. Unfortunate run out. 20 for 1 the Sparks.
Well, Maya Boucher is one of the better fielders around.
Yeah, you don't really want to take on her arm, to be perfectly honest with you. Eve Jones goes for 4 then. Sparks 20 for 1. And they didn't need that early on in their innings, so we're going nicely.
I'm just wondering if she realised that was Maya there.
I just think she just saw it go. The thing is with that, that angle is that you generally push to mid-off and you think if you're quick enough you get there more often than not. If you go straight away, and she did, but she wasn't quite quick enough for Maya Boucher. Who had all 3 to aim at as well.
Yeah, she did.
Didn't miss.
Yeah, there was a long way for. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a big area for Maya to throw at. Over the years with the Vipers before. Who was it who left to go to the South East Stars? I think it got hundreds the minute she went to the South East Stars. Pace Schofield. I remember those two at mid-wicket and extra cover. Unbelievable duo in the field. And yeah, Maya's always been good. That's one thing for sure.
Well, that's a definite bonus for the Vipers in terms of Eve Jones.
Phil thinks that the batter should be in a different position.
Yeah, that's what Charlie Dean's now insinuating as well, that the player's at the wrong end.
Surely Ian Blackwell should know, shouldn't he? Yeah, Charlie's saying that to him.
Yep, he's saying thank you very much, Charlie.
Well done, Charlie, and well done, Phil. There we go. Good job of colour people know the rules.
Ian Blackwell was about to just continue the game.
First class umpire. What's going on?
So it will be Chloe Brewer that will be on strike now. So Davina Perrin, the new batter for the Central Spark. She will have to wait another moment to face her first delivery. Mary Taylor 2. Brewer then is in, and forward in defence is Brewer just into the leg side. Charlie Dean picks it up at mid-wicket and gets the throw in quickly. The Vipers seem to have a little bit of a spring in their step now after that early run out. It does help to get one in the bag early. So Davina Perrin last year in this competition averaged 15, or 15.5, sorry. The high score of 50, so she'll be wanting to build on that.
Yeah.
She went to the under-19s tour as well with Mary Taylor, who's bowling now, and forward and defence is Brewer, batting out of her crease slightly, but keeper Verena Southby standing back, so not a problem. Just trying to negate any swing that's on offer, I would assume.
It's been accurate from Mary Taylor, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the things she prides herself on. She's not got express pace, but she will challenge you in their lines and lengths and being consistent.
10 overs for 62 in that defeat at Beckenham on Saturday.
Taylor in again. Brewer short this time, cut straight to Ella McCacken, who stood at cover. Either side it would have been 4, I would assume, but she's hit it straight to her. Good fielding from her. One bounce into her hands. Pitch looks like it's got a bit of bounce. It's playing nicely.
It is playing nicely. I have to say, a little bit of turn for Charlie Dean, but yeah, it's coming on nice.
Should be a good battle between bat and ball here today at Wormsley. Forward and defence is Brewer again. That's solid. Straight back to it. Pings off the middle of her bat. I think I want to see what bat she's using. The end of that one. 20 for 1. The end of 5 for the Sparks. Chloe Brewer, she's on 11. Davina Perrin yet to face a ball.
You mentioned Davina Perrin there. She's still only 17. She's been around a couple of years as well, isn't she?
And I think that's the thing about these players is you get them in early and you blood them early, and then they will be around for a lot longer than players once were before. So you might see her for years and years to come. Get used to saying her name. She was on the under-19 tour, like I just said, with Mary Taylor in Sri Lanka.
Yep.
I think she was deemed as sort of like a senior figure on that tour, as she, is experienced now in domestic cricket. Some of the girls on that tour hadn't yet played domestic cricket yet at professional level, so definitely seen as a more senior player.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the scores. Couple of half centuries as well. One against Sri Lanka and one against Australia in the T20s. That tour was March, April, wasn't it?
Yes.
Here's Charlie Dean then to continue outside the off stump, and it's full and it's left alone. Is that a wide outside the off stump this time?
She's struggling with the line, Charlie, a little bit.
A bit, isn't she?
Had a bit of rest. And they came back from New Zealand.
Comes in again then, and bowls, and Perrin's on the back foot. Leaves that very late indeed. Was going to play that, and then right at the last moment
decided against it.
Yeah.
It's a much better line and length from Charlie Dean. That's a natural line and length. Needs to stay there as long as possible.
That's nicely whipped away on the leg side by Perrin. She's off the mark. And the Sparks total on to 22 for 1 in the 8th. I've got more info about the Deer Park end.
I'm on tenterhooks, Kev. I'm on tenterhooks.
No, Andrew's rapidly getting himself into a position where I'm going to be relying on a lot of his texts for some decent information. So, Andrew, if you think you can sit back and have an easy time in the air, or it's just wide of McGacken, who runs back at backward of points. It's only a single. It was off the thickish outside edge there from Brewer. And the Sparks move on to 23, it says on the scoreboard. 23 for 1. I'll read this text in a moment. Well, it's about 7 or 8 lines. So here's Charlie Dean. Forward is Perrin. That's a nice looking shot. She's found the gap square on the offside. Chase on for Emily Windsor and McGacken. I'm not sure the outfield's that quick, although one drive from Chloe Brewer early on in the game went along quite nicely, but maybe there's some areas where it's not quite as quick. 25 for 1. Brewer moves on to 12. The whole area on the other side of the hedge is a deer park, says Andrew. That's to our left. So there's the hedge running down the side of the ground that we can see.
But no deers in the park?
Well, we wouldn't be able to see if there was there really? Oh, she's racked on the pad. That looks close. Not out, says Rose Dovey.
I think that was too high for me.
I think you're probably right. And we can certainly see the height, can't we, on our vantage point. We're elevated at deep point. Dean in again, bowls, and it's just wrapped on the pad. She was looking to play that on the onside Perrin. That's the end of the over for Charlie Dean. None for 14 for her, and that is 7 overs gone here at Wormsley. So it's a very large area. so you might not see them. Oh, right, so there are some deer around. Also at that end, sorry, I should have read the rest of that sentence. I just said it's a very large area. Full stop, but it wasn't. So you might not see them. Also at that end is the Garsington Opera Pavilion, so I assume that's where that came from. Ah, yes, of course.
Makes more sense.
A very well-known centre for opera. Is that the right word that you use in opera circles?
Yeah. Change of bowling from the Deer Park end, Garsington end, whatever you want to call it end. You're not allowed. You're physically not allowed to call it the Garsington end.
No, it's
even
now
though
the Deer
that's
Park end. If Andrew says
officially
it's the Deer Park end, that's what we're doing.
Okay, fine. I'll follow Andy's rules. But the change of bowling is Lindsay Smith, so just a couple of overs for Mary Taylor. She bowled 3 overs, in fact. Went for 10, but change of bowling, Lindsay Smith is going to come on, so they're going to have spin from both ends. She normally opens the bowling, Lindsay Smith.
She does, doesn't she? Why not today, do you think?
Possibly the left-handed Eve Jones. That's why they went with Charlie Dean, but now she's gone. Lindsay comes in. She bowls to Brewer, who's driving gently to mid-on, and Maya Boucher does the fielding. Don't run to Maya is the new rule I think they should adopt. No runners taken. 25 for 1, the Sparks.
Talking of winters, she had a good winter, didn't she?
She did. Very good winter indeed. Lindsay Smith around the wicket to Brewer, and forward and defence she is again. No run as Lindsay collects off her own bowling.
Back into the England senior squad.
The ODI player of the tour, well, like the player of the series, I think. Maya Boucher. But she'll be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm fairly sure she did. And again is Lindsay round the wicket, and defending again is Brewer. No runners taken. Being very watchful here, Chloe Brewer. Just taking her time to get herself in. She's defending again, same result. Lindsay Smith really challenging with her lines and lengths. She's got a catcher in at short extra cover as well, Lindsay. On the drive, and driving again is Brewer up to mid-on, and there's no run once again. Good start. All dots so far. 1 ball to come. Just building the pressure. You just feel the pressure building slightly, even from all the way back here. From our vantage point. Shorter end length this time from Lindsay, and tucked into the onside. Throw comes in from Charlie Dean. They don't try and take a single. And that's the end of the over, so a maiden for Lindsay Smith to start.
So she got back into the England senior side. Played England A, also played for Otago as well, didn't she? So she's had a very busy winter.
Yeah, she's been away the whole entire winter up until recently. So I'm sure she'll be feeling the cold. Although in the South Island of New Zealand in March, it is cold.
Yeah, now Otago's not, it's certainly not the tropics, that's for sure. It can get very cold down there. That's for sure.
That is, my sister's travelling New Zealand at the minute, actually. So she's in the South Island as we speak, and it is cold.
Very nice. But you're right, yeah. I mean, the weather starts to turn down there now, Dunedin and below.
Yeah, where would you rather be? Wormsley in April or Otago in April?
Well,
probably similar climates, probably.
Well, yeah, maybe. Well, it's not too bad today, actually. I think the weather's better than we thought it might be.
I'm actually.
We've got to change the bowling. Is this Charlie Knott?
It is.
The Aussie bowling in a cap with her off spin, and that's a nice ball to start off with. Brings Perrin forward, and she plays it back to her, and there is no run. Queenslander. She's played 46 List A games, 36 wickets for Queensland in 50 over cricket. That's flighted. Perrin drives up towards mid-off.
Yeah, plays for the Brisbane Heat as well in the Big Bash.
Yep. And she played in the 50 over final, didn't she?
She did.
In the Women's National Cricket League down under. Oh, it's down the next side. That'll be a white, surely. Yes, it is. Off spinneritis from the, the Vicar of Diblien. Or Diblien.
Is that what you're going to call it?
Shortened it.
Yeah, the Dawn French end.
26 for 1 in the 9th here. The Sparks having lost the toss in the air, and that's caught it back with a point. Ella McGuckin takes it two-handed, and Davina Perrin goes for 3, and Charlie Knott picks up the 2nd wicket to fall here this morning. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, she was just reaching for it, wasn't she, Perrin? Wider in line from Charlie Knott and just reached a little bit too far. Wasn't in control of the shot whatsoever and almost spooned it up to Ella McCacken, who took a very comfortable catch at point. 26 for 2 now, the Sparks in the 9th. And they've got 2 in the power play, which definitely helps proceedings.
Certainly does. Charlie Knott at the weekend with her first bowl for the Vipers. 10 overs, 2 for 35. Nice and economical. She's a good player by all accounts, the 21-year-old.
Yes.
You guys are telling me she's a very quiet Aussie, which is very unusual.
Yeah, it's unusual. Every other Aussie I've known has definitely had more to say. But Charlie, yeah, very reserved and... yeah, maybe she's just yet to get comfortable.
Yeah. The new batter is the wicket-keeper for Central Sparks, Abby Freeborn. 27 years of age now. Has played 20 matches for the Central Sparks in this competition, averaging 40. It's a pretty healthy average. I think I've got that right, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, she got 50 last week in the game against the Blaze, but only averages 23 against the Vipers.
Oh, right.
You got to bowl straight. Abby Freeborn.
Do you?
Give her width and she'll punish you, yeah. Got to bowl straight. Likes to sweep, so we see if she employs that early or whether she keeps that one in the locker a little bit longer.
Played a bit for Lightning, didn't he, when they were the Lightning before the Blaze?
Yep. She keeps wicket for this team as well. Handy all-rounder.
She's about to face her first ball then from Charlie Knott, who bowls. Freeborn's forward, just nudges away on the leg side where, I suppose you say hiding Georgia Adams, but the ball has gone to her on fairly frequent. The thing is, with an off spinner with the ball turning, it's actually going to go on the 45 quite a bit.
I think the thing is that it will probably go to her right more than likely, and the injury's on her left hand. So
Knott bowls, forward is Freeborn. Nice forward defensive, punches that to Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket.
And it shouldn't go with any sort of venom there, I think is the problem. If you stand in front of the bat and somebody drives one right at you, it'll probably be more problematic than if they just turn it around the corner and hopefully you can get your right hand to it quicker than you can get to your left hand.
Charlie Knott again bowls, flighted, and Freeborn gets another good length ball, and that's played out on the offside. That's the end of the over, 26 for 2. We've had 9 overs here at Wormsley with the Vipers winning the toss and electing to bat first. Eve Jones run out, a direct hit from Maya Boucher at mid-off. Eve Jones run out for 4, that was 20 for 1. And in the 9th over, Davina Perrin scooping one up off Charlie Knott to backward a point. Ella McGacken holding on to that one. She went for 3, 26 for 2. Charlotte Taylor will take a break. And next to me, the manager of the Hursley Park ladies side, just outside Winchester, Phil Green. Phil, how are you?
Hi, Kev. Yeah, good, thank you. It's great to be out here. Thank you. It's great to be here again in the English summer.
Oh, sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, very much so.
And what a venue we have.
It is gorgeous,
Spectacular, isn't it?
We're on the veranda of the pavilion, thatched roof pavilion, thatched roof score box as we mentioned earlier down the far end. Here's Lindsay Smith, left arm round, bowls, and that's driven pleasantly by Chloe Brewer. I don't think has actually faced too much of the bowling in the last few overs.
No, she hasn't. Played a couple of nice shots early on, a couple of fours through the offside.
Well, beautiful extra cover drive, wasn't there? There's one on the drive just for that shot as Brewer pushes forward to Smith. And that goes out on the offside. We're talking about the respective bowling attacks, but what we are seeing here, Phil, is a bit of turn for the spinners.
Yeah, which makes you think that they probably read the conditions well.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think Vipers are traditionally a spin-orientated attack anyway, so I don't think they've made a lot of adjustments because of the wicket necessarily.
No, I don't think there was another seamer around to play anyway, was there?
You just basically go with your best bowlers, don't you? Who you think your best bowlers are, and if they're spinners, I suppose.
Yeah.
But as you were saying just now, it's unusual for Lindsay Smith not to actually be opening the bowling. Since she rejoined Vipers, she's done that on most occasions.
She has, hasn't she? Comes in now from that. Oh, she bowled Abby Freeborn, trying to work that through the offside, and the stump has come out of the ground, and that is the 3rd wicket down. Abby Freeborn goes without scoring, and Lindsay Smith picks up her first wicket.
Yeah, making it a really good start for the Vipers now. Abby Freeborn fresh off a half century in the first game at the weekend, but that's the delights of cricket, as we know. You can go from being really in good nick on one week and get a very early one. I think that's probably a second ball. But again, it's hard to say from side on. But
It didn't turn.
It didn't turn. It was a strange shot to be looking to play early in your innings, wasn't it?
It just came in with the angle.
Yeah, but she's trying to force it away on the offside, sort of against the angle.
If I'm honest, and Charlotte Taylor may correct me, but I don't think Lindsay Smith's a big turner of the ball anyway. So you would have Charlie Dean, Charlie Knott that tend to turn the ball when they both have here. But with Lindsay Smith, you kind of got to play her a little bit more as just a slow left armer, haven't you? A slow left arm seamer. That ball came in with the arm. Now, she's trying to give herself too much room there, Abby. She's trying to play that too square.
Early in the innings, this is a very unusual shot to play, as I say, in the situation. But there we go. So not a great start here for Sparks. It's actually a better start than just looking down here at the Blaze are having today against South East Stars. They're 24 for 5 at the moment in their game. So not a great start for the Blaze.
Blaze, they were probably the best side, weren't they, last year, the Blaze?
Yeah, they're in a bit of early trouble there, though. South East Stars, of course, beat the Vipers at the weekend, so their season's starting pretty well. The bowler doing the damage there is Ryan McDonald-Gay, who I think last year we agreed to just call RMG.
Yeah, it was a lot easier.
Yeah, it was a lot easier. Anyway, sorry, back to this game.
Amy Campbell is the new batter for the Central Sparks, 32-year-old left-hander.
Yeah.
Played 20 matches for the Sparks. Played a bit for the Northern Diamonds before that as well. Smith's over the wicket to Campbell. Campbell's forward. Goes out on the offside. For the Sparks, she's got just under 340 runs at 19 apiece in this competition. She was averaging 24 with the Diamonds. So average has just gone down a bit as that's driven out towards extra cover. And that's a good over from Lindsay Smith. And that's 10 overs completed here at Wormsley, the most beautiful of cricket grounds in Buckinghamshire, and it's 27 for 3, the Sparks.
Yeah, interesting that we were saying earlier, last year in this fixture, between the same two sides, it was actually the Sparks home game, and this is the Vipers home game.
Oh, no. Confusing.
So they're obviously, I guess, different changing rooms this time round. But yeah, it's actually in the Vipers sort of geographical area, but quite a long way for a home game for most of the players.
Ooh, it did take us a while this morning, Phil.
Yeah, it did. So we got Charlie Knott bowling from the Dibley end. Going to be bowling now to Chloe Brewer, who's been there watching the wickets fall from the other end, and she's pushed a little bit at that ball, and it's gone a little bit uppishly, but well short of Lindsay Smith at short mid wicket on the drive on the onside, but she was reaching for that a little bit. Charlie Knott bowling with a cap on, as Kev said earlier, and that's off the back foot, played to extra cover. No run. So yeah, interesting overseas import for Vipers this year, Charlie Knott in the game, and that's turned on the leg side for a single down to square leg by Chloe Brewer. Interesting as well, the name Charlie Knott for local cricket fans, because there was a male, obviously Charlie Knott with an E on, who was a big patron of cricket around Hampshire, and he actually built the stadium next to the old county ground, Speedway Stadium, and the ice rink. And there's the Charlie Knott Gardens, I think, is still there at Northwoods Road.
Former chairman, or former player and chairman.
Yeah, but I think that was the son, wasn't it? Charlie Knott Jr.,
Oh, was
I
it?
believe.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Whereas the benefactor was Charlie Knott Sr. Anyway, round the wicket, and that's hit Campbell on the back foot as she stretched forward. Charlie Knott round the wicket.
But yeah, all around where the old ground was.
Yeah, it was Charlie Knott. It's a well-known name in that part of the world. That was just pushed by Campbell down to mid-on for no run. So tight start here from Knott.
I think there's a thought that they're going to try and get a picture of Charlie Knott.
That one's just left alone outside off stump, and around the Southby once again takes the bails off. The umpire Ian Blackwell looking at her with some disdain, as if to say, you put them back on then, rather than I'm going to run in and do it. And she does. And the end of the over, it's 28 for 3 now, the Sparks, at the end of 11.
Yes, I think there's some thought that the female Charlie Knott, they'll get a picture of her and then get an old picture of old man Charlie Knott, and then try and put them together. You know how you do it. You obviously can do it digitally. Somebody knows. I wouldn't know how to do it.
No, I don't think either of us would be able to do it, but I'm sure there's people that do. Yeah.
It's very unusual.
But yeah.
Lizzie Smith will continue from the Deer Park end. That's left to right as we look, and Chloe Brewer is forward as some sort of motorised aircraft goes past us. I can't quite see it actually because we're in a veranda, lovely thatched roof. Can't quite see above me as Brewer drives out towards short extra cover. The bowling figures for the Vipers so far: Charlie Dean 4 overs, none for 14, but she has bowled 5 wides. Mary Taylor 3 overs, none for 10. Smith into a 3rd over, just conceded the 1 and taken the wicket as well. Brewer drives. She's been particularly strong on that shot, but they've cut that off as the Vipers with that short extra cover. I think that's Georgia Elwes there, isn't it?
Short extra, yeah.
Yeah. There's Smith again, bowls, and Brewer just forward. Again, it's gone out to Elwes. And Charlie Knott's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 2. So pretty good going all round so far. And the Sparks are struggling here at 28 for 3 in the 12th. Smith bowls, Brewer forward.
I think the wicket that Charlie Knott got with Perrin, she came down the wicket and then I think she probably threw it out wide, because having come down she had to then reach for it, because she obviously got to make contact then, and I think that's what was her downfall.
A stronger drive up to mid-off this time, fielded by Georgia Adams, but that is the end of the over. Oh my word, I think a bird has just dived down and taken some food.
That's a pretty dangerous looking bird.
Out of one of the Sparks players' hands. Just dived down, didn't it?
Yeah.
It did.
It's now perched on the sight screen.
What is that? That is some sort of wild, huge bird.
Yeah.
Andrew, I know Andrew's listening. If you're on the text again, Andrew,
is it a kite?
It's on the sight screen. Was it called a kite?
Kite, we think. Alex thinks it's a kite.
It's on the sight screen at the Dibley end.
Yeah.
It's huge, even from that distance. Wow, that's a maiden over, by the way, from Lizzie Smith, which almost seems immaterial at the moment.
I think the batter's not asking the bird to move, probably too scared to. I think. It's perched on the sight screen. Anyway, it's Charlie Knott going to be bowling round the wicket to Campbell, and that's well flighted. And again, Southby takes the bails off, and
it's coming back,
and the stump comes out. The bird's back. Yeah.
It knows there's food here, and it knows it can get it. No, it's right above us. Look at it. It's huge. It's looking down. Phil, you haven't got any food out, have you?
It's hidden away, hopefully. When you said there was a overhead vehicle just now, I didn't realise that's what it was.
It won't go.
No. The Sparks players are looking quite wary now. Anyway, stumps have been rebuilt and Knott's in again. Southby takes that one as it's left alone. Yeah, I think the stumps at that end actually are in the ground quite loosely, because every time that she takes the bails off, the whole set collapses, doesn't it? This one's off the back foot, forced away out to the deep cover, so Campbell off the mark with a single, taking the score up to 29.
It's still hovering around. It's hovering over the field of play now.
Yeah, it is. It's like that spider cam you get in some of the matches on telly, sort of that hovering around like that, isn't it? So back over the wicket now, not to bowl to Brewer, and she's trying to turn on the leg side, and if this pops up, there's a loud appeal from Emily Windsor at cover point. I'm not sure what she's actually appealing for, but no one else seemed particularly interested. So good start here for the Vipers. We're in the 13th over and the score's on 29 for 3. That's an expansive drive this time from Brewer, and she's found a gap on the offside. Windsor's chasing it, and they're going to come back for 2. And they'll make that comfortably to go up to 31. It's also nice to see the old-fashioned manual scoreboard, isn't it, Kev? You know, we're used to the electronic ones nowadays, but you've got the old scoreboard with somebody in there turning the numbers. And they're very good, very quick as well.
They are very quick.
So it's good to see that. This one is just turned away on the leg side by Brewer, down to Georgia Adams at position on the 45 on the leg side for no run, and the end of another over. And after 13, Sparks are 31 for 3.
Yeah, Chloe Brewer's getting bogged down here a little bit as well. It hasn't helped with the 3 wickets that have fallen around her, but the ball is turning. Not has been particularly accurate. I think Charlie Dean just struggled a little bit with the turn, didn't she? Really couldn't quite get the line right. Regular basis, as I was saying, 5 wides. So it's definitely turning for the spinners.
Always a bit harsh on off spinners, isn't it? Because if it is gripping and turning a bit, you bowl straight and it's wide, because it turns down the leg side. But you know they know that nowadays, and you have to adjust your line accordingly.
Yeah. Lindsay Smith, who's not such a big turn of the ball, it's probably not so much of a problem for her. But what's happening, Phil? Hang on, let's just turn you off for a minute. What's happened? Let's get you there. Is that all right? Happy?
Yes.
There we go.
No, that's right. It's not such a big turn.
Right, Smith bowls full, almost yorked. Amy Campbell there, who gets the bat down in time. Dug that one out. Lindsay Smith's running back to a mark of over 8 Paul already. That's why Lindsay Smith was running back. Probably trying to get out of the way of that big bird. Pushing forward, and she's playing a miss-in, and Rihanna Southby has taken the bails off again. 31 for 3 in the 14th. Vipers winning the toss and elected to bowl first. It's been a good decision, because there was a bit of turn in this wicket. The Central Sparks will be relying on pace more than anything, as that's played back to Lindsay Smith by Campbell once more. It's very difficult to play one-day cricket when you've got the ball turning. It's very difficult. Smith bowls. Down the wicket. Oh, it's a caught and bowled Lindsay Smith! Oh, that is a super catch. That was driven back probably somewhere near the middle of the bat, and it didn't leave the floor by very much, and somehow Lindsay Smith's got her fingers underneath it.
Just inches off the ground, wasn't it? That's a really good grab.
Super catch, and Campbell goes now for just a single, and the Central Sparks really are in trouble.
She's a really good multi-purpose cricketer, Lindsay Smith, and she, as well as being a very good left-arm spinner, she's obviously an excellent fielder and gets useful runs as well. She makes a massive contribution to a team, and that was a great piece of fielding off her own bowling. Great catch.
Fantastic reaction and awareness, and just the speed of getting down that low so quickly, because it was hit well.
She's obviously got quite a low centre of gravity, but you know, you still got to get down there. Haven't you? So you've got Katie George now coming in, well known to local Hampshire listeners as a Hampshire girl originally.
That's right. Romsey, I think it was Romsey School she was educated at, so a lot of these Vipers players know her quite well. I had to say hello to her as well when I saw her this morning. 25 years of age, 14 matches for the Sparks in this competition. She's averaging 26 with just over 260 runs, so as well as being a decent bowler, she can also bat.
Well, I was saying she's back to bowling now. She had a few years when injury prevented her from bowling much, but I noticed she bowled about 7 overs at the weekend, I think, so she's obviously back into bowling, which is good, because initially she was, when she broke through into the England setup, it was as a bowler more than as a batter, but she's also a very good fielder, of course. Yep.
Right-handed batter, and it will be Lindsay Smith on 2 wickets now. So the next delivery, as the sun comes out, keeping my eye on that huge bird. I don't know where it's gone.
I haven't seen it really.
No, it did land actually in the far sort of hill away to our right, just beyond the fence. It's played out on the next side by George. Not in the hill, because the hill's at the back, but just over the sort of metal fence, beyond the covers, was the last time I saw it. Actually, what is that up there? That might be it there.
That's a plane cap up there.
No, not suddenly got even bigger, that bird. That's played on the next side. Quick single. Throw comes into Southby again as the stumps off. I think it's hovering over the field of play.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's back there. Yeah.
It doesn't want to go too far. That's the end of the over from Smith. That's 14 overs completed here. Sparks 32 for 4.
Yeah. So carrying on the good work here for the Vipers. They'll be happy with this start, having decided to bowl first. When you put a side in, you're looking for early wickets, obviously, and they've certainly delivered. So we've got Charlie Knott again from the Dibley end. Did you ever play here, Kev?
Yes.
I guess you bowled from the Dibley end, did you?
I was trying to think where I did bowl. Which end? It was a long time ago. I did mention it when I was here last year.
Okay.
I played for Getty's 11
Right.
against the tour in West Indies.
Very nice. Not into bowl, and that's edged by Brewer. In fact, it's Katie George, sorry. It's edged down through a vacant slip area, and she'll come back for 2, but not really in control of that shot.
What little I can remember, I think I actually bowled both ends.
Right.
And I bored everybody stupid with this last year, so I only mentioned it once this year. In for lunch was a certain Mick Jagger here.
Excellent, yeah. Not in again, George up to back foot there. Because I think, having read a little bit about this ground, it was Mick Jagger that got Getty interested in cricket in the first place and sort of talked him into putting the cricket ground here. So I think he had quite a lot of influence in this. And again, not the back foot. George plays nicely into the mid-wicket gap, big gap out there, giving a single. So he entertained you for lunch, did he? Or
Well, not me personally,
Okay.
but there was, I think there was a marquee here,
yeah,
and as much as it was a proper game, because I think it was the West Indies' first game or second game, part of their tour, warming them up.
in again, and turned away by Brewer, the same sort of shot as the ball before, and a single again. There's plenty of space for singles on that leg side.
So I think lunch was very much sort of, I think it was an extended lunch. I think it was about an hour or something like that. Yeah. One of those.
Absolutely.
But it was a long time ago.
So back with Katie George on strike. She played and missed at that. That looked a bit quicker from side on here for Knott, and sort of beat her for pace really.
She's very accurate, Charlie Knott, isn't she?
Yeah.
Really has a really good control. Comes in, and that's cut away, and that's well stopped by Ella McGacken at backward a point. Good shot there from Katie George. Kept it down, stayed on top of the bounce. End of the over, 36 for 4.
Yeah, I think the Vice will be very pleased with their morning's work so far. And for the Sparks' point of view, rebuilding job needed. They obviously backed quite well. I noticed on Saturday, 9 of the 10 that were out actually reached double figures, so it was a good consistent batting performance.
Yeah.
Only one went on to 50, that was Abby Freeborn, but all the rest made a contribution.
Lindsay Smith, 2 for 2 from 4 overs. Bowls the next over from the Deer Park end. And it's a pleasant drive by Brewer up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Eve Jones in the 6th over, run out, direct hit Maya Boucher for 4. In the 9th over, Davina Perrin drove Charlie Knott to point, and it was caught by Ella McGacken for 3. There's a nice pleasant drive there from Chloe Brewer once more, goes up towards mid-off. Abby Freeborn bowled by Lindsay Smith. She was trying to, on the back foot, trying to work it through just in front of point, and the ball just sort of carried on in with the arm. She got a little bit tied up there. That was no score. And Amy Campbell, well, great call and bowled from the girl we're watching bowl now, Lindsay Smith. Amy Campbell driving the ball inches off the ground, and Lindsay Smith got very low down and took a smart catch. She was out for 1, Campbell. That's a nice drive from Brewer. This time she does pierce the field. A little square on the offside this time. It's gone out towards deep extra cover. And Brewer moves on to 19 now with that shot, and it's 38 for 4. Bit of turn in the wicket for the spinners, which suits the Vipers, you have to say.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're a top-heavy attack in terms of spinners. The Central Sparks, of course, are the total opposite.
Yeah. And their seam attack's been effective against the Vipers in the past, hasn't it? I think.
Certainly has.
Remember Emily Harlott taking a 5 for, I think. And
Well, yeah, I can tell you exactly. Yeah, as that's driven up.
I think it was
to
her and
mid-off.
Izzy Wong did all the damage in that game, didn't they?
Yeah, that was back in 2021 when the Sparks won by 120 runs in Hove. Arlott 5 for 29. That's another drive, and this time she's pierced the extra cover field once more. She'll get at least 2, and it may go all the way, and it does. Couldn't quite be cut off. That's another good shot from Chloe Brewer, and that is the end of that over. She moves on to 23, and the total is 43, I think it is. 42 for 4. Yes, that was The Vipers bowled out for 104 in that game. Central Sparks made 224. Those are in the days where the Vipers were even less likely to lose than they are now.
Yeah, and I think the Sparks are the only team, I believe, in this competition that Vipers haven't got a more than 50% record against. I think that's right. They've won 2 and lost 2, so 50%. And every other team, they've got a better than 50% record.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Poor old Phil's got a bit of a coughing fit at the moment. Do you want me to do this over for you? I'll do this over for you. What Phil was. You know, I'll just switch him off for a minute. Here's Charlie Knott then, from the Dibley end. Worked on the leg side with the spin by Katie George. Nice, neat looking shot for a single. And she moves on to 43 for 4. Fortunately, I can't see that huge bird around anymore. I've got an email here actually, solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. From Neil at Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, as we always say. Nice drive in the air, and that's Emily Windsor. Simple catch. She just falls over on the floor to make sure. And that is the end of Chloe Brewer. Quite a tame end for her in the end. She goes for 23, and it is 43 for 5.
That was a tame end, really, because she looked very solid. But sort of caught between 2 shots there, I think, maybe, and ended up just spooning it up into Emily Windsor's grateful hands in the covers. So real trouble now for Sparks.
Yeah, they are at a point really that it's difficult to come back from, isn't it, really? 17th over we are, and the wickets are falling steadily. Chloe Brewer, I think, made 23. I think the score's going up on the board at the moment. So Neil says, hope you all have a great day, and with 4 wickets down already, well, it's 5 now, of course, I sense it could be a great day for the home side. Tuning in at Creek HQ, awaiting a bean delivery, so I can get on with roasting. Says Neil, we certainly aren't roasting here, that's for sure.
Do we know where Creek HQ is?
I don't. Oh, yeah, he's down Gosport Way.
Okay.
Actually, Explorer Coffees are down Gosport Way. There may be other coffee companies available in Gosport, I don't know, but they are certainly around, not just in Hampshire, but around the country. He also makes a reference to the Wormsley Giant Eagle. I don't know if... is there a Wormsley Giant Eagle? I don't know.
That's not what we've just seen,
Neil's just made it up.
That's not what we've just seen.
No, somebody said it was a kite.
A kite. Yeah.
I'm not sure the person that said it to me is actually a world authority on birds, to be honest. He just said kite. So, are you a world authority on birds, Alex? So when you said kite, you were just guessing?
No, I just know they put loads of kites in this area.
Oh, right. Oh, they put loads of kites in this area. Oh, right, okay. So there's a good chance that it is. Thank you.
Knowledge.
He's very good, Alex. He's one of the freelance reporters that follows Hampshire and the Vipers around.
So it's not in the game. 2 wickets to her name now, and this one's turned away by a new batter, who is Emily Arlott. And no run. So through to the sort of lower order already, with due respect to the batters at the crease. This one is just played defensively back to the bowler. And it's one of those situations for batters now, isn't it, Kev, that you don't know what to do really. You've got to really get the run rate up because that's low, but you've got to stay in as well. So it's quite a difficult one for these batters. But
tough, isn't it?
Yep. So this one just pushes down to Boucher at mid-on and no run again. Yeah, you sort of don't quite know how to play this sometimes. I think they've just got to consolidate for a few overs at least, and this is just played out again on the offside. Extra cover for no run. And that's the end of another Vipers over. 17 down, 43 for 5.
I'll come off at the end of this over, mainly because I want to read this email out from Matt Ellis, solentcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the live stream in the background whilst working away. Cricket is a perfect therapy whilst working. Hope the Vipers can pull it out of the bag today. Can I get a shout out for my relatively... Here we go. This is going to be a brand shout out day. Can I get a shout out for my relatively new mental health awareness brand called Not Out, which focuses on cricket terminology stroke imagery. Also, a shout out for my team Salisbury Athletic, who have just got Charlotte Taylor signed up to coach our girls this coming season. So, yeah, she heard that. She's listening, Matt. She's on at the end of this over.
She didn't know about it until she just heard it. But
She didn't realise she was signed up until we just said it. Lindsay Smith bowls, and that's a drive from Katie George up to Georgia Adams at mid-off, and there is no run. So 43 for 5 here at Wormsley. We're in the 18th over. Vipers winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Obviously a good decision, and the wicket is turning for the spinners. As Smith bowls, George drives, strong drive, but goes straight to short extra cover, and George Elwes, who's been like a rock in that position, again gets the hands warm with that rasping drive.
Yep.
Smith again bowls, and George again forward. Always accurate, Lindsay Smith. Always getting the batters forward and playing straight. Always have to take a chance if you're going to look for different areas in the field. Comes in again and bowls. George again can do no more than just push it away. She's 5 overs, 2 for 8 before this over. Lindsay Smith. Comes in again and bowls. George drives, and oh, well done, very well done, Georgia. Didn't quite hold on to it first time, but managed to stay close to the ball. No run taken.
Certainly been busy in that area.
She doesn't need hand warmers, Georgia Elwes. George pushes that square on the offside, thinks about a single, but Ella McGackin is quickly from backward a point. Phil Green will stay on, and then he'll be joined by Charlotte Taylor. Phil, I just need to turn you off. Every time you move the mic, I'll just turn you off. Just so. He's lost his glasses, and he's there or thereabouts, is our Phil. Well done. So Charlotte's going to come in for me. So the next voice you'll hear will be Charlotte Taylor. You coming round here? Sounds like Phil's going to stay this side. So I will quickly swap you over. Charlotte Taylor, Phil Green.
Thank you, Kev. Charlie not to continue then. Right to left as we look at it. Forward in defence is Emily Arlott. And there is no run taken. Sparks here, 43. If I just move my laptop. .43 for 4 they are. Beats the bat again, does not. Southby's quick behind the stumps. 43 for 5, should I say. And the Arlott not.
The bird's back.
It's hovering, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back within defence this time. Emily Arlott. Just got to play a bit more sensibly here, hasn't she? 5 down.
Well, that's what we were just saying. It's one of those situations as a batter, you're not quite sure which situation you're in, are you, Taze? You've got to, you know, either consolidate or, but you've also got to put the run rate up.
Absolutely. A back foot cut shot this time from Emily Arlott. Beats the fielders. Winds are in pursuit. They pick up 2 more.
Yeah, I think in a 50 over game, you've probably got to look and say, these two have got to bat to about at least 30 overs, and then sort of review it. I guess that's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Just got to build a bit of a partnership. Not in again then. Defending is Arlott to Lindsay Smith. That does the fielding at mid wicket. I'll just run you through the other scores in just a moment. Deep cover goes out. Emily Windsor moves out to the deep cover boundary. They just look like to consolidate getting out of this over with no real damage. Not in again, and driving is Arlott. Misses the ball though, and that's the end of that one. 19 gone, 45 for 5.
The other thing that happens, of course, when you've got 2 spinners on, is that the game through the over so quick that the batters are sort of put under a bit more pressure, because it's like overs have gone by before you realise almost, don't you?
Yeah, it just builds on you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with lots of spin, just builds on you. Just quickly before Lynn Smith looks like she's going to start another one, but we'll just run through some of the other scores. The Diamonds are 68 for 2 against the Storm. Winfield, Hill and Callis, the 2 batters out there. That game is being played at Headingley today. And then the Blaze, they're struggling. They're 47 for 8 now. And new wickets were falling there. McDonald Gay, she's got 5 for already, 5 for 19 off 7. And they are struggling. That game being played at Leicester. And the other game in this division, Thunder versus Sunrisers. And the Thunder there, 70 for 2. Smale, she fell for 21.
Lindsay Smith in now from the Deer Park end, and that's just played back to her by Katie George.
And England's Emma Lamb, she went for 5. So the 2 wickets to fall there, 70 for 2 of the Thunder.
Smith in again, round the wicket. And that's played back down the wicket. So sounds like bowlers are generally more on top across the country.
Yeah, there's sort of 2 games where wickets are falling and 2 games where it's a little bit steadier.
Smith again. George goes for a bigger shot this time. A very expansive shot, but she can't get it past mid-on. Georgia Elvis, Maya Boucher there, and there's no run again. Smith into her 7th over now. So rattling through it 2 for 8 before this over. In she comes again. That's a bit shorter. George just forced into a defensive shot again. We've got mid-on now going back to long-on, as we've had 4 drop balls over. We've got a deep square as well and the deep cover. They're the fielders outside the circle. Smith comes in and George watchfully back to the bowler again. So another tight over this from Lindsay Smith. Just building that pressure on the batters. In again, and George front foot again, pushes it back. Smith fields off her own bowling. That's another maiden, and a very quick maiden. Probably didn't take more than about 90 seconds, I wouldn't have thought. And
yeah, she does rattle through them, doesn't she?
23 overs were 45 for 5.
Yeah, that's one thing about Lindsay Smith, is she will rattle through overs before you even know that they've happened.
That's what I say. That puts even more pressure on the batter, because it's sort of you're just having to concentrate very quickly again, aren't you? You haven't got that time. Some batters like just walk away and shut down between balls, but you haven't got time to do that with her, have you?
No.
You've got to,
and nor with Not really. She gets through them quite. Well, this will be her 7th as well. So they're just rattling through before you know it. They're not bowling to our lot, who's prodded on the front foot, and there is no run. She fends to mid wicket.
One of the advantages of being side on, obviously, as you say, you can see different aspects of it, but Emily Arlott seems to play the ball quite a long way in front of herself. She pushes out the ball more than some of the others. You see where the contact point there is? It's sort of, they always say it should be under the head as much as possible, and she seems to be a little bit ahead of that, doesn't she?
Yeah, she did just plant the front foot there and fends out in front of her.
Yeah.
But that might be just for a lack of batting possibly in this team. She's on the back foot this time, turns it to square. George Adams comes around, does the fielding, quick running from Arlott, they get home. One more, 46 for 5.
So you were saying earlier, I think, that George Adams has got some sort of finger injury, is that right?
Yeah, dislocated finger.
Okay.
The ball come back in the last game and dislocated her finger, so just
it's interesting that she was a slip, though, for Mary Taylor, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's still our best slip fielder.
Yeah, obviously forgot about her finger for that.
Sacrifice the finger.
Yeah.
Knots in again then. Defending this time is George. Back to the bowler.
Is it going to stop her bowling or not? No. Was it left hand?
Yeah, on the other hand.
It's a left hand,
yeah.
is it? Okay.
But she's carded to bat at 8, so just maybe dropping down the order a little bit. Maybe a bit too much vibration on the bat. As forward in defence is George again. Back to the bowler. Building dots here. Deep cover goes out for the last ball. The fielders are just poised, aren't they? Look at them all on the edge of the circle, waiting for a mistake. Shorter this time from Knott, and cut shot from George. Out to that deep cover fielder that's just been pushed out. Emily Windsor's out there. Does the fielding, one more to the total. 46 for 5. That's the end of the 21st.
It's interesting with George Adams, and we've said this over the last couple of years, but a couple of years ago, you wouldn't have been contemplating playing her as a bowler, really. I mean, you know, if she's not fit to bat, she wouldn't have played just as a bowler probably, but now, even though she's not fit to bat, she would be seen as a frontline bowler, wouldn't she, in this side? And that's something that's emerged. I know it's been well documented how that happened, where she virtually got talked into bowling by Charlotte Edwards at a net practice or something, but yeah, it's she's developed a lot, and
yeah, it was a bit of a joke initially, but she's now turned into our leading wicket taker at the Vipers. So
absolutely,
not so much of a joke any longer.
No.
Leading wicket taker in the 100 last year as well.
So Lindsay Smith now, very impressive figures so far. 7 overs, 2 for 8, coming in to bowl to Katie George, and that's Just an action replay of the last over, really, where it's pushed to short extra cover.
Yeah, you can almost guess what's going to
No
happen
run.
before it's happening, can't you?
It's become like that just in a minute. This time, same thing again. Just played back down the wicket. As we were saying, they need to consolidate. So
I think there's a payoff though between consolidating and getting into a bit of a hole.
Yeah,
so
can be. She tries a little bit more expensive, and she does get it past the short extra cover this time, and wide enough of Georgia Adams that they can get through for a single.
Yeah, that's good from Katie George. She's just trying to be positive still. So although they need to consolidate, she's still managing to try and, if the ball's there to drive, she's going to drive it, which is good. It shows positivity.
Well, it's that old coaching mandate, isn't it? Try and score quickly, but don't take any risks.
Absolutely.
You know?
Do it in a safe manner.
Yeah. Smith in again, head to Harlott. And that's down the leg side. That would be a wide. Neat take again, as expected by Southby. But just didn't quite get a line right that time, Smith.
There's been a few wides in this innings, hasn't there?
Yeah, not many from her. But that one's pushed pleasantly out on the offside for a single. So the score's going to reach 50 at last. I'll say at last, sorry, that's a bit harsh, but we've got there, 50 for 5 in the 22nd over.
It's that small milestone. You just need to build on that, the sparks now.
And that's a good shot again by Katie George. She's got that through again this time, and this is going to go all the way, I believe. Yeah, that goes over the rope at the far end of ground from us, so a good shot there from Katie George. She's been sort of practicing that one over the last couple of overs, getting into that position, but this time just sort of followed through with it a bit more and got it through the offside field. So 4 to her, taking the score to 54 and her score up to 11.
Yeah, it's positive cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what the Sparks need to see. It's a good batting pitch.
And this time she's turning it on the leg side. She's going to run again. She gets the single. It's wide of the mid-wicket fielder. So that's a much more productive over. 6 or 7 coming from that over, actually, from the Sparks, and taking their score up to 55. And Katie George on 12 and Emily Arnott on 4.
And they're just trying to rebuild a partnership here, aren't they? Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Just to sum up, sorry Phil, before you continue.
That's right.
So, Eve Jones, she was the first one to go, scored 20 for 1. She was run out by Maya Boucher. And the second one to fall to Vina Perrin. She fell 26 for 2. She was caught by Ella McCacken off the bowling of Charlie Knott. Then it was Abby Freeborn bowled by Lindsay Smith. One that didn't turn, just angled straight. And knocked Freeborn's middle stump out the ground. Amy Campbell, the next one, 31 for 4. She was caught and bowled by Smith. And the final wicket so far, 43 for 5. It was in the 17th, was Chloe Brewer. She was caught by Emily Windsor in the covers. Charlie Knott to continue. And forward in defence this time is George. And Chloe Brewer, she made 23 before she was dismissed. Those are the wickets to fall so far. Fairly spread between the bowlers. The 2 that are in action now, Charlie Knott being one of them. Round the wicket to Katie George. And that red kite just comes back again.
That kite's just come back, and I think it whipped the food out of James Hibbard's hands. There, just in front of us. The Vipers coach James Hibbard I've just lost his lunch, I believe.
Charlie Knott to continue. Round the wicket to Katie George, popped on the front foot. He's shocked. He's saying, "Where's my sandwich gone? The red kite's had it." Players obviously have no idea what's going on in the sidelines. In again, it's not shorter in this time, and it's down the leg side. It's another wide. It's the 8th for the innings. Small fumble by Raina Southby, but no damage done. We've had some more kite-related issues, Kev, as we've been gone. It's becoming the biggest talking point of the day. Fuller one this time, driving is Katie George to Mary Taylor at mid-off. No run is taken. I like the way she's still trying to hit the ball hard. She's still trying to score. If the ball's in her half, she's looking to capitalise. Fielder goes back though, off the back of that shot. Maya Boucher drops to long on. Charlie Knott in again, shorter this time, and cutting as Katie George has got through the field, past Emily Windsor in the covers, and it's going all the way for 4. That's a lovely shot, all the way along the floor, complete control Too short that time from not, and pays the price. 4 more.
Yeah, she is looking very positive. As you say, it's one of those situations that early in the day as a batting side, you sort of start in your mind thinking what's a decent score here, and you might say 250 or higher, I don't know, and you lose wickets, and then you still got to sort of really think that is the total to get, but it looks all of a sudden you might have to reset a little bit lower. But she is batting very positively.
Turned into the leg side this time. George looking for a single but won't get it. George Adams mops up. And that's the end of the 23rd. Almost halfway through this inning. 60 the score. 60 for 5.
James Hibbard just going in search of some more food, I believe. So yeah, the bird's been quite a talking point here today.
No, it's had 2 helpings.
Yeah.
We're going to have a change of bowling here. Is Lindsay going to continue? I don't think she is. She's bowled 8 so
Only
far.
used 4 bowlers so far, haven't they? So
Got to find one more from somewhere.
yeah, which I guess is George Adams.
But not just yet by the looks of things. It looks like Charlie Dean's going to
Switch ends.
change ends, yeah. See if this end's more profitable for her.
She's going to bowl from the Deer Park end.
Well, she opened the bowling. She bowled 4 overs to start with. Didn't take a wicket and went for 14. So it wasn't expensive.
A few
But just
wides
struggled
there,
with her
wasn't
line,
it? Did
yeah.
struggle the line a little bit. And she doesn't usually take the new ball, does she? I think you said on commentaries. You
Yeah,
haven't
I
seen her
think
do
it was just
before.
for the left-handed Eve Jones.
Yeah,
Was turning the
okay.
ball away from her. But as soon as she was out, she was almost taken immediately out of the attack. So it's almost had its effect. She was
Yeah.
dismissed, and although she was run out, but as soon as she was dismissed, it was a change of tactics, and the off-spinners come on.
Sort of one of the matchups that they refer to a lot nowadays, isn't it? But she's got 2 right-handers to bowl at now. That's a practice delivery out to Maya Boucher, and now she's ready to go. Bowling to Emily Arlott. Got those 2 fielders in tight on each side. And that's quite full, but Arlott seemed to try and play it off the back foot. It was quite an unusual shot, but anyway, she missed it. Got a slip in place as well as fielder on the drive on both sides, so they're putting a lot of squeeze on Arlott here, just the deep square and deep cover out. 2 fielders out. Dean in again, and the expensive shot and the play and miss from Arlott. So the score remains at 60 for 5.
Well, in the 7 matches that she played last year, Charlie Dean, in this phase, so in between overs 11 to 40, her economy rate was only 4.
Really, that's good. Oh, that was left alone by Arlott. She's played no shot, and the ball's evaded Southby, who's now run 40 odd yards to retrieve it. But it's gone through for 2 byes. Not quite sure what happened there, because we're side on, as we keep saying, but
See if the live picture feed tells me anything more.
she just left it, and it seemed to be everything outside the off stump. Southby retrieving her glove that she'd thrown off in before the run chase, and then
Just
the
a
ball
rare,
chase.
just a rare mistake.
Yeah, indeed, very rare. That was pushed to extra cover for no run.
And it just hit the outside of Southby's glove and ricocheted away. Went in between then herself and George Adams at first slip.
But either she chose or was nominated to chase it rather than the fielder themselves. She ran past George Adams to go and get it. That one's left alone again.
Yeah, 2 very different styles, aren't they, between Arlott
Yeah.
and George?
George looks much more confident, fluent at the wicket, I must say, at the moment. Arlott looks a bit unsure of the length. She's not picking length ever so well. Dean in again, and again she beats her outside the off stump. Again she's back to a ball that looked quite full, really. There's a couple of the deliveries in that over she thinks she should have gone forward to, maybe, but she's actually gone back. But anyway, she survived the over, and Sparks are now 62 for 5 at the end of 24. I think we're going to see George Adams now, maybe bowling.
Yeah, it looks like it, isn't it? Just seeing whether Arlott batted in the last game they played. She did. She was run out. So only faced 4 deliveries in the last game. So not had an awful lot of opportunity or time in the middle thus far in our 1 game that she's played. So maybe just finding her feet a little bit with
I
the
don't
bat.
think she's always batted this high either, has she, for them, from memory? I seem to remember she's been going in a bit lower down normally, but I might be wrong.
Occasionally. Yeah, between 7 and 9 usually.
Okay.
It's about right. So this is the first time we will see Adams. Just getting her field right, so she's going to employ... I thought she was going to go for 2 extra covers then, but no, she's going to have 2 mid-wickets.
Two close together.
2 on the drive.
Yeah. Also bowling with the cap on, as did Charlie Knott.
I think that's because she can't do her hair because of her finger.
Oh,
not through choice. Not through choice, through practicality. She's in now over the wicket to George. Beats the bat on the outside edge. Good first delivery for George Adams. Just takes the ball away from the right-handed George. 62 for 5 here at Wormsley are the Sparks. Defending is George again, just working it to one of those 2 fielders on the drive. Charlie Dean's one of them. Oh, he throws the ball back at the batter.
And hits her.
And hits her. Umpire's going to have to get together here because I do think there's a... You sometimes get penalised if you throw the ball at the batter in this competition now, even if it's not.
Exactly.
Katie's going up to the umpires and saying it wasn't on purpose, and they've...
Yeah, but it's unfortunately the regulations have changed, and if the umpires deem that it was an unnecessary throw, i.e. the batter was just stood in her ground, they can take some action against it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they will, and it's not. You know, although Katie George might be saying it's all right, I don't mind, sort of thing, that's not actually part of their consideration as umpires. So they're signalling something to the scorers. It might be 5 penalty runs. Yes, I think that's what they're giving. 5 penalty runs, I believe. I think I saw Rose signal that. Yes, they have. They've given 5 penalty runs to the Sparks because of that throw from Charlie Dean. As we say, I don't think it was it Charlie? Yeah, it was Charlie Dean.
Was.
I don't think there was any intent. I'm sure there was no intent to injure. She was trying to throw it back to the keeper, but unfortunately, Katie George was between her and the keeper, and the umpires don't really have a choice nowadays on that. So
play to continue though. On the back foot this time is George, and she punches that to Ella McCacken at extra cover, and there is no run taken. Change of field for George Adams. Long on goes back. That's one of the 4 out now. Beating the outside edge again of the bat of George Adams. It's 2 in the over that she's done that. Just shaping the ball away from the right-handed batter slightly. It's good bowling, building pressure. Here are the Vipers. Defending is George, and she's looking for a single. Won't take it though. McCacken comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. 67 for 5. Adams in again to the right-handed George. Beats the bat again this time. It's going to run away from Mary Taylor, who's going to have to do some chasing and come back for 2. I think that's all they're going to get. Our lot turns, but there's no 3 in it. Southby mops up the throw. Runs by the looks of things. I thought it might have gone through for byes, but
edge.
Yeah, a little outside edge of Katie George's bat. 69 for 5 as we go to drinks, Phil.
Yeah, and obviously the penalty runs helping the Sparks total there. They don't go against the bowler, because I know bowlers often ask that straight away, does that go against me? But George Adams would be relieved to know that they don't. But yeah, you don't see it too often in cricket, but I suppose with the new regulations of the last few years, it will become more common to see in games.
Yeah, it's just one of those unfortunate things, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
But they'll learn from it, I'm sure. I think next time maybe Charlie wouldn't maybe return the ball if somebody was stood in between her and the wicketkeeper.
Well, I'm guessing, and again, we're not in the best angle, but I'm guessing she wasn't directly in the line, otherwise she wouldn't have thrown it, but perhaps the throw just wasn't where she'd aimed it, I'm guessing. But who knows? But anyway, there was no, as we've said, there was no malice in it, and no, it's just an unfortunate, inaccurate throw, I believe. And, say the umpires, it's been taken away from the umpires, the sort of their discretion on whether it was intentional or whatever. It's just a fact now.
Yeah.
It was thrown. If it was deemed an unnecessary throw, i.e. there was no chance for a run out, then and it hits the batter, then 5 runs is the outcome.
So it may be. So we're halfway through the Central Sparks innings. They find themselves 69 for 5 after the 25 over mark. Obviously this being a 50 over fixture between these two sides, one that's been very entertaining in years previous. And 5 wickets to fall. Eve Jones, she was first to fall. She was run out by Maya Boucher. It's Davina Perrin. She was caught by Ella McCacken off the bowling of Charlie Knott. Freeborn was next to fall. She fell for a duck bowled by Lindsay Smith, the one that just came back in. Amy Campbell, she was next. She was caught and bowled by Lindsay Smith. Good catch low to her right. And then the latest wicket to fall some time ago now, a little partnership building, but she was caught, Chloe Brewer, caught by Emily Windsor. Again off the bowling of Charlie Knott, she fell for 23. So the only double figure score in the Sparks innings so far. Just run you through the other scores and the other games that are going round today. Northern Diamonds are playing at Headingley against the Western Storm. They find themselves 89 for 5. So Amanda Jade Wellington has 3 of those. Danny Gibson the other 2. England's Beth Heath fell for 13. Lauren Winford Hill out for 32. The Blaze, they're hanging on. They're 60 for 9 now against the South East Stars. That game's been played at Leicester. Ree McDonagh, she had 5 of them early. 5 for 19 off her 7. Alice David Richards and Phoebe Franklin 2 apiece. And the last game in this competition, the Thunder, they're 104 for 2. So they've built a little partnership, a little comeback after losing 2 early wickets. Katie Mack and Fee Morris are in the 30s. 1 wicket apiece for Kate Kopak and Jodie Grucock. So those are the other games in this division. And this one right here is Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers, and they are 69 for 5 if you've just joined us.
And we're ready to go again, and Charlie Dean bowling from the Deer Park end to Arlott, who just leaves that one alone. Outside off stump. I can report that the kite is back and quite close to us again, for those that are following that adventure. Dean in again, and that's played off the outside edge by Arlott, but she's got it through here, and this could go all the way. I think if it's going to go all the way to the boundary, it is at 3rd. So 4 to Arlott. Bit of a streaky 4, but she'll take it, I'm sure.
Well, just got the under edge of the bat.
Yeah.
And it races down the hill there, the other side of the ground, towards the covers.
So the score up to 73, and Arlott up to 8. And this is going to exactly the same area, and I think it's going to get the same outcome. Slightly, it's going for 4 as well. It's a slightly different shot this time. It looked a bit wider, and she's reached for it and gone at it quite hard, and the ball's again found the outside edge and flown away for 4. So 2 rather fortunate 4s in a row, but very welcome for the Sparks in this situation.
Yeah, like you say, Phil, one off the under edge, one on the outer edge.
Yeah.
But races down to 3rd. It is quite quick along there. Slows up the bank, up towards us in our commentary position, and goes away from us quite quickly. So if you're going to hit the ball, you might as well get it down the slope, make it easier for yourself.
So it's Dean in again. This time left alone. There is a slip in place, but both of those went wide of slip.
And this partnership building is worth 30 now between these two.
Very valuable for the Sparks. And Dean in again. A bit quicker that time and sort of pulled it hard into the pitch, and Arlott just defended on the offside. Charlie Dean in again. That's down the leg side, and that will be called a wide by umpire Ian Blackwell.
Just struggled with the line, hasn't she, Charlie?
Yeah, it's the first time in this spell that she's drifted down there, I think, but she did have a problem from the Dibley end earlier.
Just seeing off on the live pitch feed if it's an excessive amount of turn. Did turn quite a bit, that delivery.
That one's just played out on the offside for no run, so that concludes the 26th over, and I think I can work out the run rate's 3 and over, 78 off 26.
Thank you, Phil. I think we're going to welcome Kevin James back in. And Georgia Adams is going to continue. She's got the ball in her hand. Just waiting to see whether she is going to continue. Just getting her fielders in the right place. 78 for 5, the score here now. Just going to quickly change in for Kevin James. He's going to come in for Phil Green. George Adams then to continue from the Dibley end. Forward and defence is Katie George. Pushes for 1. They're going to get a quick single. Georgia Ellis does the fielding to her left-hand side. 1 more to the total. 79 for 5. Welcome back, Kev.
Thank you. We were just saying, just before I came on, in the last, not long, the temperature's dropped a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. Well, it said a highs of 9 degrees today.
Minus 9 or 9?
No, positive 9. Doesn't feel like a positive 9.
No.
But it is. Adams then to our lot this time, who's on the front foot and defending back to her.
We haven't had a wicket for a while, have we? Coming up to nearly 10 overs.
Yeah, I was just saying that the partnership's building. Yeah. It's worth just a touch over 30 now. On the back foot this time is our lot, and pushes that one to Ella McCacken at mid-off. Does the fielding. Another dot. They're just trying to find a little bit of momentum from somewhere, the Sparks. They've got a couple of boundaries in the last over. Driving again is our lot on the front foot to Elvis at extra cover, and another dot. Vipers building some pressure. One extra fielder outside the circle. Long on drops back. So they have the full 4 out that they're allowed. Defending is our lot into the offside, and again Elvis in to do the fielding.
I love the reason why George Adams now is currently bowling in a cap.
The reason why?
Yes.
Adams again, and she's bowled it! Bowls Emily Arlott, who looks very disappointed. Just looks like middle stump is being pushed backwards. Missed a straight one, unfortunately, for Emily Arlott. Another one falls for the Sparks, just as we were saying they were building a partnership. Another one falls. 79 for 6 now, the Sparks.
Yes, they put on 63, 36 runs in 10 overs there, those two.
Yeah, they were just getting going, weren't they?
But yeah, it'd be interesting
Finding
to see.
a little bit of momentum.
I just missed the replay, or I just missed it on the live picture feed. I'm not sure it did that much.
I'm not sure there's a... Well, I know for a fact that George Adams is not a big turner of the ball, so it'd be surprising if it was a turn that did it. But bold nonetheless. Arlott goes for 12. And the Sparks need to rebuild again here. 79 for 6.
That's George's 53rd wicket in this competition for the Vipers. I know you've got some stats there as well. I always look at yours just in case mine don't tally with yours.
No, that is correct.
53 wickets at 21 apiece for Georgia Adams. So, a little bit of a recovery there for the Sparks, but I'm afraid they really are in a bit of dire trouble, aren't they, really, in this situation?
Not as dire trouble as the Blaze, though.
Go on.
They were 9 down for 60 the last I saw. Let me just see if that's still the case, whether they've been bowled out. 62 for 9 at Leicester. Still 63 for 9 now, off 27. Rihanna McDonald-Gay has got 5 for in that game.
It's early days, but what has happened to the Blaze? They were the team, weren't they? I know the Vipers got the double, but I'm sure you may or may not agree with me, but the Vipers weren't the best side last year. The Blaze were in both competitions. Yeah, they didn't win anything. And well, they blew up at the wrong times, didn't they? Really?
Yeah.
But they haven't started very well this year. They lost to the Central Sparks on Saturday, and that's not good performance today, by the sounds of it. The new batter for
the new batter is
Izzy Wong.
It is Izzy Wong, yes.
Izzy Wong.
Known for her expansive shot.
Does she like playing? Does she like playing a few shots?
So it could be an entertaining next period for us, Kev, as we sit here and admire.
Is it me? I can't remember.
Is you.
That's driven on the onside by Katie George. Sorry, apologies. Of course, they've changed Katie George. She's playing rather sensibly out there for the Sparks. She's gone 20. She's the second top scorer. Chloe Brewer made 23. Had a quick chat with Chloe earlier, actually. She went to India this winter to play cricket. Yeah. Well, it's a bit unusual. When she said that, I thought, oh, India, you don't hear too many that go there. I didn't get a chance to ask her why she went there.
I think it was a Sparks tour. a pre-season tour. I don't think she went to India to play in their domestic competition.
Oh, right. Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
No, I think that makes sense. Somebody else was out there, actually, in India. Who was it?
Thunder went.
Did they?
On a pre-season tour, yeah.
Right, okay. Here's Charlie Dean, bowls, and playing and missing outside the off-stump there is Wong.
And I think the Northern Diamonds went as well.
Oh, right. Oh, it was a proper tour. Where were you? Why weren't you guys invited?
We probably were. Well, they were all sort of invited. I think it was more of a, do we want to go?
Oh, okay. Batter's having a chat here.
It's a conversation piece within our camp.
Is it?
Our winters are long.
Shorter's trying to pull that away on the leg side. Issy Wong misses it, hits her on the pad. They can be long when you're in the nets, indoor nets at November. It is.
And then you're still in there in March.
Yeah, it is a long time. I did that a couple of times, and it feels forever. Issy Wong drives up to mid-on, pleasant on drive. Goes.
Well, it doesn't really help when it still feels like winter now, and now we're in the back end of April.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't look as though Charlie Dean's getting quite so much turn from the Deer Park end.
I think it's on a bit of a slope, isn't it? She's got to turn it up the slope from the Deer Park end.
Yeah. Issy Wong once more. There is a slip-in for... So also inside edge, or is off the pad? It's an appeal for something. I think it's for an LBW. It looks high. If it was, it goes down towards the boundary by the sight screen away to our right. Umpire Ian Black was going to signal leg buys. That, for me, that was definitely too high.
Yeah, it was, yeah. She gets a lot of bounce.
She does.
Does Dean.
None for 24 currently in her 7th over.
I love this. Automatically the deep mid-wicket goes out for Issy Wong. It's her favoured shot. They're poised waiting in the deep.
Freya Kemp's out there. Issy Wong works her way square on the leg side where Emily Windsor comes in off the boundary rope. It's interesting how players from time to time are just walking past with warm coffees.
Yeah. So, no, some of them are soup.
Oh,
some of them are little cups of soup. Which I'm assuming is not what the red kite took when it took James Hibberd's lunch. I don't think he was necessarily indulging in the soup.
No.
But you never know.
I think that's
Who
gone
knows the
now.
diet of a red kite these days?
I think that's gone now, that bird, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was quite frightening, actually.
It
So I'm
was.
quite glad that I'm under this sort of thatched roof where I feel like he can't really get me. Because I feel like he could actually take me entirely.
Just lift you away.
Yeah, which I'd be quite frightened about.
It's got you in its claws.
Yeah, so I'm sort of quite glad that I'm sort of set back from that. Right, George Adams to continue. She's into her 3rd over. She's bowling to Issy Wong, who's got protection on the leg side. And deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Deep cover. Long on's just poised in the ring, but one swing of the bat and I can tell you she'll be gone as well outside of the circle. Just working into the leg side is Wong in front of square. And Charlie Knott does the fielding out there. One more to the Sparks total. 84 there on.
She does have a half century at this competition, Issy Wong.
She definitely can bat. Adams in again, this time to George, who's probably on the front foot this time, and Mary Taylor comes in from point to cut off the single.
Pretty impressed with Katie George. She's playing the situations. You've got to use some overs here.
Yeah,
There's
you
plenty.
do.
Only just over halfway.
Absolutely. Got to find your groove. You can take your time. On the front foot this time is George, and George Ellis does the fielding at extra cover.
Does she enjoy still playing against you guys? I know it's a little while ago that she played for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think so. It's always nice to see her, and she's forward in defence this time again on the front foot, and there is no run as George Adams does the fielding.
Because you would have played a lot of games with her, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a lot. And I think you got good history and that with Katie, and yeah, it's always nice to play against your friends. It's even better when you beat them. Driving this time is George up to mid-off, and McCacken comes in to do the fielding there, and again there is no run. She is trying to play a bit more expansively. Katie, if I just said to Phil, and if it's in her half, she's going to look to throw her arms through the ball, but watchfully playing at the same time. She's defending again, back to the bowler, 84 for no loss, just a single off the over. 84 for 6.
Yeah, it's been hard going, hasn't it, for Central Sparks ever since they lost the toss and were asked about first. It's only turned on this pitch, hasn't done anything else, has it, really? And it only seems as though it's turning from one end. We had Lindsay Smith on the Deer Park end, the left-hand side, as we look. She does not a big turn of the ball anyway, so we didn't get a proper look there. But since Charlie Dean switched ends, it doesn't look as though it's turning at all. It just seems to be from the Dibley end, the right-hand side, as we look. Sure, Charlie Dean is working hard, though, to get a few extra revs on that ball to see if she can. This will be over number 30. And there is a slip there. Wong's on the back foot, misses. It's a quicker ball from Charlie Dean, perhaps. It sort of skids on with the arm.
Did look a little bit quicker through the air.
Still bowling in sunglasses, which maybe isn't quite needed at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure where that sun is.
Well, Freya Kemp's got sunglasses at deep mid-wicket as well. Bowls again, and this time Missy Wong plays a lovely back foot drive back to the bowler. And there is no run. So, Georgia Adams has 1 for 4 from 3 overs. Charlie Dean, I'll come to her figures in a moment for you. There's the expansive drive in the air, and that's called at mid-off. Is that Ella McCacken?
Yeah, it is.
It is, just over her head. Wong went for the shot over the top, didn't get enough height on it. And McGacker right on that 25-yard circle, takes a catch, 2 hands above her head, safe as you like. And Wong goes, and the Sparks are now 84 for 7.
Yeah, Wong falls for 2. She is an expansive cricketer, does play her shots, just doesn't get the elevation that she needs to get it over mid-off. Anna McCacken does well because the ball was soaring over her head and she couldn't really see it. By the time it gets to you, your arms are already above your head and you can't really watch it in from there, so it's almost the timing that's required. She didn't have to jump, she covered it well and takes an important catch. They've held all their catches, the Vipers, in this innings, haven't dropped a single one, and that's important when you're trying to put pressure on. You don't take the foot off the gas, and they're not doing that now. Central Sparks still struggling here. 84 for 7 now. Rhea Thackrell, the new batter that goes to join Katie George, who's the glue that's holding this innings together at the minute.
She is, yeah. Needs to keep going. That's why somebody needs to stay with it. Yeah. Second catch for Ella McGacken. She got Davina Perrin caught at backward a point as Perrin was trying to drive Charlie Knott. That was a second wicket for down for 3. Perrin got. That was 26 for 2. Before that, and of course she's talking about catches, but even on any run-out chances, the one they've had, Maya Boucher took that through the stumps down at mid-off, got rid of Eve Jones for 4. That was the first wicket down. We had a caught and bowl from Lindsay Smith. What a catch that was, low down on her follow-through. And Emily Windsor, fairly safe catch at, in the covers to get rid of Chloe Brewer. She was on the front foot driving. Ball just sort of spooned up to Emily Windsor. She still made a little bit of a meal of it, and she falling over it and on the deck, straight in the midriff. She went for 23.
I certainly don't.
I think she was trying to make the catch look better than it.
Yeah,
than
well,
it
she was waiting for Dave Vokes, the photographer here, to probably take a nice little picture of her. Always doing it for the cameras, isn't she?
So 7 down here. The Sparks are in danger, really, of not really giving their much vaunted pace attack much to bowl at. And it's been all the Vipers here at Wormsley. A very chilly Wormsley, but beautiful nevertheless. Still a sheep in the field. At the far end.
Yeah, they're moving their way down the hill, I've noticed. They started right at the top of that hill, and now they're moving their way down.
Here's Dean bowls, and that's outside of the off stump, and Thackrell leaves that one. 24 years of age, Rhea Thackrell, the off-break bowler. This is her 16th match in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for the Sparks. She also played 1 match for the Lightning before that. She bowls edged, it's along the ground, past a diving Georgia Adams. It's going all the way, I think. Or will it? This is a good contest. It's pulled up just inside the rope. And that will be 3. 1 short, signalled by
That's criminal, isn't it?
Ian Blackwell.
When your team's struggling,
yeah,
you don't want to be running 1 short.
You don't often see that sign, do you, really? I momentarily had to think what that sign was. You rarely see it. Might see it in some schools cricket at times. But it's a long time since I've seen that sign. 87 for 7 in the 30th. Charlie Dean comes in and bowls once more. Dord just off the back foot, steers that to backward a point. And there is no run.
Ria Thackrell in this competition last year, and he batted twice with a high score of 12, so she's got good opportunity here for the Central Sparks.
Certainly has. Dean coming to the end of her 8th over here as George plays the perfect forward defensive, and that goes back to the bowler. 1 for 28 from 8, Charlie Dean, who opened up from the far the other end as we look. Mary Taylor, just the 3 overs from her. We've only had 3 overs, I've seen. 3 overs, none for 10, quite accurate. Do you think we'll see a bit more Mary Taylor? I suppose, well, there's only 5 bowlers being used, so we'd have to.
Yes, you will see her again at some point, but at the moment it's attack of the spin, or the slow bowling in some people's cases. Georgia Adams, one of the bowlers being used at the moment, captain herself. Just getting her field right, putting the pressure on the new batter Thackrell that's on strike at the start of this one. Adams about to start her 4th here from the Dibley end. Slip in place, Maya Boucher waits there. Full ball from Adams, and it's driven back to her by Thackrell. With that dislocated finger, she wouldn't be wanting to be hit too hard back at her either, if she can help it. She's in again, bounds past Rose Davey, the umpire, and that's flicked off Thackrell's legs out to deep square. Charlie not out there comes in and does the fielding. 1 more to the Sparks total, 88 on the board now for the loss of 7 wickets. Brings Katie George back on to strike. She's just holding this innings together for the Sparks at the minute, but single-handedly at the moment. She pushes on the front foot there, and Mary Taylor comes in from point to do the fielding there.
It's not much for her to really have a go at either, is it? It's been accurate stuff.
No, and when the ball has been in her half, she's thrown her arms at it, so she's not holding back. She's doing it carefully, like that one just there. It's a good shot on the up. Plays it to the left of George Railways, who dives to her left and does the fielding. Crawls to collect the ball. It must be cold out there when the ball hits your hands, and that one hit her sort of halfway up their forearm. But they do get 1 more, the Sparks. Good looking shot from Katie George. She moves to 21. Adams to Thackrell then. Thackrell in defence that time, says no to George, who thought she wanted 1 there, but Mary Taylor was in on it quickly to deny the single.
I tell you, it doesn't matter how much hand warmers you use, it's still hard when the ball comes at you in
Yeah,
this
it's
weather.
horrible. Flicked off the legs of Thackrell. They're appealing for an LBW, but they get through for 1. Is it going to be a leg bye? Waiting for the signal from umpire Rose Davey. No, off the bat. So 1 more to Thackrell score. She moves on to 4, and the Sparks total 90 for 7. We're through 31 overs here.
Yeah. Yeah. So the other games that are going on today, I know we've been giving it regularly. You guys have been updating regularly, you and Phil, I know. Where are we? The Blaze, of course, you mentioned, which
Yeah, they're clinging on, aren't they?
they are 74 for 9 in the 28th against the South East Stars. They look like winning 2 out of 2, the South East Stars, the way that's going. Northern Diamonds 118 for 5 after 26 against the Western Storm. Western Storm lost their first one. Can't remember what happened with the Diamonds.
They won there.
They won, did they?
Yeah, they beat the Blaze.
Here's
Not the
Charlie
Blaze.
Dean, bowls, and that's turned away by Thackrell on the leg side, fielded by Freya Davis. Freya Kemp. 2 Freyas now, to remember that.
Yeah, confusing.
Yeah.
No, the Diamonds beat the Thunder on Saturday.
Ah, right. Thunder 137 for 2 in the 29th against the Sunrisers. It's got runs for them as that's outside the off stump and left alone. Mack,
Katie Mack.
Katie Mack and Fee Morris.
Yeah, Katie Mack over from... She's Adelaide based?
Okay.
Or she might even be Canberra, actually. I think she plays a domestic cricket in Canberra.
She has a half century not out. Oh, it's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Thackrell. Fee Morris 48 not out. Formerly of Hampshire away as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, high and wide. Hampshire ladies. Here's Dean again. It's pushed away. no run. The score remains on 90 for 7 here at Wormsley. I love the drive down from the gate. And actually, the gate was open today.
Yeah.
Last year, you had to press the button on the gate and say, here for the cricket, and they say yes, and the gate opens slowly. Today, it was just open. It's played back to Charlie Dean once more by Thackrell, and it's a long drive down, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is nice.
Beautiful.
Until you meet a car coming the other way, and then it becomes a bit of a problem.
It is, yeah. And actually, we had the guy on the gate. Actually, there was a guy just down the hill, sort of directing people on the back foot there. Thackrell goes out to backward a point, and he said, "You should be all right going down there." So there's nobody around, and within about the first 100 yards, there was 3 cars coming back up the other way. So he said, "Oh,
yeah,
right."
nobody around.
Yeah, nobody around. It's all quiet, he said. But yeah, well, there's some passing spaces, isn't there? Sort of down there. But actually, I'll tell you what, to walk from the gate to the ground. Take you a while, wouldn't it? Be a long walk.
Yeah, there was somebody walking when we were driving down this morning. There was somebody walking down. I don't know whether he's here for the cricket or because there's a couple of houses on the drive as well. Whether he's just gone to get his morning milk or something.
From the
very
cow
long.
in the field.
Yeah, probably. Adams to continue then from the Dibley end. Driving is George, the fielder at long on. Charlie Dean's out there, does the fielding. And they get 1 more to their total, 91 for 7.
I think it would be fine walking from the gate to here because it's all downhill.
Yeah,
but I think walking from here to the gate wouldn't be fun.
So you'll find if you've got your milk and you're coming back, if you're going to get your milk, not interested.
No. That's a steep hill and a long one.
Slightly shorter this time from Adams, and Thackrell's on the back foot, pushes to extra cover.
Because we are effectively in a valley, aren't we?
We are. Every time I think that, I think you're going to do a Welsh accent or something.
It could be in
the
Wales.
valley.
Could quite easily be in Wales.
On the back foot again is Thackrell defending watchfully. Just needs to build a partnership with George. Still got 18 overs remaining of this innings. Long time to bat for the Central Sparks. Again defending is Thackrell off the back foot. Good looking shot, but to no avail.
Good stuff this from George Adams. Doing a great holding, quiet job from that Dibley end.
She is indeed. And again on the front foot is Thackrell, just turns that one into the onside. Lindsay Smith is waiting.
The Sparks really can't do too much. They've lost their big players, and they know they're 7 down, so they can't really take too much of a chance.
No, and they're just watchfully defending again. Thackrell doing exactly that. A careful over from Adams again. 91 for 7 off 33 now, the Sparks. Thackrell, she's on 4. Katie George, sort of stagnant in her approach. Doesn't really know what to do. She's 22 not out. They're just going to have to find a way to try and draw out this innings, what we're saying. So 91, 17 overs left. They want to be getting to 170 maybe would be a good total from here, if they can get there.
Do pretty well, wouldn't they?
That would probably be, but anything, you know, they want to be at anything around 150 or above.
Well, they got 183 here last year, and it was a good game. As George is forward to Charlie Dean, that goes out towards extra cover. I mean, the Vipers had to summon all their energies, didn't they, to win that? Adams and Dean in the middle order, getting them back on track after losing early wickets.
I did actually find something interesting when I was doing some research.
George is forward, out towards extra cover. I think if they did get to 170, I think we've got a decent game on our hands.
Well, I said I was doing some research. I had some stats sent to me by our very own Richard Isaacs. Thank you very much, Richard. And I just want to touch on it for a second.
Dean again to George. George again, perfect forward defensive. Just goes back to the bowler though.
Just looking at the over split, so when batting in the power play, these two teams are the least prolific in terms of run rate in the power play, in the competition.
Is that right?
Since the start of last year, they don't score very quickly or very many runs in the power play.
George works out into the gap on the leg side. There'll be a single. She moves on to 23, 92 for 7.
So the Central Sparks will be wanting to restrict as much as they can the Southern Vipers in the power play. Only score at a run rate of 3.68. Diamonds at the top of the tree of 4.85. So if they can restrict them in the power play and take some wickets, they'll be thinking they're in the game.
Dean again. And that's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Nice looking shot. Wembley Windsor's not going to get there, and he's 4. And we haven't had a boundary for quite a while. Nice little flick of the wrists there from Thackrell. And that takes the total on to 96 for 7, and Thackrell on to 8. That's an interesting stat. Yeah, 2 sides here that are not particularly good in the power play.
No, But then as soon as you get out the power play, overs 11 to 40, Central Sparks still stay bottom of the pile.
Lovely backward defensive back to the bowler by Fackrell. Ends that over number 34, gone, 96 for 7.
Only averaging a run rate of 4.3 in overs 11 to 40, but the Vipers become a lot more prolific in their run scoring, run rate of 5.12, so they become a little bit more dangerous as you go through the innings. Mary Taylor, we're going to see some more seam from the one seamer that's on offer for the Vipers.
She's switching ends as well to the Dibley end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10 for the England under-19 player.
Yeah, she's learning a lot from being in this team, speaking to her and going on tours like to Sri Lanka and playing in different conditions and having to change her bowling style, and it will forever help her. She's moved up from the academy into this team, and she's just looked at home of her really since she's come into the team. She's been really, really confident, and but loves learning, loves being a part of this setup.
Yeah, playing her 14th Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game today. Right arm over, runs in now and bowls to Katie George. George drives, it's past mid-wicket. I think that's Maya Boucher there. It's gone down towards deep mid-wicket. Throw comes in from Freya Kemp. Falls over as she does so. Bangs the floor. Frustration. I don't know if that's the falling over or the throw or the fact they got 2 or...
Probably all of the above.
I think you're right. I think it's a bit of each. 98 for 7. George moves on to 25. An important innings for her and for the side. Well, mainly for the side, as the sun comes out.
I wish it'd sign in here.
Yes, well under. Oh, that's a lovely drive. Gone quickly up to mid-on. No run there.
There was an incident earlier between Charlie Dean, was just fielding the ball at mid-on, and Katie George was batting, and Katie's just shouldered her arms as if to say, go on, throw the ball at me again, why don't you? We'll take 5 more.
Oh, that's what happened earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
And they're just having a little joke about it now.
Yeah. Stop the game for a few minutes, didn't it? Taylor bowls, trying to whip that away, gets wrapped on the pad as it goes out on the leg side. Rhea Sousby's quickly from behind the stumps. I'm just waiting for Rose Dovey to signal leg byes, which she does. I'll get the name right in a minute. It's not Rosie and it's not Povey. It's Rose Dovey.
Somewhere in the middle of the two. I thought you were going to call her Rosie Posey. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a nursery rhyme.
Oh, that bird's back.
Yeah, I know. It's quite scary, actually. I'm really glad I'm in here.
It's huge. You don't see too many of them around Southampton as that's driven out towards extra cover. Emily Windsor comes round. They're going to take 2. Throw comes in at the bowler's end, and it needed to hit direct. Even then, I think George would have been home. And it's 90 for 7.
Possibly threw at the wrong end there. Rebecca was struggling as she was running towards the keeper's end, but Emily Windsor decided to throw at the end that was closest to her, which was the bowler's end.
It's definitely hovering, I can see it. It's looking menacing.
You're stressing me out now.
Sorry, I know. Well, I'm stressed out looking at it, I can assure you. Beautiful drive up to mid-off, fielded by Georgia Adams. When I saw it, who was it took the food out of?
James Hibbard sat here, and then one of the Central Sparks players earlier to our right got something whipped out of her hand as well. Yeah, so it's had 2 goes.
Oh no, you see, look, they're enticing it now. There's somebody over there holding a crisp out. No, that's no. That's like, you know when they say don't feed the ducks, and then somebody goes there with the bread. Oh, it's in the air, falls just short of extra cover. That's Georgia Elwes. End of the over there from Mary Taylor. Rhea Fackrell just a little uppish with that backward push shot, and that's 40 overs completed, I think. The scoreboard showing 35. I think it's just dropped back. Oh no, it's 35, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 35.
Yeah, that's me. That's my fault. 35. I'm ahead of the game there. So 101 for 7 here. The Sparks haven't been 84 for 7. Izzy Wong the last out for the Sparks.
We have Lindsay Smith coming back to replace Charlie Dean from the Deer Park end. Just getting her field right. She bowled 8 earlier. Yep, 8, 2 for 16. She bowled very well. 4 of them were maidens. She bowled brilliantly well. Got rid of Avi Freeborn, who was bowled, and brilliant caught and bowled, wasn't it, Kev? To her right hand side. Bearing in mind she's left-handed dominant. It was a brilliant catch. Down low to her right. Went quickly. That was Amy Campbell, and she fell for 1. 2 to her name so far. She blows into her hands, trying to warm them up. She's in now. to George, who's forward on the front foot defending, and George Elwes comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. She runs back to her mark every time, and I think it's just literally just to keep warm. I don't think it's to increase the over rate or anything. I think it's literally just to keep warm. And I don't blame her. Full as George, and she looks for a single. Brianna Southby's out quickly from behind the stumps to collect that one. No run is able to be taken. There's a bit of space on the leg side to grab a single if they want it, but the Vipers hunting down every single run inside that ring. George driving, lovely shot through the covers. It's going to the right-hand side of the fielder, Charlie not out there. He fumbles slightly, falls over, but does get the throw back in. 2 more is collected. 103 for 7 now. 2 more to Katie George's score. She moves on to 27. Slightly too wide there from Lindsay Smith. Allows George to free her arms slightly. She waits again. Full delivery, although George was on the back foot. It was too full to cut. And Charlie Dean's hovering in there inside the ring at extra cover to do the fielding. That sun's lovely now, shining down on the ground in front of us. Shorter this time from Smith, and good fielding from Dean inside the circle once again to restrict George from taking any more from it. Smith in again, cutting is George to point. Mary Taylor does the fielding that time. I think those balls are probably a bit too full to cut, but she's still trying to get it through the offside. No run is taken. 103 for 7, 36 gone.
Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte Taylor will be back a bit later. Phil Green will be coming in alongside me, Kevin James. Phil Green, the manager of the Hursley Ladies Club, just outside Winchester, National League South Club. So 103 for 7 here at Wormsley, 36 gone, 14 to do if Central Sparks bat out. And Katie George on 27, really. The one hope that will get Sparks up to maybe, I don't know, 150, 160, which in the end will probably be a slightly more competitive score, Phil, than we thought at one stage at 84 for 7, as that's pushed out behind square by Fackrell.
Yeah, they've done well. Well, Katie George has done well to turn this around a little bit.
She has.
And it's got a bit warmer since I was last on. I actually set off at the start of my time off there to go and get a jumper from the car. I never got to the car because I got talking to someone, and now I realised I didn't actually need one anyway at the moment.
Well, when the sun comes out, it's fine. It's just when it goes in. Outside the off stump, left alone. Southby is standing up. I mentioned about the score, that Central Sparks last year 183 for 9 in this game, and that really did put the Vipers under pressure.
Yeah.
They did get home, admittedly in the 42nd over, but there were 7 down. They lost early wickets. Georgia Adams and Charlie Dean in the middle order got them back on track, but for a while the game could have gone either way. So that's probably a score we're looking at, as that's wrapped on the pad. Fackrell, as she was trying to work that away on the leg side. So anything maybe just slightly short of that, and I think the Sparks will be reasonably happy, Phil.
Yeah, I think you've got to set your sights on what I was saying earlier. When you start off batting, you always sort of have to score in mind, don't you? But you have to adjust as you go. And I think they'd take 180 right now. Absolutely, they would.
Be a great effort.
Grab your hand off. Yeah.
Be a great effort from this position. Down the leg side. Good stop there from Southby, but that'll be another wide. There's been a few in this Vipers bowling effort. I'm just trying to count up. There's been 7 from Charlie Dean, 1 Lindsay Smith, a couple Charlie Knott, and that's Mary Taylor's first one. Right, our medium pacer comes in again, right to left as we look, and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot turned through mid-wicket by Rhea Fackrell. Again, it's Freya Kemp out there in the deep, way in the deep. I'm just looking at that hill which rises above us, past that site, the scoreboard there. Oh. What a great view that must be if you can get to the top of that hill and look down on this ground. What a view that must be. That's
why the sheep have all gone to the top of it, so they get a better view of the cricket, isn't it? I think.
But I'd go even higher, because there's like the field, which is obviously at an angle, and then there's trees behind it, but just to the left where there's a gap in the trees.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to get up there. Fackrell drives. Again, only as far as Georgia Elwes said, extra cover. That would be, if I had time, or if you're allowed, I'd love to go up
I'm
there.
not sure you go up there and back in your half hour off.
I'd need all day. Top spot, that's for sure. Is all round, not just up there. Fackrell drives up to mid-off. Georgia Adams, the fielder there. She's doing well to shield that bad finger of hers. She dislocated her finger at the weekend. She has it heavily plastered, and you wouldn't notice in the field or bowling.
No. And I said earlier, though she got that, she stood at slip for Mary Taylor, didn't she? So obviously sort of happy to battle through the pain. But having said that, she's coming off at the minute. Coming off the field temporarily, I guess, and Alice Monaghan's taking her place.
She has taken a little blow on it.
I think Emily Windsor takes over the armband, or the metaphorical armband at this point. We're going to have Lindsay Smith bowling her last over, 2 for 18 at the moment. She's going to bowl out. She's bowling to Rhea Fackrell. The last time I saw Rhea Fackrell playing was in Spain just before Christmas.
Right.
She was playing for a very last minute. England were asked to send a team out to an international tournament, an England 11, as it was called, and Rhea Fackrell was playing in that for that England side, and that Smith bowls, and that's left alone by Fackrell outside the off stump.
Who else was involved in that then?
Millie Taylor was there, Mary's sister, who's with the Vipers Academy, I believe. Smith in again, and that's defended by Fackrell. Megan Sturge, who's in the Vipers squad today, sat in front of us at the moment. She was there. Beth Morgan was there as the coach, who's obviously the Vipers, one of the Vipers coaching staff. Maddie Ward was the wicket keeper. That one's played back down the ground again for no run.
Who she played for?
Got a feeling she's from the Welsh side of things. I think she's probably Western Storm. Not sure. Smith again, and that's just defended out the offside. Most of them are the sort of girls that are in the academies of the various regional sides, but it was good side.
Yeah.
Thrown together at short notice. Smith in, back foot of this type of Fackrell, and she's forced that away square. I think there's only going to be the one. Yeah, they turned down the second. So just a single, taking the score up to 106. And yeah, it was interesting against other countries, and it was quite interesting. The commentators, because it was on the ECN network, referred to it as England a few times, and then got corrected that they weren't allowed to call it England. It had to be an England 11. But this one's played off the back foot for George in the same gap for a single. But I think as far as the young girls who were playing were concerned, they felt they were playing for England, and that's why not? Why not? Because they were representing their country abroad. But yeah, it's an interesting competition. The Netherlands were their main competition, to be honest.
I'm just looking. Maddie Ward was on the that England under-19
Yeah, I think she was.
trip to Australia, to Sri Lanka, where they played Sri Lanka as well as Australia.
There's a lot of girls around that sort of age and around that sort of team. The captain was actually Kiara Green, who's a bit more senior and has played for the Vipers in the past.
Yeah.
She was the captain over there. Did a good job.
The year before, Maddie Ward was out with the under-19s at the World Cup.
Yeah. Good keeper.
Yeah. Mary Taylor continue from that Dibley end, the right to end as we look right to left as she bowls, because we are at deep point, and Katie George pushes that up to mid-off. Pleasant shot there, just a push shot to deepish mid-off. 107 for 7 then, we're in the 39th over.
Katie George has been very positive today, just even in her defensive shots. They're quite positive defensive shots, aren't they? A lot of intent there.
Agree, there's a lot hit in the middle of the bat,
Yeah.
even if it's defending. Taylor bowls. All George plays and misses, just to say, well, actually, I think that might just have nipped away. Katie George, just as batters do from time to time, just make that little gesture with their hand to suggest that the ball has just nipped away somewhat. So maybe still a little bit of seam movement here. Of course, the Central Sparks will be hoping there's still a bit here. Very much a seam dominated attack here, the Sparks, as that's driven up to extra cover. George Elwes has been an absolute brick wall in that position here today.
As you were saying earlier, it's sort of taken over from Paige Schofield. Used to be specialist there for the Vipers, didn't she?
Paige Schofield and Maya Boucher. Yep. Extra cover and mid-wicket. Oh, formidable. Here's Taylor again as well. George drives strongly past backward a point, past a diving Lindsay Smith. And it's not going to quite go all the way because Emily Windsor comes round from deep cover. Does well. Gets a couple of rounds of applause, as you just heard there. Near our microphone. Yep. Well, it wasn't near our microphone, it was just near us. 109 for 7.
Well, there's not a lot of spectators here today, but there is a little pocket just down in front of where, or just behind where Emily fielded that ball. That's the biggest collection of supporters.
Yeah. Oh, George is trying to pull that one away. Little, probably not too short. Ball goes maybe just over the top of the stump. Southby not taking that one cleanly enough. But, it just bounces away quite harmlessly. But, that was an extravagant shot there from Katie George.
Yeah.
Normally you play that to a ball that's a little shorter than that. Taylor in again and bowls. George drives out towards Windsor. It's gone straight to her this time. Easier fielding for her. One bounce into Rhianna Southby, and that's the end of Mary Taylor's over. So 39 overs have been completed. And the Sparks are, well, they're inching there, aren't they?
Well, they're certainly looking better than they might have considered at 40 off for 5.
Yep.
And largely down to Katie George. George Adams back on the field now, and she's bowling. Going to be bowling from the Deer Park end. Lindsay Smith now completed her spell, so she's done her bit for the day with the ball. We'll probably be hoping she's not required to contribute the bat as well.
I think it depends on how many the Sparks get here, Phil.
It does, yeah. But it's going to be George Adams into Katie George. Again, she plays very positively, but again, it's cut off at that short extra cover. This time it's Charlie Dean in that position. No run. Adams bowling in a cap over the wicket. George again drives nicely. This time she does get it past the short extra cover, so it's wide enough to get a single. Take the score onto that cricketer's unlucky score, or lucky for some, 1-1-1.
Was it unlucky for you?
Well, I've got, coming from Devon, I am sort of part of that superstition about it. This one's turned into the mid-wicket area for a single, so we're off the score. I don't remember it being particularly unlucky for me, but I remember even as a youngster in Devon, it was always seen as the unlucky number, and like they wouldn't put it on the score if you were batting. If it was on 110 and the next run was scored, they didn't put the score up. They've never put 1-1-1 on the board. This one's just defended back down the wicket. So I've sort of always had that in my mind, but I think it's only a Devon thing originally, I think. So everyone looked at me a bit stupid when I came up to the Hampshire and sort of said about 1-1-1 being there. This one's just defended back down to mid-on. No run.
That bird was back while you were talking. It was quite close, just to our left.
Again, it's just defended on the offside. Yeah, it could have proved unlucky for me 1-1-1 if the bird had swooped down and taken my lunch at that point or something. But the score very quickly moved on to 1-1-2, and that's what it's on now at the end of the 30th over. Sorry, the 40th over, isn't it?
40th,
I think it's 40. Yeah, it's the ball.
Not put the 4 up.
1-1-2 for 7. Katie George on 32 and Rhea Thacker on 13. So another handy little stand here for the Sparks. These two came together when the score was 84. So they put on 28 valuable runs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think inch themselves towards 150, I think, 160. I think they'll fancy their chances with that bowling attack. Here's Mary Taylor, bowls, and Thackrell in behind that one, plays that back to Taylor. Taylor's into her 7th over here, none for 19. She's bowled very accurately indeed.
Yeah.
Straight Very straight, nice easy action, isn't it, as well, really? It's nice, smooth, rhythmical action.
And she certainly seems to put a bit of pace on since she started playing with the Pipers. I suppose you would do as you're obviously developing.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because we're side on and it looks a bit quicker than...
Comes in again. Fractal drives, goes out to point. Lindsay Smith-Fields. Yeah, she probably has put on a fraction, I think, since last year. Still only 19.
Yeah.
She has 16 wickets from her. Well, she's into her 14th match now, Mary Taylor. That's pulled away in the air, but safe. Down towards deep square leg, where Freya Kempfield's looking forward to seeing her back. She's been in good form, hasn't she, throughout the winter, as well as runs on at the weekend against the South East Stars. Runs for England.
And starting to bowl again.
So I hear, yes. Yeah, she's not far away, apparently.
Which is good.
She's bowling in the nets, isn't she, and what have you, so which is good. Length ball again, and George comfortably in behind that, but you can just tell George feels confident out there, the way she's just holding her pose and holding the shot, and even when it's defensive, it pings off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, she's been very impressive today. She
has 32 very solid runs from Katie George. As Taylor comes in again and bowls, and George goes for the little one-handed, the get down on one knee sweep shot that's gone very fine. And that is 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Just erred in line there, did Mary Taylor.
Yes, good shot selection. Huge gap down there. There's a deep backward square, but nobody fine of that. So plenty of room out there.
Gone fast, hasn't it? Yeah, just watching that on the live picture feed. That was way outside leg stump. The shot, it was asking for a shot to be played like that. One of the few she's erred down the leg side. Mary Taylor comes in again and bowls. That's whipped away behind square. That'll be a single. It's picked up cleanly, so it's just a single for George, who moves on to 37. And 118 for 7 at the end of the 41st over, so we've got 9 overs to do here at Wormsley. 6 runs off that Mary Taylor over.
Certainly get through their overs quickly, Vipers, don't they?
Oh, that was lovely.
2 1/4 hours they've taken to bowl 41. You wouldn't get that in many games.
The old men's 50 over competition, I think, which will come later in the year, they get about another hour.
Well, an IPL innings takes about this long, doesn't it? We've got 41 overs in.
No mucking about.
Georgia Adams again from the Deer Park end. And Katie George just defends that one back down the ground. Quickly rounding in again. And this time off the back foot, and that's a good shot from Katie George, but she can't get it past Lindsay Smith at backward point. Feels well moving to her right. So 2 dot balls to start the over from Georgia Adams. This time Georgia turning it on the leg side. There's an easy singles. Emily Windsor comes in off the square leg boundary. So we've got a square leg, deep square leg, a deep mid wicket and a deep long on. 3 fielders out on the leg side. And one of them's actually now coming into the circle at long on for Thackrell. And deep cover on the offside. That's a nice looking shot from Thackrell, sort of on drive. Quite a fluent shot, but can't get it through past the field. No run. Mid on now drops back. And this time she goes on the offside, but only as far as mid off, so another dot, so another dot ball chewed up.
They're both stylish, these players, actually, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're looking quite good from now, from the minute. That time off the back foot, Thackrell's got it through for a single, as the mid-on has now been pushed back. Bouchier. And there's a single to end the over, and again they're jogging round between the overs, getting as many as possible, partly for over 8 and partly to keep warm, I guess. A combination of the 2 things, but there's a lot of movement between the overs. It's 127 or 42.
8 to do. And this rate, we're going to get all 8 in, I think. I thought at one stage the Sparks would be bowled out well before 50, but Katie George in good form. She got 32, second top score for the Sparks at the weekend win against Blaze. Abby Freeborn was the top scorer there with 53 out of the 213 for 9. So she started the season well with the bat as the former Hampshire women's player.
Yep.
Former Western Storm player. That's Charlie Knott back into the attack, the Australian, who bowled very well in her opening spell. 8 overs, 2 for 19. So she's also bowling in a cap. She's bowling to Fackrell, left alone outside the off stump. It's called a wide.
Probably not the same reason for wearing a cap as we were told that Georgia Adams has got.
No, hopefully there's nothing wrong with her fingers. Again, that's a nice shot off the back foot. That's going for 4, back past the bowler, and it's bisected mid on and mid off.
That's a great shot.
That's well timed, that one. Slightly short there from Charlie Knott. And off the back foot, that's thrashed away. That's right out of the middle of the bat.
It's not an easy shot, that is it? Off
That's
the
not.
back foot, sort of straight back past the bowler.
It's not, you're right, and to beat mid on and mid off, who
Yeah.
weren't exactly close. 125 for 7. There is a deep mid on now, not surprisingly after that shot. Rather quietly turned on the leg side this time by Fackrell. I just watched that first ball, the opening ball, the wide. It didn't turn at all, whereas Charlie Knott was getting the ball to turn in her first spell. Keep an eye on that because we're square on, so it's difficult to tell from here. But it does look as though the way the batters are playing that the ball's perhaps not turning quite as much, because that, again, that's comfortably off the back foot. Played back to the bowler by Fackrell. Yeah, it's probably just going a fraction off the straight, but nothing more. It was a bit more turn earlier. Fackrell's forward again. It's gone to mid wicket again. Boucher's there. Yeah, that's unusual. That you would have thought it would turn just as much now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But it's not, really. Not again, fly-tiered down the leg side. That'll be another wide.
Good take.
There's been a few wides
Yeah, a lot
in
of
this
wides.
innings, hasn't there? Collectively, Charlie Dean, the biggest culprit, with 7. Charlie Knott's about 5 now, I think, if I'm counting right. Not bowls, full, and she's driven over the top of that one. Half claim for a catch there from Southby behind the stumps. Yeah, I shouldn't think Charlotte Edwards is pleased with that many. Wides, short, pulled, but straight to Maya Boucher at mid-wicket. And that will be the end of that over. 42 gone, I think it is. It might be 43.
It's got
43, it's got
to be
for
an odd
43.
number.
Yeah, 43.
Yeah.
Yeah. 126 is the total for 7. Casey George on 38. 19
About
to
a couple-
Ria Fackrell.
Had a couple of unusual, well, not necessarily unusual, but umpiring incidents in this game, because we've had the 5 penalty runs, as we talked about earlier, and we also had a 1 short just now, didn't we?
Yes,
So you don't see too many of those at this level either, to be
we
honest.
don't.
Adams in again, and that's a sweep from George, but it's a wide again, down the leg side. So that was...
It's 14 runs. Oh, sorry, 14 wides bowled now.
Yeah, it is a lot, but I say with off spinners, if it's turning a bit, you've got such a small margin for error, haven't you? And that's straighter, and Katie George just works it to mid-on, but can't pierce the field for a single. She has got the mid-on back now, but the short mid-wicket is going to cut off the sort of push shot. This time it's just defended back to Georgia Adams. No run. Adams in again. And again. Almost an action replay. The ball just pushed back down the wicket.
The bird's back, Phil.
It's hovering.
It's hovering
Very
at,
comfy,
it's hovering at fine leg.
It is. That's 3 behind square now. The umpires picked that one up. That one's cut off the back foot by Katie George for a single. She finds the fielder out there on the deep offside boundary. I think that's Ellen McCacken out there. 1 more to Katie George, taking the score to 128, and her personal score up to 39.
You know, a bird like that is a perfect complement to this ground, this area, isn't it?
Yeah. That's played just 2 extra cover for no run. Yeah, these sort of venues should have birds like that,
Yeah,
shouldn't they? Yeah,
but
you're right.
But in the middle of a cricket game,
Yeah.
it's not ideal.
That one's driven back and actually hits the non-striker, Katie George. So she's been hit twice today, by once by a rogue throw, and now by her partner. But no harm done that time. It wasn't moving at that great a pace. And another dot ball. And at the end of the 44th over, Sparks now 128 for 7.
Yep, 6 overs to do. Yeah, I think if you were like in these big Scottish estates and you saw those sort of big game birds and that, you say, oh, this is perfect. This is the perfect English countryside, Scottish countryside, whatever you want to say. But when you've got a cricket game and you see a huge bird like that hovering around, it's a bit unnerving, really.
It is when you've got your lunch out.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where I'm going to eat mine, actually. I'm going to go in the car, close the doors, shut up the windows. Charlie Knott bowls. That's pulled away by Katie George along the ground, down to deep square leg, and she moves on to 40 now. Sparks just hanging on, really, in the lower middle order, trying to push up that total to a defendable or something to bowl at anyway, total, as that's worked away on the leg side for a single. Fackrell moves on to 20, giving Katie George some very good support here. These two have put on 36.
Yeah.
Oh no, 46.
46, yeah.
Charlie Knott to Katie George. George on the back foot, cuts that away down, well, up towards Windsor, who's in front of us. 131 for 7 now.
Danny White's just arrived at the ground. She's still in front of us, joining her Vipers teammates on the bench there in front of us.
Not playing today. The other two England players, Maya Boucher has pushed out square on the offside, no run. Maya Boucher and Charlie Dean, who come back from having a rest. Danny's still having a rest. Not bowls, lovely drive from Rhea Fackrell, goes out towards extra cover. They'll take 2 as Emily Windsor throws the ball into the bowler's end. Nice shot. Some lovely drives coming in here at the moment.
Yeah, that's well run too.
It is.
Katie George just set off straight away, didn't she? No hesitation.
133 for 7 there. Slowly but surely getting themselves into a half decent position here as Knott bowls again, slightly quicker, and Fackrell's on the back foot, pushes that out towards extra cover, and that will be the end of the over. So 45 overs gone. The Vipers winning the toss, elected to bowl first. 133, 5 runs off that to Charlie Knott's over.
Yeah, and I guess if they go 5 runs and over from here, 25, 158, they'd probably be happy with that now, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, which gives them something. As I say, last year 183 they got, and the Vipers struggled for a while getting that. So yeah, you'd think they need a few more yet, but it's more than we thought at one stage. That bird is still. I hate to keep going on about it, but we have to keep our eye on it, don't we?
Yeah, well, it looks like it's coming straight at us at some point, doesn't it?
You have to keep your eye on it.
Yeah. We're assuming it's the same one all the time. There might be several of them actually, but it does look very familiar. So we've got Mary Taylor coming back on now. She's got 3 overs to bowl, so presumably her and George Adams will bowl out as the other 3 bowlers have completed their 10. And Mary Taylor into Katie George, and that's nicely played on the onside. But again, only going to be the 1 as Freya Kemp moves in off the mid-wicket boundary. So edging the score up to 134. That's the 50 partnership, I think, for these two. So,
Yes.
Very good effort for the 8th wicket. In there to Thackrell. And that's nicely played again, but she can't force it past Charlie Dean at short extra cover. So no run, but good positive shot from Thackrell. Does look good player for number 9.
She does, doesn't she? Very composed, very calm.
Takes a very low stance, doesn't she? Sort of gets very low in the ground, then stands up just before the ball gets to her. That's down the leg side and will be a wide. Good take by Southby, but it's a wide. Adding up to that particular tally today, that's now 17, I think, is it? 15.
15.
15, yeah. Taylor in again. That's playing to mid-wicket. That one's just missed out by Thackrell outside the off stump. I'm just going to hand over to Charlotte Taylor, who's moving in. Kev's got to go and do his 1 o'clock report to the rest of the world.
Thank you, Phil.
Taylor in the game. That is played to mid-wicket. Oh, and that throw in there from Chiltrell was almost hit the batter. Might have caused another penalty run to be called, but she ducked out of the way. Taylor in again. This time Thackrell makes room for herself by stepping away the leg and flicks it away. It's for 4, that's another 4 to Thackrell. Interesting in batting there because she stood away outside leg stump to make room. I think Taylor followed her and
she held her ground in the
she
end.
held her ground and flicked through square leg. So it's a case of the batter out foxing the bowler a little bit then, I think.
It was a good shot, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Flicked it off her legs nicely, and it, even though it's uphill this way, it absolutely flew to the boundary. A couple of bounces and into the hill.
It did. And the score's now 139 for 7 at the end of 46.
4 overs to go then, Phil. I said 170. They might
Yeah,
get going a little bit. They couldn't be that far away from that, to be perfectly honest
I
with you.
think you're going to be pretty close there to Charlotte.
George Adams then to continue. Just her and Mary Taylor left to bowl their overs out as Dean Smith and Knott have all completed their 10.
And he really come in with 5 bowlers, didn't they? Frontline
Yeah.
bowlers, certainly. Who would have bowled had there been an injury?
Ella McCacken bowls a little bit of a leg spin.
Okay.
Yep, she's probably about the only one, to be honest with you.
Emily Windsor would be putting her hand up, no doubt. But,
Yeah, she'll be having it. Yeah, but she's got a bit of a back niggle, so
okay.
maybe not. Adams then down the leg side this time. We're going to get 1. Just see what Rose Davey signals. It'll be a leg bye.
And Georgia Ellis bowl at all nowadays? Again, she obviously used to be a bowler.
Yeah, again, struggling with injury, so just making sure that we protect some of our players.
Yeah.
So just going in with the 5. Adams again then to Thackrell, works it to leg. Maya Boucher runs round to her right and does some good fielding. Stops the 2, although Freya Kemp was lurking behind her, so may not have picked up 2. 1-4-1 for 7. Adams tosses the ball from one hand to another, stands at the top of her mark. Bounds past Rose Davey and sweeping is George to the fielder at deep square and picks up 1 more. McCacken does the fielding out there. 1 more to the total, 142 for 7. George moves to 43. 7 away from her half century. On the back foot this time is Thackrell, returns the ball to Adams, the wicket keeper. Got 32 last time out. Katie George finds herself 43 not out here. Pushing his Thackrell off the back foot. Just 1 more to Charlie Knott, fielding it deep mid off. Or long off, should I say. 1 more to the total. Just need to make sure they don't leak too many in these last few to the Vipers. Defending is George, back to George Adams. Good ball to finish that one, the 47th. 143 for 7. Good partnership this. Thackrell 28, George 43.
Yeah, because as you were saying earlier, the last year in this equivalent game, 183 was the first inning score and almost proved enough for Central Sparks. So not necessarily a high scoring venue. And we're going to have Mary Taylor from the Deer Park end. We haven't seen any deer, as we pointed out earlier, but
We might not be able to from here, I suppose.
all we can see behind there's cars, so it should be the car park end, really.
Yeah, it could be anything, really.
But anyway, it's the Deer Park end, we're told. And the discussion about the field, but they've now sorted it out. George Adams going back to, well, I'll say they slipped, but she's now gone back to on the ring at the third. Taylor's in. That was gone for that one and just got away with it on the offside. Gone in the air on the drive, and they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, that's good running. Just didn't quite get enough of it. Went up and over the infield, just to the left-hand side of Ella McCacken, but didn't get enough of it to get it to the boundary.
But another useful 2 runs for Thackrell. She's up to 30.
Oh, she's batting well here.
Taylor in again. Again, that's a similar shot. She's just got it over mid-off, and that'll go for 4. That's over McCacken at mid-off, just about. That's what she was trying to do the ball before, I think. This time got a better contact and just cleared mid-off.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, isn't it?
It is.
Just play with a straight bat. Got the middle of it.
And going offside rather than leg side, because on the onside you've got someone back and the offside mid-off's up, so it's the better option. Obviously, you can get over mid-off. They haven't changed that in the field. They've made a couple of other adjustments, but still got mid-off. You've now got someone going on to 45 at the leg, on the leg side.
This field suggests it's going to be a little bit straighter for Mary Taylor.
Yeah. And it's turned into that gap that was created on the leg side. Winds is in quickly off the boundary to prevent them coming back for a second, which they had contemplated. That's one more to Thackrell. She's on to 35 and the score's up to 150, which is something they probably didn't look at.
Yeah, they'd be thinking that was a bare minimum.
At 84 for 7, they'd be very happy to get to here. Taylor in now to Katie George. And that's another big expansive shot. She's found the gap on the offside, sort of sliced it away. That's going to run away for another 4. That's gone between the 2 fielders behind square on the off. Another boundary. The score moving on to 154. So really good runs late in the day here for Sparks. And Katie George closing in on a half century. Excellent effort from her. Taylor in again. This is a slower ball, it's a full toss, and George has managed to lift it down to long on for a single. Just got under that, but didn't hit it hard enough to carry any light to the fielder. But another single. She's up to 48, and the score's 155.
It's one of her slower innings, Katie George. This has been a valuable one.
It is. She's scoring at about 50, strike rate about 50 at the moment. Taylor in again, and that's another nice shot from Thackrell down the ground, but she's only going to get 1. She lofts it down to long on. Bouchier throws it all the way back along the long end to Southby to end up the over at 156 for 7, 2 overs remaining. And yeah, a good comeback from Sparks.
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? They've had to almost get themselves back in this game, losing wickets early in the first portion of this game. Lost 3 in the power play, and they've rebuilt since then.
Shows the value of the sort of old adage of batting the overs, though, isn't it? You know, if you stay up there long enough, eventually runs will come. That's what you sort of say to youngsters when you coach, isn't it? But it still stands, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's no demons in this pitch either. No. It's a good batting wicket. Just got to stay in there long enough, as these two have proved. Build a partnership, and then you can expand from there. 2 overs to go then. One of these bowled by George Adams now from the Dibley end, Yorker length, and driven back past her, and Thacker will pick up one more to her total. She moves to 37, which is a career best for her in this competition.
Were you a fan of the Vicar of Dibley?
Oh, I love
Charlotte,
Vicar of
yeah.
Dibley. There was,
Yeah.
there was a scene once where Dawn French falls down a puddle. And I say
Yeah.
falls down the puddle because she literally ends up neck deep in the puddle, and it's one of my favourite scenes of all time. Back foot cutting this time, she gets it through the infielders. George, it's running away from George Elwes. It's going to go all the way. Yeah, gives up. Oh no, she doesn't give up the chase. She does a sprawling dive, but it ends up over the rope. That's Katie George's 50. She's batted brilliantly. 50 off 98 balls. It's a slow one. It's her third in this competition. And she raises her bat, and Sparks needed her to do what she's done today. 52 not out, and with a little bit more to do. They'd like to get up. They're on 161 now, the Sparks, but they'd like to get up above that 170 mark.
Excellent half century from Katie George.
Adams in again. George uses her feet this time, lofts it down to long on. There's a fielder waiting. It's a brilliant catch. Charlie Dean almost runs past it, but ends up taking the catch above her head. And I thought she may have hurt herself for a minute. She landed on her neck, but she didn't in the end. It was a brilliant catch. I thought she misjudged it.
She did misjudge it, didn't she? She misjudged it, ran in, and then realised it was going over her head, but took it, as you say, spectacularly over her head, and then sort of did a backward roll, almost landed on her head going backwards, but she seems fine.
But a brilliant catch.
Yeah.
Going to give a round of applause for Katie George, I have no doubt, because she's played a brilliant innings for her team. 52 off 99 deliveries. Just listen to that applause. Much needed by her team. And she's done a brilliant job to get her team up to a respectable total. As the Sparks find themselves now 161 for 8.
Yeah, very good contribution from Katie George, and finished with a very good catch.
Yeah, it was a great catch, wasn't it? In the end,
Yeah.
she definitely misjudged it.
It's one of those, if she'd probably stayed where she was, it was just a straightforward catch, wasn't it? But anyway.
Just don't tell her that.
It's sometimes very hard to judge in those situations.
Yeah, she was doing it for the photographer, Dave Oakes, no doubt will be lurking somewhere, getting a good grab of that. But nonetheless, 161 for 8 here now, the Sparks. 1.5 overs left to do some damage. Get them up to a total above 170 is what I said, about halfway. So it looks like that's going to be fairly accurate. But they just needed to break that partnership because it was potentially going to get a little bit dangerous. They need to keep the new batter. Potts is the new batter. She's going to need to kept on strike for as long as possible.
She's a tall girl, isn't she? A tall, imposing figure at the crease. The bird swooped down. It's on the ground now.
Birdgate. It's been the topic of conversation
Yes.
during this broadcast. Probably heard more about the bird than you have about the cricket. Anyway, George Adams full starts. Goes to the back top of her mark. She's in 2 pots now. He's defending. Georgia retrieves that in her follow through. 2 overs to go in this, the penultimate of the Sparks innings. Potts waits. Shorter delivery this time, and she tries to drive through extra cover. Doesn't beat George Elwes, who's lurking at extra cover. Does the fielding. So Ringer fielders on the offside. Covers up if she wants to try and access that area. She goes leg side this time into the pocket. Dean runs round to her right hand side at long on. Does the fielding. Cuts off 2, or no, does she? Yes, she does. They thought about 2 and decided against it. Brilliant fielding from Charlie Dean. 162 for 8. 1 over to go, Phil.
Yeah, it'll be Mary Taylor to bowl it. There's not a lot of option, as we said before. Not that she wouldn't be the bowler of choice, I'm sure, anyway. But, just the 5 bowlers she employed today by Vipers.
Yeah, just got the five options coming into this game. As I said earlier, Ellen McCackenball's a little bit of leg spin if required, but not one of the main 5, so they'll just be reliant on these 5, and they've done well for their team so far.
Yep.
With 1 over to go.
A lot of discussion about the field here, and they're going to settle for a deep long on, deep big wicket, and a deep backward square on the leg side, and on the offside a deep cover, and then everyone else in the ring. George Adams just trotting back to her position at short third as Taylor comes into bowl to Potts, and that's going to be Happened to be bowled again. That's a very wide, to be fair, which makes it an even better take from Southby, because stood up to the stumps, of course, as she has been all day.
Yeah, it feels much more comfortable stood up to the stumps.
Yeah, well, she
just
gets
stood
plenty
back.
of practice in this side, that's for sure. Taylor in again. And that's a nice shot from Potts. As she got through, she has got it through, and that's going to be 4 down to mid-off. Using her long reach there and hitting through the line, really, and cracking it past mid-off.
Yeah, it's always one of the best things in cricket when your lower order tail come in, not known for their batting, and absolutely smokes one past the infield.
Just
and
bonus runs, aren't they? Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't dropped the mid-off back here, because not just because of that shot, but she looks the sort of player, based on the fact that she's got such long reach, that's going to go
straight,
try and go down the ground, and you think you might protect it back there, but who knows. Anyway, Taylor in again, and this time she tries to turn it on the leg side, and it's a stifled appeal for LBW, but they come through for the leg bye.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith chooses not to throw that. She came in from point quickly, but there's nobody backing up, so a smart move not to throw that.
Yeah, there's no fielder in the circle on this side nearest us, so as you say, Charlotte, everyone would have to come in off the boundary, and they would have been able to get through had there been an overthrow. So sensible cricket from Smith, and this now into Thackrell. Taylor into Thackrell. Slower ball. Thackrell has lofted that straight to Freya Kemp and the deep mid-wicket boundary, but unfortunately she couldn't hold on to it, and they've come through for a single. Really should have been taken, you have to say, but it wasn't. It's a single to Thackrell, and it's now up to 169.
Yeah, how much damage would that have caused?
Taylor into Potts, and that's gone for the big shot again, and it's beaten everything, I think, and gone through for a bye. It just escaped Southby and went down to backward square level on the angle there. I think that's Charlie Knott there. They got through for a bye, and Taylor in again now to Thackrell. She's chipped this one again down towards Kemp. It's well short this time. They're going to come back for a second. I think they're going to be well short, in fact a long way short, but you have to really run at that stage. She came back for a second run that was never there, and Kemp's return to Southby caused her to be run out by, well, several yards, to be honest. But sort of thing you see at this stage of an innings, just going for it anyway, why not? There's only one ball to go. The only person who's probably not particularly pleased with that is the number 11, who had Hannah Baker, who actually had her coat on and was quite happy, I think, and then all of a sudden realised she had to go out there for one ball. But at least she's going to be on strike.
Yeah, another good contribution there from...
Very good effort from Rhea Thackrell.
Yeah, good round of applause from her teammates. Understand how important that innings was for the team. 171 for 9, and as you say, Hannah Baker's got to come out for 2 deliveries, I think
it is. Was it 2, actually?
Oh,
okay.
No, I think it's just 1, actually.
Yeah.
The scoreboard hasn't quite caught up on my screen. I think it's just 1 delivery to go. Let me just refresh and see what that's saying.
I think that was the 5th ball, 5th legal ball.
Yeah, one to go.
Yeah, and Baker on strike. So could see another run out, because I'm sure they'll go anyway. Taylor in again, and Baker hits it to mid-off, and they do run, and they get away with it, get through, because the fielder again chose not to take the option of throwing it with nobody backing up on this side. So single to Baker, made it worth her taking her coat off. And she's got 172. She's got the total up to 172 for 9, which is what the Sparks will close on, as predicted by Charlotte Taylor an hour ago.
I did try, Phil.
Well, you were 2 out, actually, on being pedantic, but yeah. 172 from Sparks, and I think the feeling here is that that's a fairly competitive total, and that Vipers will have to bat well to chase that down, but I'm sure they would rather be chasing that than the sort of scores that they could be chasing in this competition. So I think it's one of those cases where both sides are probably coming off quite happy. The Vipers because they're not chasing too many, and the Sparks because they've got a lot more than they look like getting.
Yeah, it's an interesting score, isn't it? 172. It's one of those ones which sits in the middle. Both teams will be feeling like they're in the game, But yeah, good effort by the Sparks in the end to get them up to 172. Okay, just to sum up of the innings so far. So the Vipers winning the toss and fielding first. Eve Jones was the first wicket to fall, 20 for 1. She was run out by Maya Boucher. Next to fall was Davina Perrin, and she tossed one up to Ella McCacken, who caught the ball off the bowling of Charlie Knott, sorry. Abby Freeman was next to go. She was bowled by Lindsay Smith. Amy Campbell next was caught and bowled by Lindsay Smith. Brilliant catch low to her right. Chloe Brewer was next. She was also caught in the covers by Emily Windsor off the bowling of Charlie Knott. And then Emily Arlott was next. She was bowled by George Adams when the score was on 79. Izzy Wong next was caught by Ella McCacken off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Katie George played well. She made 50. Played brilliantly well. She was caught by Charlie Dean. Brilliant catch running in from long on off the bowling of George Adams. And then Ria Thacker was just run out just before the end. She made 38. Brilliant contribution from her. And the score ends 172 for 9 off their 50. The bowlers, 10 overs for Charlie Dean, 1 for 33. Mary Taylor didn't take a wicket, 10 overs, 0 for 52. Lindsay Smith, 10 overs, 2 for 20. She bowled brilliantly. 2 for Charlie Knott off her 10, and 2 for George Adams off her 10. So 172 for 9 was the score, and that is what the Vipers will be chasing, and we will return after a quick break.
Well, welcome back to the Wormsley Cricket Ground in Buckinghamshire for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between the Southern Vipers and the Central Sparks. We've had one innings completed. The Central Sparks, who lost the toss and were asked about first, finished on 172 for 9 from their 50 overs. It was a great comeback at the end because they were 84 for 7 at one stage, and that comeback was led by Katie George, formerly of the Hampshire Women. She made 52 off 99 balls. She shared a 77-run partnership for the 8th wicket with Rhea Fackrell, and Rhea Fackrell was actually the last batter out in the 50th over. Run out going for a second. She went for 39 off 64 balls, and the wickets were shared a bit, but 2 for 20 for Lindsay Smith, 2 for 23 from Georgia Adams, and 2 for 30 for the Australian off-spinner Charlie Knott. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from Hursley Park ladies manager Phil Green, but injured Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor is alongside me with the teams out in the middle and ready to get the second innings underway.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Kev.
Yep. What do you reckon? It's 172 for 9.
I said 170. About 10 overs in, I think I might have said 170. So and I didn't think they were going to get there at one stage. Right. So I think they're in a good position. I think it's one of those tricky totals, isn't it, where you try and chase and, you know, you don't have to go all guns blazing from the start. You've got to be careful and measured, and they do have a good bowling attack. We've seen this before on this ground 1 year ago. So, yeah, it's all to play for, and both teams would like a win. Shall I start?
Yes.
In from the Dibley and Emily Arlott, and carefully defending is Ella McCacken, watching it carefully onto her bat. Almost 2 slips waiting, or a slip in a gully, should I say.
Yes, we have mentioned, haven't we, that this fixture, corresponding fixture here last year between these two sides, Central Sparks 183 for 9, and it looked then that was enough, and it took a spirited middle order Vipers fight back to get over the line there.
Arlott in again, right arm over the wicket. McCacken drops that one onto the offside, and there is no run taken. Throw in from Amy Campbell, but there wasn't a run on.
So I think this is very much game on, isn't it, really? I think the fact that Maya Boucher is back for the Vipers, Charlie Dean is back.
Well, the team battled away to 11. Mary Taylor's carded to come in at 11, and she had potentially opened the batting for Sussex in a county fixture. As Arlott starts everyone up from the edge of the circle. Long one approaches, right arm over to McCacken, who's back and defending the ball into the leg side.
Nice high action, doesn't she?
Yeah, tall girl.
Yeah.
Delivers it from a nice tall position. It'd be the same the other end. I would assume Grace Potts will open the bowling from the other end.
Oh, Phil's got the old cookies out. They look wonderful.
Yeah. Dangerously close to me. Arlott in again. Bowls to McCacken, who just tickles that off her legs. They're going to run the first one hard. Come back for a second. Yep, easily. Just going to see if they signal leg buys here, whether it came off the bat of McCacken. Nope, runs given, so that's 2 to the total. And they're off and running.
They are, yes. I'm just having a look at Emily Arlott's 33 wickets at 27 apiece in this competition for the Sparks, and her best figures of 5 for 29 came against the Vipers. You'll have played in that one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sort of remove that from my memory, really.
2021 down at Hove,
yeah.
5 for 29 Arlott. Sparks winning that one.
Arlott in again. And on the back foot is McCacken and pushes it to Perrin, who's waiting at point, and there is no run. I'm just having a look at the most wickets. Average is 9. 8 wickets against the Vipers, Arlott so far, the most of any bowler. So she is our probably biggest threat. So we can see her off. That'll be good.
Long run up, 25-yard circle. She's right on the discs.
She's in again past Rose Davey, the umpire, and McCacken's flicking that one off her legs to the fielder that comes round to her right. Chloe Brewer out there returns the ball, and 2 more runs to McCacken. I thought that might have been leg buys, but it's not. 4 to the total. 4 off the first then for the Vipers in pursuit of 173 to win this fixture against Central Sparks here at Wormsley.
So we've got Ella McCacken and we've got Maya Boucher opening the batting. Charlie Knott opened the batting on Saturday, didn't she? The Australian overseas player. So I wonder
Yeah.
where she'll bat. Where do you think she'll bat in this
I
lineup?
think she's carded to bat a 3.
Will she come
so
down
just
3?
Sort of Boucher comes in to open the batting and everyone else sort of filters down a little bit.
Yep. Maya Boucher, always good to see her playing for the Vipers. It's a shame that
And she loves playing for the Vipers as well.
she does, yeah. Shame there's no Danny White. She's on the ground, but not actually playing. Going around talking to everybody.
She doesn't even know that you're talking about, which is so funny. I thought we were going to see Grace Potts, but it's actually going to be Izzy Wong that will open the bowling alongside Emily Arlott.
Pacey opening attack. Izzy Wong's also got a 25-yard run-up coming in and bowls. Maya Boucher just works that behind square on the offside. Ball goes quite quickly. Is that Davina Perrin
It
there?
is.
Doing the fielding as a cap fell off, which she took as the ball arrived. Just looking at Maya Boucher, she's had a full winter, hasn't she, with England? 91, and a T20 international at Wellington in March. Amongst,
Yeah, she played well in that series.
yeah,
Did play well.
she's sort of a regular in the T20, isn't she now? There's Wong bowls, way outside off stump. Surely that's a wide. Yes, it is. Some signalled by umpire Ian Blackwell, who's got gloves on.
Don't blame him. My hands are firmly in my pockets and they'll only be coming out if I need to write something down or touch my laptop. Otherwise, they will be staying in my pockets for the foreseeable future.
It's slowly but surely the temperature has dropped, hasn't it, as
Yeah.
the day's worn on. Poor Phil, look,
Put more clothes on.
he's looking.
You just see that more coats go on around the ground.
It's quite funny seeing all the next batters and the players all in these massive black coats. Low full toss, Maya Boucher drives to extra cover off the bottom of the bat. And there's no run. Yeah, I had a chat with Maya during the winter actually, just before she went off for the series against New Zealand. She was also in India, wasn't she, before Christmas?
Yeah.
With England.
Mm-hmm.
England A as
Yeah,
well.
they had two tours in the winter. India and New Zealand.
Wong into Boucher, low full toss. Boucher strokes that beautifully back past the bowler. He won't quite go to the rope, hasn't quite come out of the middle, but just as easy as you like for Boucher that. And that's 2 runs.
Yep, Chloe Brewer does the fielding. Good chase.
I,
Pulled it in about 5 yards. from
Yeah,
the
I'm very biased, but I think Boucher very quickly is becoming the main batter in England. I don't know, is that a huge claim?
Slightly, but
Yeah.
it won't be if you're right in 2 or 3 years.
Well,
But
who's,
yeah.
who's better than her at the moment, do you think?
Well, I would argue that's Siva Brunt, but
Oh right, yes. Well, apart from Silverbrand, I just
But
think the
yes.
way she plays and makes it look easy. Wong bowls, low full toss, driven back past Davina Perrin to back on a point. That should go all the way. Over pitch there from Wong, and with that extra pace, that ball's coming off the bat a little quicker.
yeah, absolutely. And then it goes towards that score box to the left of the ground. It's races down past there. If you get enough of it, it goes very, very quickly to the rope. But 2 full, 2 wide from Wong and punished.
Well, it also looks like she's done some work fitness-wise as well.
Yeah, I think all the girls, they pride themselves on their fitness now, and it's a big part of the game. And you work hard in all areas, cricket and behind the scenes.
Comes in again, does Wong, left to right as we look. Bowls, that's full as well. That's driven just in front of square this time, and that should be the same result. Well, this is an over which is quite full from Izzy Wong. She needs to bring the length back a little bit. It's making it quite easy for Boucher. She's just using the pace of the ball. She's not really trying to hit it too hard. She moves on to 10. It's 15 without loss of Vipers.
Yeah, I would argue that was a better shot, Kev, to be honest with you. She had to wait on it a little bit longer and dissected the point and cover fielders perfectly, and it raced along the floor all the way to the boundary.
15 without loss. Just to say that the bonus point situation, the Vipers will have to get 173 in 40 overs, or by 40 overs. Wong bowls, better length. Forward is Boucher, goes out to Perrin. And the Sparks need to keep the Vipers down to below 137.
Okay.
That's worked out by Phil Green, his
Nice.
mathematics.
Much better than what I would do.
And me. That's why I was confidently saying it. Normally when I do it, I don't quite as confidently say things because I can't. My maths is not as good.
Yeah, so you just rely on somebody else. That's great.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
It's a roundabout. 2 overs gone, 15 without loss.
We're in pursuit of that 40 over mark.
Yeah.
Going well. But just need to play positive cricket. And like I said before, Viper's not the best in the power play in terms of run rate.
Yeah, it was an interesting stat, that.
Yeah, I found that out. I was very impressed with myself. Arlott then to continue on the back foot is McCacken into the offside. No run is taken. As Grace Potts fields at extra cover. Tidies up.
So just remind us of that stat for those that weren't listening or watching before.
Oh no, you test me, I've lost it.
Oh,
now.
sorry, you've
No,
lost
that's all right, I'll find it, don't you worry. Because it was a good one.
It was.
So in the power play, overs 1 to 10, Vipers average a 3.68 run rate, and the highest being the Northern Diamonds at 4.85. As Arlott comes in again, pushed on the front foot as McCacken gets it past Avina Perrin at point. They're going to come through to 2. It's not going to get all the way to the rope. Potts does the fielding. 2 more to the Vipers total. 17 for no loss. And
so
then as soon as they get past that phase, they move into sort of what we call the middle phase, 11 to 40. The run rate increases to 5.2. But it's interesting because you have obviously less fielders out in the power play, so you'd think that maybe the run rate would be slightly higher because of that, but not in the case of the Vipers. All the Sparks in a similar position. Arlott in again on the back foot again as McCacken defending into the offside.
So what you're saying is in the power play, the Vipers are the lowest of all the regional sides, run rate.
In terms of run
and
rate.
it looks like Sparks are the next lowest.
Yeah.
And then when you go to the next 10, the Sparks are still down there.
But the Vipers jump up to second behind the Diamonds at a run rate of 5.12 on average.
That is a good stat.
So not as prolific in the power play as maybe they'd like to be. It's defending again as McCacken into the onside this time.
And
But
yet,
they still managed to win games of cricket. They obviously do it in their own way, but
yeah,
it's just I just thought that was interesting when I saw it. Thanks to Richard Isaacs, who gave me the information.
It's a top stat because I mean I know Maya Boucher doesn't play all the games, but you would think if she's opening up that, you know, and Danny plays the odd one.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to compare that into the. I know T20 cricket is different.
Yeah.
But they're definitely the run rate would be higher in T20 cricket in the power play for sure. Wider this time from Arlott, and McCacken can't quite get it past point. Perrin waits there, and there is no run taken. Just some dots building. I just remember in this fixture last year, it's one of the slips comes out. Captain Eve Jones goes to a short extra cover. They just enforce the offside. That they beat the bat, you know, on both edges.
Yeah.
It was really, really quite challenging. It's different ball game today. It looks like a much better wicket to bat on. Wide this time from Arlott. McCacken lets that go through to the keeper. Doesn't quite get all the way through to Abby Freeborn. Could stand a centimetre or 2 closer.
I'm just looking at this. These guys must have played more than that. There's something wrong here.
That's just this year.
Oh, of course I'm looking at the wrong
stats.
year. What am I talking about? Sorry, yes. Haha, I was thinking, hang on a minute. They can't have all have only played 1 or 2.
No, definitely not. Arlott starts again, strides in, bowls, and McCacken cuts to point. Can't get it past Perrin again. He waits there and does a clean bit of fielding. Gets one on top of the bounce there, does McCacken. That's the end of the third. 18 the score.
Yeah, so going back to your stats, then Maya Boucher played 9 games last year. Yeah, this is where I find the run rate in the first 10 quite interesting because, you know, Maya would have been involved in a lot of that, and yet that's not really her. Can't be. Danny didn't play much at all. Danny played 3. Danny Wyatt.
Interesting.
Yeah. Surprising that, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
I thought it was surprising, but can't argue with the stats.
You cannot.
Cannot argue with the numbers.
No. You can make them try and say something they don't, but you can't argue with the actual numbers. Izzy Wong will continue from the Deer Park end. And we've still not seen a deer, but we're told they're there.
It'd be a massive deer. Oh, no, you can just about see over the hedge, actually.
Yeah.
But it'd be an absolutely massive deer if we could see it from here.
They would be tall, that's for sure. Izzy Wong then into Maya Boucher. 18 without loss then the Vipers. Wong bowls. Oh, she's trying to cut that one. It's a good pacey delivery.
Yeah, good carry.
So here's to Abby Freeborn, who's behind the stumps. Abby Freeborn making... Oh, she didn't trouble the scorers today. Tried to cut Lindsay Smith out on the offside, and the ball just coming in with the arm. Might have been a slight inside edge onto the stumps, but only a slight one. She's made 50 at the weekend, Abby Freeborn, 53 in that win over Blaze.
Speaking of the Blaze, how many did they manage to scrape together in the end?
Let's have a look.
'Cause they were struggling, 126 all out, so it's better than where they were.
Yeah, Wong bowls, low full toss, worked on the leg side by Boucher, goes down to deep backward square leg, fielded by Hannah Baker.
They
19
were
with
60
that
for 9 at one point, the Blaze. They've actually managed to get to 126, which in the grand scheme of things is actually not too bad from where they were, but South East Stars are chasing it down with considerable pace, really. 34 for no loss after 7.
That's not. It's there's Bryony Smith, and who was the one that's opening?
Tash Farram.
She's opening again.
Yeah, she's doing it again. I would.
Yeah,
I
after
wouldn't change
she's got
anything that's
90,
broken.
did she?
Yeah.
Wong bowls, full outside the off stump. They're half appealing for a caught behind. So the ball's carrying nicely through to Abby Freeborn. So they're both there again, are they?
Yeah, they are. Smith 14 not out, Farrant 22 not out. While we're at it, Diamonds made 275 for 9 off their 50. Holly Armitage got 100, and Abby Glenn, young player, 53 not out at the end.
They're playing.
The Western Storm, 3 wickets for Amanda Jade Wellington, over from Adelaide. And the last game, Thunder 292 for 5. I'll come back to that in a second.
Left alone outside the off stump by McGacken.
And Katie Mack, the overseas star there from, I think she's from Canberra. There's a place of domestic cricket in Canberra. Scored 100, and Fee Morris, formerly of Hampshire, scored 89. Little dart from Eccleston at the end. She's back for Thunder. They made 292 for 5 against Sunrisers, and they haven't started their chase just yet.
There's a few overseas players in the competition this year,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
there?
becoming more and more common, actually. I said that.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I see the Sparks have signed, is it Courtney Webb?
Yes.
Although she's not available quite yet. That's played late by McGacken. I think it was deliberate, down to 3rd. She moves on to 7, 20 without loss.
Yeah, these good domestic cricketers. I think she plays her domestic cricket in Tasmania. For the Tasmania, I think they're called the Tasmanian Tigers.
I think so.
No, Tasmanian Raw. The men's team are the Tasmanian Tigers.
Oh, okay.
The women's team are the Tasmanian Raw.
R-O-A-R.
Yeah, as in like raw like a lion.
Yeah, not R-A-W.
Not like raw chicken, no. Slightly different.
Talking of the food, that big bird's back.
Yeah, I know.
Here's Wong again. Nice drive. Oh, beautiful drive. Ella McGacken, square on the offside. That should roll away. And it does. And that'll be 4 runs. A little expensive here, is he, Wong?
Yeah, you can't bowl there to Maya Boucher. Splits the field perfectly.
Oh, it's Boucher, wasn't it? Sorry.
Yeah, 2 wide, 2 full. And she pounces on that with ease. 24 for 3 off 3 overs so far.
Just played 3 shots through that area, all for boundaries. And yeah, Izzy Wong, 16 I think she is, off 2 overs.
Yeah, she struggled in recent times with her limes and links and consistencies and run-ups, but she looks in good rhythm, just over-pitching slightly, searching for that breakthrough.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that she's sort of just
I think when you're bowling, you tend to, if you're searching for, you know, to bowl that good line and length, and you're really trying to push the ball through, you tend to over-pitch, then you do drag it down. So just maybe searching a little bit too hard at the minute.
She's certainly got the pace.
Yeah, she's never been short of a pace. That's one thing she's never been short of. Neither is Emily Arlott. She continues from the Dibley end. McCacken tries to work that into the onside, and Katie George is there to do the fielding. There is no run.
Because Izzy Wong, well, she was on the England A tour during the winter, just
Yeah, she
before
went to
Christmas.
India and then didn't go to New Zealand. Was rested for that. She did a bit more work on her action with the coaches here and at Sparks. Spent a little bit more time. Very low plane, you can hear, it's quite low above us. That's what you can hear. Arlott, it's like slower delivery and cutting as McCacken, and she's going to get 4 more. That's a brilliant shot, gets well on top of the bounce, dissects the fielders at, well, there is one at Gully, and the point fielder, Perrin and Campbell, and splits them both with ease, really. She moves on to 11. Viper's 28 now in the 5th.
That's one thing about this wicket, especially with the new ball, it's come on nicely, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the ball's half volley, we saw Chloe Brewer play some excellent drives in the first few overs.
Yeah, if it's too short or too full, you can definitely capitalise. Arlott again, better length delivery this time, and all McCacken can do is defend back to her.
Yeah, so Izzy won when she burst on the scene. I think she bowled one of the quickest balls, didn't she, or something, you know, whatever pace it was, and then she played in that test match at Taunton, didn't she, a couple of years ago, I think it was.
Yeah, and she's obviously got a gig in the WPL recently in more T20 cricket as well, so she's still there and thereabouts. Turned into the leg side McCacken, collects a single. One more to the total, 29 the score.
Yeah, that one test.
God, test bowling is different gravy though. If you don't find your rhyme, you know, your line and lengths and rhythm there, so it can be a long old couple of days for you as a bowler, especially a quick one. Just stopping here for a moment. The slip's come out. As I mentioned, it's going to stay out for Maya Boucher. He's going to face her first delivery from Emily Arlott as they switch ends. She's got that forward press, which I like. That's Maya Boucher. She waits now. And can just play that one into the offside. It's good running. They're going to run quickly. They're going to get one. They are. To the left-hand side of Grace Potts, who does well to cut it off, but not well enough to cut off the single. But saves a boundary at least. One more to the total. 30 the score. Boucher moves to... does that say 16? Can't see that for a minute.
16, yeah.
And 12 McCacken.
Yep.
Arlott in again. Defending as McCacken this time back to it. Stops it in a follow through. And that's the end of the fifth. 5 overs gone. 30 for no loss, the Vipers, in pursuit of 173 to win this fixture against the Central Sparks here at Wormsley. There's a nice little crowd building to our left, actually. If you can see through the, just in front of the gazebo-y tented area.
It is, isn't it? And by the sight screen. Nice bank, isn't it? It's a bit like Arundel, isn't it?
It's
the bank.
nice. I do like it here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's picturesque, but it just feels... I just like it when you feel like you're in the action a bit more. Sometimes in these big grounds, you just feel out of the action, out of the way. Especially when, you know, we're broadcasting. Don't feel like you're in the action, but here you just feel like you're in it.
Part of the scenery.
Yeah.
Very much so. All integrated, all lovely, all very green. It's one of the most beautiful grounds, that is for sure. So Izzy Wong is going to continue. Right arm over, coming into Maya Boucher, and that's full. Maya Boucher drives, and again it's going to be 4 runs through the covers. Well, I think we've seen this before. We've seen the full delivery, we've seen the drive through the covers, and I don't think Izzy Wong has got really an answer to try and do something slightly different. She must know that, well, in fact, Eve Jones is going to have a word with her. You know, she's saying to her, you just can't keep doing this.
Well, it's either they change their field for the, you know, if they're having disagreement in terms of plan and fields, then you put your deep cover back and say, look, I'm going to give you protection out there and maybe bring up one of the fielders behind the bat, or you say, look, you've got to change your plan as a bowler and bowl straighter effectively.
Sorry.
That's kind of the battle now between captain and bowler. Which one are we going to go with? But they've got to do something, because at the moment Maya Boucher's on top. She moves to 20. She's looked quite fluent at the minute.
She has, hasn't she? You know, she has all the time in the world, even though Izzy Wong's one of the quicker bowlers in women's cricket. Maya Boucher still has all the time in the world. There's that Wong again bowls, and again that's low full toss. That's worked away on the leg side this time by Boucher. Just a single. Oh, it's 4 runs, tell a lie, thank you. I couldn't quite see. There was a crowd of Vipers in front of me. I couldn't quite see them, thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, Hannah Baker down here. She ran round from long leg or deep backward square. Couldn't quite cut it off. It was absolutely raced across the outfield.
Well, you're right, but Eva Jones has got to sort something out. But the trouble is now, you've not only got the ball going for 4 on one side of the ground, you've got the ball going for 4 on another side of the ground.
She's obviously tried to bowl straighter and then just got it too wrong the other way. So it's just trying to find somewhere in the middle. Now it's more about execution than it is plans. I think she's now got the right plan, just needs to execute.
38 without loss, and Boucher is on to 24. That's a low full toss, and that's driven up to mid-on. Fortunately, there's a fielder there for Issy Wong. We're talking about the first 10 overs and the run rate.
Yeah. My stat might be in the bin now.
They've blown it away for this game, I think. Or for now, anyway. There's still 5 overs in the power play. Casey George is warming up, which I'm not surprised. I don't think Issy Wong will be bowling another over here. I mean, for the start, she hasn't bowled a short ball. She's got the pace. She hasn't tried one.
No.
She hasn't got one. Hasn't got the batter on the back foot at all here. Comes in again, bowls. That's fullish again. It's passed or half stopped by Wong on a follow through. Took the pace off the ball. Still come through for a single. The ball clipped the stumps at the same time. But it's almost as if she's running in nicely. She's bowling nicely, but that seems more important than actually bowling, if you know what I mean. More important than actually you're there to take wickets. And it's almost as if she's more important to think about how smooth she is.
Just got to bowl it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just got to bowl it. My stat was completely blown out of the water because I said run rate on average is 3.68 in the power play and overs 1 to 10, and they've already got 3.9. They're only 5 overs through. So I'm just going to be quiet. I was wrong about the wides, apparently.
Yeah, but it's always the way.
And then I'm wrong about this, so I'm just might as well be quiet.
When you look at things individually, individual games, that's a better length, and McGacken's quietly in behind that one. When you look at games individually, obviously it doesn't always go to type, but when you look at it over it's over a
Basically, you're telling me that I might come good.
Well, it eventually.
Talk to me again in September, and we'll see if I'm right.
Well, we've had the whole competition.
Yeah. Funny.
But yeah, I'm afraid Issy Wong's just not quite at the races here today.
Not so far, anyway.
I suppose you would.
A couple of quick wickets could change everything.
Well, of course. Here she is again. Bowls. Again, it's full. Half shout for an LBW as that's worked on the leg side. Does that come off the foot of McGacken? I think that might hurt a little bit actually as well, because that was quite full. Leg by signal by umpire Ian Blackwell, and that's the end of that over. 6 overs gone, 40 without loss. Remember, the Vipers are chasing 172 for 9.
And for that bonus point, got to get it within 40 overs. Well on track to do that. Off to a very good start here. I'm going to have a change of bowling. Emily Arlott's going to... Well, she's not going to bowl anymore at the moment, anyway. So she bowled 3 to start with. I'm going to see a change of bowling in that of Katie George. We're going to try the left arm approach to see whether she can trouble the Southern Vipers opening pair of McGacken and Boucher that got off to a very good start. 25 and 12 apiece for them. So just a few field changes, different angles from a left arm over bowler, of course.
I've just received another interesting stat. Well, I haven't just received it. It was a little while ago. Apologies for missing it. Ben Humphries, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, "Hi all, thanks for the commentary. Lindsay Smith has just set a record for the most economical 10-over allocation for Vipers with her 2 for 20.
Well done.
The record previously belonged to one CM Taylor, who twice conceded just 22 from her 10 overs. Sorry, apologies.
That's all right. First ball from George, and that's turned quietly into the leg side from McGacken.
Sorry, Taze, says Ben Humphries. So there you are. Your most economical analysis has been surpassed.
I'm sad, actually.
Are you?
No, I'm not. Lindsay's a very competent bowler, and I'm happy that she's got the record.
I'm sure you'll break it to her.
She doesn't have a clue. She stood right there, and she doesn't have a clue that that's happened, but I will tell her when I'm off there.
Thank you for that stat.
Yeah, thank you, but no thank you, if you get what I mean. Hopefully I'll be back to defend my stat at some stage. We'll find. Yeah, I've still got the best figures, thanks Phil. Shorter this time from George, swiping across to the leg side as McGacken. Just picks up 1. Throw comes in from Wong from the deep. It's a loopy throw. It's just come in. 1 more to the total, 41. First short pitch delivery we've seen.
Yeah, it had to try.
In the game, actually. Mary Taylor was the only seamer on show for the Vipers and didn't bowl a short one.
You've got to try it. You've got to try and mix out, especially
she's not afraid.
No.
Katie George, she would have a bit of confidence from her batting. Made 52 in the first innings, and he's happy to bend her back here for her team and see if she can get. She's got two fielders out in the deep on the leg side for that. A long leg and a deep square. Just behind square. Izzy Wong patrolling out there. She's in again, left arm over. This time to Maya Boucher, who waits and plays that one into the onside. Mid wicket comes round and there is no run.
you have to say though, it is an impressive trio. Forget the way Issy Wong's bowled, but in terms of pace, you know, for two bowlers and then the next one to come on, you know, in women's cricket, it's a very, very good.
And we haven't
opening
seen
attack,
Potts yet either, and she was in
Potts,
tour for the England A as well and bowled well there. So yeah, they're full of a pace attack, and they got spin from Fackrell, bit of Chloe Brewer if needed. Lots of options. Leg spin Hannah Baker, good variation in this attack, that's for sure. Boucher clips that one off the legs and it goes down to long leg. Chloe Brewer down there does the fielding. One more to Boucher's total. She moves to 25. 26 now, sorry, it's just clipped over. Vipers 43 without loss.
Be interesting to see if Katie George is getting the ball to swing a little bit. It's
You
difficult
can
on the
see,
angle
yeah.
we're seeing. You'd have to look on the live picture feed to.
Maybe down the slope a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a bit, isn't it?
Little bit.
Straightening a bit.
Down the slope. She's in again to McCacken, who's driving and doesn't quite get all of it. Goes to extra cover. Trying to drive on the up that time is McCacken. No runners taken. Just see whether there's another short one. There's two fielders definitely waiting out there for it. I'm just waiting to see whether she decides to go that route again, or whether she decides that full and straight is the way. Full and straight is great. She's at the top of her mark now. Another 25-yard run up. Over the wicket to McCacken, who's driving full and drives past. No, doesn't quite get it past Emily Arlock. Good diving stop to her right-hand side. Cuts off a certain boundary. Good shot from McCacken. Picks up one more. Vipers move to 44. McCacken to 14.
Yeah, just looking at those figures for the opening bowlers. Emily Arlott to Katie George has replaced. 3 overs, none for 13. But Issy Wong, 3 overs, none for 26.
George in again to Boucher. Or beats the outside edge. He's going to run all the way to the boundary. I'm just going to see whether it's given byes or whether there was something on it. No, it's given runs. Bit of a tough catch for every freeborn to get anywhere near that. But 4 runs nonetheless. Just says 4 in the scorebook though, doesn't it, Kev? That's the issue.
Does,
He doesn't say where it's gone.
No.
48 for no loss, the Vipers after 7.
Yeah, but just to see that delivery again, because a couple have straightened from Katie George and a couple have just stayed out there a little bit. Yeah, she didn't push at it too far, so the ball was always going down and it was always a little wide of freeborn.
Yeah, there's no way that she was really getting anywhere near that.
No.
Good
So
start from the Vipers, isn't it?
48 off 7, and at the same stage, Central Sparks were 25 for 1.
And at the end of the power play, they were 27 for 3.
Yep.
So, and they do say, stats do say that if you take 3 wickets in the power play, you're more likely to win the game.
Okay. Is this Grace Potts?
It is.
There we are. I remember her from last year as well. Another pacey bowler, and that's right on the money. As McCacken pushes that out on the offside.
You always say that Sparks have taken all the pace bowlers in the country. It's not like they seem to all be in one place. They all seem to live in Birmingham.
Yes. Just 21 years of age, Grace Potts. She's running, they all run about the same, don't they? About 25 yards.
Yeah.
They must have indoor nets that are all 25 yards long. Run up, so that's another good length ball. Can't go any further.
Well, it's one of
That's
the
the
problems in an indoor school is that you sort of mark your run up out and then you hit the back wall and think, oh, well, I don't personally, obviously, but other people might.
There's a slip in. That's Eve Jones, the captain.
Poised and waiting.
Yeah.
Hands in pockets, and I don't blame her.
Oh, God.
To keep warm out there, they're going to need their hand warmers today. Very, very chilly.
Comes in again and bowls, and nice drive holes. Good stop from Potts on a follow through. Grace Potts had 7 wickets last year, but came at an average of 54 apiece. The best bowling 3 for 46 last season in this competition.
Yeah, she got selected on the England A tour to New Zealand and did okay during that tour. Watched a little bit of it. And if she was wrong, she was more short and wide than, you know, if she went a little bit wrong.
Was she?
Yeah, a little bit.
Comes in again, left to right as we look. That's played late by McCacken. That's nicely played. There is a fielder down at 3rd. McCacken moves on to 15, 49 without loss. I'm just having a look at that England A Women's Series. And she's got 2 for 54 in the one-day international in Dunedin, 3rd week of March. That was her best bowling in that series. A couple of times she just took a wicket, single wicket.
Just a single wicket.
Yep. Where's all this food suddenly coming from?
I've had it delivered to me.
Have you? That's pushed by Boucher out to point. Is that Lindsay?
No, Rihanna.
Oh, Rihanna, sorry.
Brings me some lunch.
Oh, Lindsay's there. Yeah, Charlotte's off, so you'll be all right, actually. That's good timing, actually.
Yeah, I've done very well.
Yeah, you've timed that nicely. Yeah, me and Phil will have to watch you eat it. 49 without loss then, in the 8th. Vipers chasing 173 for victory. There's Potts bowls, Boucher, comfortable as you like. Pushes that out to short extra cover, end of the over. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Charlotte Taylor will be back shortly. Having stuffed a few calories down her. 8 overs gone then. 25 the Central Sparks were at this stage. So it's a good start from the Vipers. Boucher and Ella McGacken both looking in good form, been helped a little bit with it by Izzy Wong to get them into their stride. Boucher's 30's come off 18 deliveries only with 6 fours. Welcome back, Phil.
Hiya.
Who have we got on? We've still got Casey George. Bowls to McGacken here. McGacken drives. That goes up to mid-on. There's no run. Great start by the Vipers.
It is, and it's so interesting to see the absolute contrast in the two bowling attacks, isn't it? From Vipers was 40 overs of spin, and with Mary Taylor bowling seam, and theirs has been, as you've been saying, 4 quick bowlers. You know,
Yeah.
proper pace bowlers, and totally different attacks. The two sides.
So far, the spinners have come out on top in the early stages of each innings as McGacken plays that back to the bowler. We did see the ball turn, didn't we? For Charlie Dean and for Charlie Knott with the new ball. In fact, when they came back later on, the ball wasn't turning as much.
No, it probably had a bit more gripping, I suppose, when it's new. I don't know, but it's good to see Katie George bowling again. She had a few years where she couldn't really bowl because of injury, but she's back now. I haven't got runs as well today, so back as a genuine all-round cricketer, which is good to see.
Comes in left arm over and bowls. McGacken tries to cut that one away on the offside. I think the ball just came back into a fraction there. Just got tucked up a little bit. Yeah, Katie George with 52 off 99 deliveries. Real fight back when the Sparks were 84 for 7. They needed a partnership and they needed somebody to get stuck in. Katie George just did that. She and Ria Fackrell put on 77 for the 8th wicket. Ria Fackrell, the last out in the last over, run out for 39 off 64. Otherwise, the Sparks would have been in a pretty sorry state without those two.
Yeah.
Casey George wasn't far off, actually, a high score in this competition. Come to that in a moment as that's pushed up towards mid-off by McGacken. Casey George's top score in this competition is 56, so it was a great catch, wasn't it, from Charlie Dean, that deep mid-on.
Eventually, yeah, she misjudged it and then made it into a really good catch. But yeah, without that partnership, as you say, this game, well, we'd probably be on the M40 getting home by now, careful, wouldn't we, to be fair, without that.
We'd be beating the rush hour. Instead of that, we'll probably be in the rush hour. Thanks to Katie George. I'll remind her of that as well later. Thanks for that. George bowls. Pushes that out off the back foot to extra cover. And there is no run. Eve Jones has come out of the slip area now and she's at extra cover. Didn't look particularly happy with Izzy Wong, did she, really, when Wong was over pitching?
No, she didn't quite get it right, did she? I think I heard you say, you know, it's a really good point, that it's almost like she was more concerned with getting everything right in terms of action and run-up rather than end result, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's in... I don't know, but sorry.
McGacken cuts that away to cover, no run.
I don't think it's anything to do with the fact that we've seen John Lewis here, the coach of the women's team, and I imagine she's one of the people he came to watch, you know, as sort of fringe type player who's trying to get back in, and that might have made her slightly more concerned with, I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm sure it does. Of course it does.
Has an influence, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, I don't know for sure, but you know, I do get the feeling that you know, when she burst on the scene, it was all this and that, and it was great, and she was quick, and she is still quick. But then she was sort of, you know, taken aside, and you know, we got to do this, we got to do that, and she looks like she's still in the middle of all that, isn't she? A bit muddled, really. I think.
So we got Grace Potts. Can we just get? Georgia.
That's Georgia in the way.
Yeah.
I'll do this one because I can just about
Yeah.
see as Potts bowls, and that's pushed out into the covers by Maya Boucher, and there is no run. Georgia Elwes is just in Phil Green's line of sight, unfortunately. Potts is at the start of her mark. I'll leave it to you, Phil.
Yeah, thanks. I can see now. So Potts a very distinctive sort of run up coming in, and that's played into mid wicket by Boucher, but for no run. Yes, she's got a very sort of bouncy run, isn't she, Grace Potts? But another one comes in from long, and comes in from the edge of the circle, so that's 25-yard run up.
Yeah. I think the thing is, I think they're all these pace bowlers are well coached because they've all got high actions.
Yeah.
All nice, smooth run-ups.
That one's just on the length again, and Boucher's just playing it back down the wicket. No run.
Potts actually, to me, is very like Emily Arlott. I think they've got very similar run-ups, similar actions. You know, you could quite easily mistake one for the other.
Both very tall girls as well.
Yeah.
Only quite young, Grace Potts, only 19 still, isn't she? I think.
21.
Oh, she's 21. Sorry. But, she was in the England A set-up over the winter.
Yeah.
So obviously highly thought of. That one's just Mr. Boyers played out to cover. Score still on 49. Bit of sunshine now. It's nice to see. Still not particularly warm, but the sun's out.
There's one or two that were wearing bobble hats have taken them off, so that might suggest that it's a fraction warmer.
A few snoods disappeared as well. And again, it's Potts, and that's played out on the offside by Boucher, but no great intent, and it's gone to backward point. So this is a better over for Sparks.
Yeah, the last two or three have been much quieter now, haven't they? They've just sort of dragged it back a fraction. It was a poor start, really, from Sparks.
Got away from the start, didn't it?
Yeah.
Flurry of boundaries, which is taking the pressure off the Vipers' batters somewhat. Potts in again, and that's short, and Boucher went for the pull shot, I think, but in the end only managed to get it down to mid-wicket. Didn't get a full bat on it, really. And end of the over, and that's the end of the power play, and it's 49 for no wicket.
Yeah, and Sparks had 27 after 10. In fact, they've just lost Abby Freeborn in the 10th over, so they were 27 for 3.
Obviously losing wickets slows you down in the first 10 overs or any stage, but these two were given that bit of a flyer for the first 5, as you say, and that means you can just ease up a little bit from there, doesn't it? No real pressure on run rate at the moment.
Here's Katie George then, left arm over, bowling. Oh, that's an edge. It's gone to ground though, down towards third. She's creating one or two little problems here, Katie
Second
George.
time she's found the edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Outside edge.
That's the angle across, and the applause you can hear is for the Vipers. 50 has come up in the 11th over. 30 of those to Maya Boucher and 16 to Ella McGacken. Just to repeat that for bonus points here, the Vipers would need to get past 172 by the 40th over, and the Sparks need to keep the Vipers down to below 137. The way the Vipers started, that was looking very unlikely, but Slowly but surely the sparks are just calming things down a little bit. Eve Jones at extra covers having a chat with Katie George about the field. Thinks she wants to slip in.
When we were trying to work out the bonus rate calculation at the interval, I don't know if you heard, but one of the Vipers batters, who will remain nameless, said there's no point in working out the calculation what they need to bowl us out for, because it's not going to happen.
Well, I suppose you do have to think like that, don't you? Leg ball, which Mary Boucher plays back to George. Yes, you don't want to think about that. Only think about when we're going to score them. That's what it's all about. 2 wickets for Lindsay Smith today, as we found from one of the emails from Ben. Apparently, the Lindsay Smith 2 for 20 is the most economical spell from a Viper that has beaten Charlotte Taylor on 2 occasions. Conceded 22, has now been beaten. We'll shout about that from the rooftops. That's turned away on the leg side, I think off the pad of Maya Boucher. We'll wait to see what Rose Dovey signals. I think she's waiting to signal leg byes. There she goes. 51 on the total.
Charlotte Taylor still has the best analysis for the Vipers in this competition, though, so we ought to point that out in Charlotte's defence. 6 for something in the final, wasn't it?
30 odd.
At Edgbaston in the final, first year. So she still holds that particular crown.
I suppose as far as regional cricket's concerned, only one chance to beat it in the final, and then that'll be it. Turn to the counties. McGacken works that towards mid-wicket. Nice accurate stuff here from Katie George. She started well here. She's none for 9 going into her 3rd over. McGacken's playing her 38th Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. That's not bad at the age of 21.
No, she's been pretty much a regular since it started, hasn't she?
She hasn't. She averaged 23, though I think she'd like to increase that a little bit.
Yeah, she's never really gone on to many big scores, hasn't she? She often looks well set and.
Yeah, top scorer 72 in this competition. All goes to cut that one, and not very convincingly. And
it's a wide.
It's a wide, yeah. I think she may have just half-heartedly played at that, thinking it was a wide. And Rose Dovey, the umpire, has taken a bit of time to signal on that, but she has. And it's 52 without loss, the Vipers. And you shrub souls here. I didn't realise she was still with the Vipers, or is she? Maybe she's just come to see some friends.
I don't think she is. I think she's just visiting.
Come to see her former teammates.
Or perhaps she's just a fan of the red kite. She's come to see.
George bowls. And McGacken plays and misses. She went for the drive through the offside and misses it. Oh yeah, that bird's quite low again. They are huge. Oh, this one's huge. There's several of them that we've worked out that are flying.
Yeah, it's not all the same
around here. They're quite menacing. They're obviously looking down for something to grab, and we've seen that already earlier.
And it's fruit.
Is it fruit?
2 earlier. One was an orange, one was a banana, apparently.
Oh, yeah. So. They've already swooped into a couple of people's food around the vicinity. We've seen it, and it looks like one of them's back for more. There's George bowls. There's McGacken eases that out into the covers, fielded by Grace Potts. It's not something you often see at cricket.
No.
But it's certainly a feature here today. End of the over, 11 gone, 52 without loss.
Well, isn't it quite well known at the Oval that they're always on? Birds are always on the outfield. Is that right?
Well, they're little ones, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're only little pigeons.
Not kites and that. But
no, not those things.
No, but there are a lot of birds always on the outfield there, aren't there?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Pigeons mostly. Yeah.
Pigeons
and you get a lot of seagulls at Hove.
Yeah. But these things are different gravy.
Yeah, they are. The seagulls still grab your food.
Yes.
We got Potts again now. Not surprisingly, she's bowled very well so far. She's going to be bowling from the Deer Park end.
Two overs, one maiden, one for none.
Into Boucher. That's a lovely drive down the ground. Sort of check drive. It's not going to go all the way, but she'll come back comfortably for 2 as Chloe Brewer chases it down. And that's 2 more to Boucher. The score had been a little bit static, but is now back up, moving again. And she's up to 32 and the score's 54.
It's easy as you like that drive, isn't
it? Yeah.
It's just so much time.
It was just a push down the ground, really, but it went within about 5 yards of the boundary. And Potts in again. Boucher stands and waits back in the air. And she's hammered that to the offside, but picked out Katie George at cover, so there's no run. But again, good looking shot.
I mean, I just think this girl is absolute class.
Yeah, very.
She is absolute class.
Yeah, and starting to prove it at the highest stage now as well.
Yeah. You can come this way a bit, Phil, if you need to.
Yeah. And again, and that's shorter and played off the back foot by Boucher, but just into the mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, she just has all the time in the world. She seems to be able to have so much time to just place it where she wants to as well. I mean, I think the only reason there wasn't a single there was because the ball just bounced a fraction, which meant she couldn't quite get over it in the way she wanted to.
Yeah, she's another one that we've said in the past a couple of times. She's not really quite gone on in Vipers matches. She's forced that one away on the offside. There's a fielder out there now, so it's going to be restricted to a single. But I remember last year we were saying at the start of the season she got to 50 about 3 times and then got out straight away, didn't she, instead of going on. Yeah. And you know, I mean, it's not bad to get to 50 every game, let's be truthful, but you sort of want to go on when you get to that, don't you? But yeah, she's certainly a class act. So Potts in again, high stepping run, and that's just defended by McCacken very comfortably. Apart from a couple of outside edges off Katie George, they've looked pretty much in control, these two.
They haven't. They look very comfortable.
Yeah.
Very comfortable.
No great demons in the wicket, as we suspected there weren't.
No, it's interesting, isn't it, really? Because, you know, as we were saying with the Vipers and early on, there was some turn in the wicket early on with a new ball. Not so much late on. Just wondering maybe if Eve Jones might be thinking about just mixing it up a bit.
Yeah, and he's got the leg spin of Hannah Baker. It pots in again. That's turned away by McCacken. Very fine. This could go all the way. I think it will. I don't think the fielder's going to get there yet. The protection on the leg side was very square, and Hannah Baker, and she couldn't get round to fine leg there. So there's 4 to McCacken, and the score was up to 59 at the end of the 12th.
28 for 3. Central Sparks at the end of the 12th over.
Yeah. So, as you say, I think spin, they've got to try something different. Hannah Baker's the leg spin option. It looks like Katie George is going to carry on at the moment.
Well, I mean, I have to say, I mean, George looks like taking a wicket, and Grace Potts has put the brakes on and bowled nicely. So I suppose it's a bit difficult at the moment. You've got 2 bowlers on that are actually relatively keeping control. Yeah. But of course, there comes a point where you've got to.
Sometimes you've just got to change it up if it's not a wicket for you. And as you say, it turned a bit earlier on, so test it out a bit. I don't know. I think Eve Jones bowls a bit of spin herself as well. So
it's going to be Katie George to continue with her left arm over seamers. Bowls to Boucher. Boucher gets wrapped on the pad. Big shout for an LBW. She's going. And George is on the floor celebrating. And Maya Boucher has gone LBW for 33. The first Vipers wicket is down with the score on 59.
She doesn't look very happy with that decision, I have to say. I mean, batter's never happy, but she's walking off very reluctantly. Is Boucher. Just going to see it on the screen here. See what we think.
I was just saying, my first thought is...
I always think with the left arm over bowler, you've got to be shaping the ball back to get an LBW.
Yeah, that's my thought.
That looked like it just went straight on, which suggests that it's pitched outside leg stump.
My first thought as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you sort of... Sometimes you get, when you were a left arm seamer, you know, you get those, if you're getting the right day and it's swinging in, then LBW's a really good bet, aren't they? But if it's not swinging, then it's very hard, I'd have thought, to get an LB. But anyway, the decision's made, and Boucher's good innings has come to an end, and she's now going to be replaced by Charlie Knott.
Well, Maya's not kicking any doors down, that's for sure. As she walked
I don't think
us.
she's the type that does, no. But you could just tell from her body language out there that she wasn't very happy. She took quite a long time to get out of the crease, and from our opinion, having just looked at the replay, is that she might have been a bit unlucky. Let's put it that way.
Try and rewind this really, see if I can find that, because yeah, it didn't feel. Right, new batter for the Vipers is Charlie Knott, the Australian overseas import, coming in at 3, having opened at the weekend. Straight away she's driving off a thick outside edge. It goes out on the offside. Yeah, I'm just watching this again, and I have to say, the more I see it, the more that feels as though that is pitching outside the leg stump. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you can disagree, of course. Trying to wind that through again. Katie George is having a good game here, coming in again to Charlie Knott. Bowles, Knott's on the back foot, turns that into the covers. And there's no run. I'm going to try and stop this, Phil. Here it comes again. Katie George bowls.
Yes, it's hard to say from that screen because the umpire's actually in our line, isn't she, in the screen? But I just, let's say to me, it's got to be shaping to get an LBW, left arm over, and it really wasn't. But anyway.
When it's going your way, it's going your way, and it has done for Katie today. It's a length ball, which is just pushed out square on the offside. I think somebody's just told Maya that it wasn't a great decision, and she's just gone, oh, probably heard that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they said. They said, I'm sorry if they said it was going down. I think for me, it's just pitched outside leg stump. It doesn't matter what it's doing after that.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, there's the bird again. Look, there it is. God, I tell you what, they're impressive.
I just realised that these cookies are still sat there and the bird might be after that.
Yeah, you might have to hide it under the power coat. Well, I do want one, yeah, but I'll have to wait until I'm off commentary in about 10 minutes.
Oh, I suppose you do, really, yeah. Not the thing to do.
It's casual. It's not good commentating and eating at the same time. I don't think that'll go down too well. It's driven to mid-wicket.
Especially something chewy like that.
I can wait 10 minutes, I'm sure I can. 59 for 1. McGacken's on 20, although the scoreboard's showing us 2. Charlie Knott's just facing her first couple of balls or so, and remember the Vipers are chasing 172 for 9 for victory. The Central Sparks will feel that having got Maya Bouchier out, maybe their chances have just increased a little bit. Wrapped on the pad coming forward. I have to say, you get a little bit nervous now all of a sudden with the ball hitting the pad. But on this occasion, Rose Dovey says nope, not out, and that is the end of the over. And that is 13 overs completed, with the Vipers 59 for 1 at the same stage. Central Sparks had 31 for 3.
Yeah, so a bit of hope there now for the, well, that's brave, walking along without food out in the open.
Those
Lady
birds
in front
around.
of us with those birds around.
What's that, 3 curries?
Yeah, perhaps they're not curry fans, might be all right. Yeah, that's a good breakthrough for the Sparks, obviously, and that'll give them a little bit of a lift and a bit of hope going in. They're going to change the spin, as we talked about. Hannah Baker's going to come on from the Deer Park end.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. You've got to find out, haven't you?
You have, particularly as it turned earlier on. And she's got a deep mid-wicket out here in front of us, and a deep square, a deep cover, and 2 other fielders on the offside in the ring, and 3 on the leg side. In fact, 3 on each side in the ring. Hannah Baker then, left leg spin, right arm leg spin, over the wicket, and that's just played back by McGacken. So good start. Baker dropping on length straight away. And she comes again. And that's worked her way off the back foot from McGacken to the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single. And just waited for that and placed it where she wanted, really.
Looking forward to seeing Charlie Knott bat. I haven't seen her bat yet. It's only her second game, of course.
Yeah. Saw her a bit in this Big Bash on the television in the winter. Looked a good player. That's just played to mid-wicket. No run. It's interesting that Charlotte was saying she's quite quiet for an Australian there, because actually in the Big Bash, so I'll go back to this ball just played defensively into mid-wicket. She became quite almost a celebrity, and she was always the one, they mic people up, and she always seemed to be the one that was in the spotlight and talking. So it's quite interesting that what Charlotte said. But anyway, she's just defending this ball. It's a good start from Hannah Baker. She's not giving it too much flight yet. It's getting into her spell, and she started off by bowling reasonably quickly, but it's been on the spot. And that one's driven, but no great power down to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Just the one run off it, and Vipers now on 60.
Yeah, she was with the England A women out in New Zealand.
Yeah, she's
series in March.
Highly rated young leg spinner. They do like to get leg spinners into the side, don't they? If they can, it's a sort of modern thing. And obviously got Sarah Glenn in the women's senior team at the moment. But I'm sure they're always looking at the young leg spinners.
Yeah, she's only 20.
Yeah.
Next over to be bowled by Katie George, who's doing a decent job from that Dibley end. That's to our right as we look. She's bowling right to left, comes in and bowls. McCacken tries to flick that away down the leg side. Half shell for a caught behind. Taken by Abby Freeborn. Not out, says Rose Dovey. It's all the decisions are going to Rose Dovey at the moment.
I guess that must have flicked something, because it would have been a wide otherwise, wouldn't it?
Oh, has that bird had a little go at something? I think it is. There's a lot of food in front of us here at the moment. A couple of people are just looking around. I think it's had a little dive at somebody. Not for the first time today, but there are a few plates of food wandering around here, which is dangerous when those things are flying around. That's flicked away. This time she has got something on it. It's going very fine. It's going for 4 somethings. What's she got on it? She's got a bat.
Yeah.
So 4 runs for Ella McGacken, takes her on to 25. And the Vipers total on to 64. Remember, they're chasing 172 for 9 to win this game. Ideally, they want to do it inside 40 overs. They'll get the bonus point as well as the win. And Central Sparks will probably settle for just the win if they can do it, because they were at one stage 84 for 7. They look way out of it at that stage.
Yeah.
But if they can keep the Vipers to below 137, then they will also pick up a bonus point. George again, bowls. McGacken works that into the gap, square on the leg side. There'll be 2 here. There's no square leg.
At least 2.
There's only a fine leg out that way, so it's a comfortable 2.
I don't think the fielder at mid-wicket actually realised there was nobody behind her, because she sort of let it go and didn't chase it, and the fine leg had to run about 40 yards to her left to get it. So slight lack of communication there maybe, but there was 2 and nearly 3 in the end.
60, is that 68? The score?
66.
Yeah, 66 I think.
Yeah.
Is the total. McGacken is on 27. Comes in again, does Katie George, left arm over and bowls, and McGacken cuts that away nicely down to 3rd. There is a fielder there though. McGacken moves on to 28. 67 for 1. Let's have a look what's happening around the other games, where there's a full round, second round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games going on today. Northern Diamonds 275 for 9 in their 50 overs. There was runs there, 100 there for Holly Armitage, 103 she made. Down the order, Sarah Glenn made 53, not out. There's a drive by Knott out square on the offside, and there is no run. Western Storm 47 without loss in the 10th. The Blaze were 126 all out, having been in all sorts of trouble at one stage. South East Stars are 108 for 2 in the 21st, so that looks like that's nearly all over. South East Stars.
Wrapped up by the sounds of it.
Yeah. And Tash Farron, who made what, 90 opening the batting last week?
Yep.
Everybody seemed surprised when she opened the batting. She's opened the batting again, and it's worked again, because she's 61 not out. And in the other game going on, Thunder made 292 for 5.
George in again, and that's just to play that on the offside. For an easy single for Charlie Knott. The score's up to 68 at the end of 15 overs.
Yeah, Southampton 292 for 5 and Sunrise is 26 for 1 after 10 overs. Up to date.
That's a slow start.
Just a bit, isn't it?
You're chasing that sort of total.
So what have we had? 15 overs here, 68. And at the same stage, Central Sparks were 36 for 4.
Yeah, looking at that, it looks like a very one-sided affair. But of course, the second half or second part of the Sparks innings, they picked up quite a lot. So Baker in again, and that's just played out by Charlie Knott. The offside for no run. Baker in again, and that's a nice drive from Charlie Knott. It's ricocheted off the fielder at short extra cover. I think it's here on the knee.
So Eve Jones.
Gone down in a bit of pain, and it's rebounded away for a single. It's a bit of concern for the fielder, but she's up again. She's okay. So that's another single to Charlie Knott. Everyone's at 2. Baker in again. That's quite full, and there's a big shout there. I thought it was just played with the bat, but it must possibly have been pad first then. But anyway, umpire Blackwell was unmoved. Baker in again. That was picked up over mid-wicket by McEachen. He's cleared the inner field but didn't reach the outer field, so it's single down to deep mid-wicket. Ian Blackwell, Kev, one of the one-cap wonder club.
Was he?
For England, yeah.
Okay.
There's a few of those. One more than most people, of course, but that's driven straight down their ground by Knott. That's a really good shot. That's going to go all the way, I think, for 4. It's going to just beat the fielder into the... the fielder runs into the sight screen. But that's a lovely shot from Knott for 4, straight back past the bowler.
What was his one test? I can't remember what it was.
I can't remember who it was against. I've got a feeling it was somewhere on the subcontinent.
Actually, you could be right.
That's when spinners tend to play, isn't it? Baker in again, that's a bit shorter, off the back foot from Knott for a single.
The over. I think there's going to be a change in commentary, but just before I go, his one test. Where was it? India versus England, March 2006 at Nagpur. There we go.
There you go.
Phil Green will continue, and Charlotte Taylor will be alongside him. Charlotte's going to come around Phil, so Phil can keep talking.
Yep.
And then I'm going to have one of his lovely cookies, as Charlotte works hard.
That I baked earlier. Yeah, so Charlotte's getting in position. We're going to have a change of bowling at the Dibley end. I think it's Eve Jones is going to bring herself on. So we're going to have spin from both ends now. You right there, Kev?
We've got the changeover down, I think, now.
Jones is in, and Knott's just played that very carefully into the offside.
This is Rhea Thackrell bowling.
I was Rhea Thackrell, sorry, my mistake. I did it down as Eve Jones. Thank you,
That's okay.
Charlotte. I forgot that she was another spin option, I must admit. Excellent. So Thackrell in, and that's pulled away. Well, I was going to say pulled away, but actually like she pulled it straight to mid-on. It's what was the shot? What was the name they invented for that shot?
Strapple.
Strapple. I think
Yeah.
was it you and Emily Windsor came up with
the
that?
straight pull.
The straight pull, the strapple. Yeah, that was. Anyway, there's no run. And there's a sweep this time. She's trying to play a lot of different shots here, but that one's just bottom edges straight into the crease, really.
Yeah, she plays a sweep shot well. The sweep shot well. That's not very easy.
Australians tend to, don't they?
Yeah.
They're good sweeps.
Oh.
In fact, well, that time, I don't know what happened there in her run
She
up.
lost her footing, I think.
Yeah, she
tripped
almost tripped up while she was running in, but all seems well, and she's got back to her mark.
That could have been nasty if she fell and, she'd have had to put her hands down quickly to break her fall.
Yeah. And she comes again and she forces not onto the back foot there, and manages to play it back up the wicket, no run. How was your lunch taste?
It was lovely,
A bit
actually.
belatedly, but
Yeah,
you managed to
it
get
was
some in the end?
Yeah, it was brought to me. It's lovely.
Excellent. Thackrell in again, and that's off the back foot by Knott, but she can't get it past square point. So it's another dot ball. Good start from Thackrell. The spinners have done a decent job here. In fact, most of the bowlers have since the first 5 overs, they let it go away a little bit. They've pulled the run rate back a bit, but they really need wickets, you feel. Thackrell in again. That's driven by Knott, but she's not going to get that past mid-off. Straight to mid-off, and that's the end of the tidy first over. And the score after 17 overs, 75 for 1.
And they're building nicely over the Southern Vipers in pursuit of 173 that the Sparks set them early today. Maya Boucher, the only wicket to fall so far. She fell LBW to George, the 33 of 32 deliveries. Batted well, actually.
She's looking good, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Looking very good.
But didn't manage to go on from there. Hannah Baker's going to continue with her leg spin. She seems to be bowling flatter and quicker than I've seen her bowl before.
I thought the first over maybe it was just, well, she's getting into it, but she certainly was quick.
I think
for
she's
a leg
bowling
spinner.
flatter and quicker than she has been. It's pushed into
Really?
the offside
Yeah.
by McCacken and well fielded by Eve Jones inside the circle on the offside. But yeah, she used to bowl very loopy
Yeah.
leg spin.
Yeah.
But that's definitely a lot flatter and quicker this year. So maybe a technical change is a couple of steps down the wicket comes McCacken and drives it to mid-off and there is no run.
I should say she went away with one of the England groups during the winter, didn't she? So
Yeah, she went to
worked
India
on that.
and New Zealand, so yeah. Shorter this time and pulled round the corner does McCacken, but doesn't find anyone other than Chloe Brewer waiting there. Missed out there.
Yeah, that should have been productive for the batter, but just reset.
High backlift from McCacken, waits and prods forward on the front foot, strikes on the pad. Ian Blackwell says not out. Good appeal from the Sparks, was obviously close. Let's have a little look, see if I can see it on the live stream. Have we got it here? How's it gone? On the live picture feed. It's a bit behind. See if I can get it to catch up.
That one was just played off the back foot for no run by McCacken.
Yeah, it looked like it was just pitching outside off. Baker in again, bowls McCacken, reverse sweep this time. Gets a little bit on it. It's racing away down to the
It'll go down that
boundary.
hill. Yeah.
Yeah, it's racing away and that'll be 4. She's got all bat on it. Just a little under edge. Takes that to the rope. 79 for 4 now, the Vipers progressing nicely. McCacken moves into the 30s. She's on 33.
That's quite often the most effective sort of reverse sweep, isn't it? A very fine one. A little bit lapped off the bottom edge, as you say, but it just runs away and there's never a fielder there. Yeah, so good end to the over for the Vipers.
Yeah, they're progressing nicely, aren't they? Building nicely.
And we got Thackrell again from the Dibley end.
Yeah, first over was tight, only conceding 1.
Yeah. Off spin. That's a full toss and not hit it straight back over long on, or over mid on for 4. Got what it deserved, really.
Yeah, a couple of bounces into the rope. After a good tight first over,
Yes.
first ball goes for 4. So
Yeah.
Knott's decided to take the attack to the off spinner.
She looks like she's wanted to attack ever she went in, really, but that's the first time she's really achieved it. And again, and this time she forces it off the back foot, but straight back to the bowler. But again, quite an aggressive, intense shot, really.
Yeah, she does bat with purpose and
Yeah.
positivity. Got 50 in her first game, of course.
That's just played very resolutely back to the bowler. I was saying to Kev just now, it's interesting you saying that she's quite quiet for Australian, because from what I saw in the Women's Big Bash, she was sort of quite a personality. She was the one who was always mic'd up and she was sort of out there, you know. And that's got straight through her and also deceived the keeper Abby Freeborn a little bit. He didn't take it cleanly, but don't know quite what happened there. But must have probably just gone straight on with the arm, but certainly had the better of her there. Did Thackrell.
Yeah, just looking at it again on the live picture feed. God, it did a lot.
Down the track this time, not nice drive, but she doesn't get it past mid-off, but she does get through for a single. Shy at the stumps, but he's got home okay. Takes her score on to 12.
Yeah, good fielding by Emily Arlott. Gets down low to her left. Tall girl, Emily Arlott, so does well to get down low to her left.
That one's just turned away by McCacken quite comfortably into the leg side for a single, keeping the scoreboard ticking over, and that takes the Vipers score at the end of the 19th up to 85 for 1.
Have you recapped some of the other scores recently, Phil, or shall I update you?
We did it a couple of overs ago, actually, just before you came on, Taze, but you're welcome to do it because it would have changed since then.
Yeah, well, South East Stars have obviously won their game quite comfortably by 8 wickets against the Blaze in Leicester.
Tash Farron got runs again.
Yeah, she did.
60 or 79 or something.
Yeah, she was 68 not out.
Yeah.
Sunrise is 36 for 1 after 36 for 3 now, sorry. It's just updated after 13.
Yeah, they're a bit behind the rate there.
Scrivens, and Griffith are the wickets to fall there. And Western Storm going well, actually. Come back to that in a second. Off the back foot is McCacken, cutting to point. Davina Perrin does well to her left, just to take it to a single. 86 for 1. Yeah, they're chasing 276 in Leeds. And they're 63 for 1. Just lost a wicket, actually. Alex Griffiths is out for 26. Baker in again to not this time. He pushes that into the onside and no single is collected that time. And Smale and Luff are in for the Storm. They need a win. They were quite considerably beaten by the Sunrisers last week, so they'll be wanting a win for their confidence. Down the leg side this time from Baker. Attempted sweep by Knott and missed, well taken by Freeborn behind the stumps. Spin at both ends then for the Sparks at the minute. Full toss, it's been hit out to the deep, it's going to go over the fielder. It's been taken on the rope. There's some controversy over the far side because she said she stood on the rope, sorry. But Izzy Wong's out now raising her hands.
It's right in front of all the Vipers players where it's happened.
Obviously all the Vipers playing 6.
They're all claiming 6. The umpires are getting together. The umpires, of course, can't be influenced by the Vipers players. They shouldn't be. But it's very hard for them to judge, to be fair, from where they are. In the old days, you just asked the fielder and you accepted what they said, but I don't think that's how it works now. She's certainly claiming the catch, and I don't see that the umpires can actually overrule this. Despite what the Vipers... We couldn't see because it's down the slope from us, but the Vipers girls here seem convinced that she was standing on the rope.
And tossed it back in, took the catch cleanly, but before that happened, stood on the rope, and everyone in front of us is adamant that she stood on the rope while she had the ball in her hand, which obviously would constitute a 6. But Charlie not the batter that hit the low full toss off Hannah Baker. Is still out there. The umpires are in discussion now with Captain Eve Jones as to are they going to hold their appeal or whether they're going to withdraw it. Izzy Wong saying that she doesn't know what's happened. So there's some still discussions happening.
This is an interesting point in the game, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those things, if it happened the other side of the ground, there wouldn't be this sort of kerfuffle because there'd be nobody out there.
Yeah, to discuss it.
But this is right in front of all the Vipers players and coaching staff, and they are adamant. They're now discussing it with Izzy Wong, who's walked back out here, but the umpires are still in discussion. Now they're...
You'll probably just hear on the effects mic there, Izzy Wong saying that she stood on the rope and she's...
They're shepherding the batter back in, so I'm guessing that that means that it is going to be 6. We haven't seen the signal of 6 yet, but the batter's still in. So, yeah, and now we got the signal from Ian Blackwell.
Which I think is what Izzy Wong's just admitted. You just heard it on the effects mic being picked up just then, that she said, I've said to the umpires that I think I might have stood on the rope, but I'm not sure. And
Okay, yeah.
and they've decided that they're going
Fair
to
enough.
withhold their appeal and Charlie Knott remains. So after all that kerfuffle, 6 runs added to the total, 93 for 1. Charlie Knott remains. Struck on the pad this time, very next ball, not given. Umpire Ian Blackwell, no appeal from Hannah Baker, not interested.
And we'd like to think, wouldn't we, that had it happened the other side of the ground, Izzy Wong might still have said to the umpire, I may have stood on the rope, but maybe the pressure of the people behind her has something to do with it. But
Absolutely.
who knows?
Off the back foot this time as Charlie Knott gets off strike.
All
Takes
I
one
would-
into the offside.
All I would say is it's a very difficult one for the umpires, always in any cricket that's not covered by TV cameras. To judge that on the boundary is almost impossible.
It is. Reverse sweep this time from McCacken. Davina Perrin does well. Can't cut off anything other than a single. And that takes a score at the end of that eventful over. A 6 or a catch,
Well,
a couple of singles.
It's been quite an eventful game when you think about it, because we've had the 5 penalty runs incident in the first innings.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had that little bit of controversy. We've had a 1 short, which is quite unusual at this level. Not a big thing, but you don't see many of them.
No.
So there's been some interesting talking points within the game, obviously. An LBW that was perhaps a bit generous. And we've got Thackrell in the game from the Dibley end, bowling to McCacken, and there's no run. I'm happy to say the name of the end every time from then. You just like saying the Dibley end. It just rolls well, doesn't it? So Thackrell in again from the Dibley end. And that's a full toss, and Ella McCacken probably doesn't take full advantage because she's managed to hit it hard but straight to deep square for a single.
Yeah, she almost in a low squat position. She
Yeah.
swatted it away from her, but again, didn't get all of it. Picks up one more though.
Thackrell in again to Knott this time, and Knott's pulled that very hard again, but again picks out the fielder. I think that's Katie George out there. That's just a single.
Yeah, she's about 5 yards or so in from the rope,
Yeah.
so waiting for that one that Charlie Knott did try, and as soon as it's short, she does like to go up an aerial, more in an aerial route. So she's just waiting out there to see if that happens.
Thackrell again. That's very full, almost York to McCacken, but she dug it out okay. Yeah, and a very good fielder out there, Katie Jordan. Didn't she? I think the first year of this competition, wasn't she the fielder of the competition or something? Or was that maybe in the 20 over one? But she certainly won a.
I think it was in the 100 actually.
Oh, was it? Sorry,
Yeah.
I knew it was something she won the fielding award in. Yeah.
Yeah, the first year of the 100.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's gone straight to her again, but not going to carry. But it's a sweep this time from Knott, and it's gone on the first bounce to Katie George.
It's an interesting position because you're in it for the catch, but you're also there to cut off too.
Yeah.
But if you don't get either of those things and you look to see if it goes above your head or races past you, you can
Yeah.
look a little bit silly.
Yeah, but she's obviously been put there rather than choosing to, so the person who looks silly, I guess, is the captain. But anyway, that's that's just pulled into mid-wicket for no run, this time from Knott. Yeah, it is interesting to say, I think we had this discussion the other week that since the advent of fielding circles, people seem to think, or there's a thought process that you either field on the circle or on the boundary, and there's nothing in between almost. And obviously, they're only there for one reason, and that's to create the fielding restrictions. But if you say to a fielder you're on the one, they tend to go on the ring, and actually quite often you're not on the one there. And similarly, if you sort of say you're out of the ring, they tend to go on the boundary. So it's quite nice in a way to see a position that's a bit more creative, like between the two, because there's obviously a reason for putting someone there rather than just walking out to the
And
boundary.
it's a fairly long way out there.
Yeah,
so
it is, yeah.
It's a wicket-taking position if nothing else. Hannah Baker then to McCacken, who's driving into the offside and can't find anyone other than Eve Jones at extra cover.
It's interesting, when we played in Spain a couple of weeks ago, sorry, I'll let you
That's
describe the next ball.
Shorter this time from Baker, and McCacken cuts to point, and Perrin does the fielding.
We noticed that we were conceding a lot of singles, like quite comfortable singles, to fielders on the ring. And
Come back to you in a minute,
Yeah.
Phil. As McCacken takes a couple of strides down the wicket, misses the ball, but luckily it hits her on the pad, otherwise it would have been an easy stumping opportunity for Abby Freeborn, but she manages to cover okay. Again from Baker, Fuller down the leg side this time, hit on the pad. She's going to get one more to the team's total. It's going to be called a leg by umpire Ian Blackburn. Continue, Phil.
Yeah, thanks. And it was only after a few overs that I sort of, on the side, said that those circles don't look right, and it turned out they were 30 yards, as in I had been set for a men's game rather than a women's game.
It's common, isn't it? Baker in again, driving this time is not straight back to her. Good looking shot, but no run.
Yeah, that's quite a common mistake, but of course what it led to is our girls were, let's say, fielding on the ring, sort of thinking they were in their normal position where they would be, and that 5 yard difference made a massive difference. If you see
It really
what I mean.
does.
Yeah.
Shorter this time, and it's gone for 6. It's a great looking shot from Charlie Knott. Oh no, this time it's been called a 4.
This time, the Vipers fielders are now overruling the umpire
umpire's decision.
for the second time in the last 10 minutes.
So that one bounce 4 into the rope, as umpire said 6, Vipers fan club said 4. It's been called a 4, 105 for 1 at the end of that. Another event boy, but 21 have gone, 105 for 1.
All the interesting things seem to be happening right in front of the Vipers people here. But again, we can't actually see because it's down a little slope from us, but I'm sure that was the right call in the end of 4.
It's funny, isn't it, when that happens, and you just, it's the beauty of playing on these out grounds.
It is,
when the players and coaching staff are so close to the ground.
And they're telling you what actually happened. Yeah. It's actually really difficult for an umpire because, as I said just now, you shouldn't really be influenced by the crowd, particularly if it's one of the teams. But sort of everything traditional about cricket tells you that you should sort of take notice of people's honesty, really. It's a difficult one. But I think they've probably got both those decisions correct in the end.
That's all that matters. In the end, we get the right outcome.
We've got a change of bowling, and we've got Wong back on from the Dibley end, and she's now bowling to McCacken. That's struck her on the pad, but it's going to run away for a leg by. I think it's a leg by. Exciting to see. Yes, Abby Freeborn chased it from behind the stumps and kept it down to 1, but another one on the total, up to 104. So, yeah, the change of ends for Izzy Wong. 3 overs from the Deer Park end
26.
They were a little bit, very expensive actually, but she's now trying from this end, and that's good length and played carefully by Knott.
See if she has more luck from the Dibley end than she did from the Deer Park end.
I don't know if John Lewis is still here, the England coach. He was earlier on when she was bowling.
I'm not quite sure.
He's not in the position he was earlier, but he might be somewhere around the ground. But that, as I said to Kev, that probably puts a bit of pressure on someone like Izzy Wong to think that the England manager's here, the England coach is here. Anyway, she's in now. And that's a good length ball, and forced Knott onto the back foot this time. And just plays it into mid-wicket, so it's a dot ball. So far, on the evidence of 3 balls, looking a little bit more comfortable from the Dibley end.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about a change of ends, isn't it? See if you're more suited to a different end.
And at least one different batter to bowl to, of course, as well.
Absolutely.
Because it was Maya Boucher that scored most of the runs off her earlier, wasn't it? He's not there anymore.
Well, the Sparks, they need a breakthrough, Phil.
They do, very much so. They're not, that was just played to mid-on, no run. Yeah, they're not going to win this game by tying them down, to restricting the score down to in 50 overs. So you're right, they need to take 9 wickets, basically.
To put it bluntly.
There's no sort of tail to break into in this Vipers lineup. If you're saying Georgia Adams, for reasons of an injury, nursing an injury, is due to bat at 8, I think, and Wong in again, and that's defended again by Knott. And even after that, you're talking good players who've scored runs at this level. Lindsay Smith and Mary Taylor, I think you said earlier, opens for Sussex.
Yeah, and carded to bat at 11, so...
Yeah,
they keep coming at you, that's for sure. But you never know, 1 brings 2, brings 3, collapse could happen, and that's what the Sparks need to hold on to. That 1 wicket could change the game for them. They've just got to hold a bit of faith.
So Wong in again, purposely in. And that's down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. Again, as we know, not a lot of margin for error nowadays. Anything that just beats the batter on that side gets called.
Yeah, there's quite a few wides in the Vipers innings, in the Sparks innings, sorry. 16 wides and 6 so far in this one as well.
Yeah, there haven't been, let's going to say, haven't been as many in this innings, but quite a few. Wong in again. That's driven by Not, but it's not going to pierce the field. So that's a much better over on a comeback over for Izzy Wong. Georgia Elwist in front of us during next, and she's doing her warm-up dance or some sort of warm-up routine. She's been doing that fairly regularly to keep warm throughout the innings.
Yeah, it is bitterly cold here at Wormsley
It is, and
today.
it's a danger when you're waiting to bat and you've been sat down for like a long time, suddenly just getting up. And so she's doing obviously the right thing, doing some sort of shadow batting at the moment.
Well, that is exactly what happened to me when I tore my hamstring for Hampshire last year. I didn't do that, and then I ended up quite sore.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you tore your hamstring doing the shadow batting. No.
No. God, that would have been a story. No, I didn't do that, and then I ended up tearing my hamstring when I actually eventually got out there to bat. Hannah Baker then to continue at the Deer Park end. McCacken uses her feet, gets it on the full toss, but can't capitalise. No run taken. Hannah Baker into her 6th over now. She bowled all of them from the Deer Park end in 1 hit so far. Driving McCacken this time on the front foot. Good shot. She's going to look for 2 here. Knott's coming back, yep, because there's a misfield out in the deep, unfortunately. Amy Campbell out there can't pick it up cleanly. 2 more collected, 107 for 1.
Yeah, it's all looking a little bit comfortable for the Vipers, as I say.
Well, I say it was a good batting track,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was more poor batting than it was, outstanding bowling. Another good drive from McCacken. Same outcome, is it? No, Amy Campbell picks up well this time, gets 1 only to McCacken's score. She's into the 40s now, 41 for her.
I suppose you could say the decision earlier on when the catch wasn't given down here, that might have made a difference. That would have been the breakthrough that they needed, but as I say, we think the right decision was reached.
Absolutely. Driving to mid-off is not. Nice looking shot, but can't get it through the infield. It does look like a really good batting wicket, so
Yeah.
I think it was more, poor batting and poor decisions from the Sparks than it was outstanding bowling. They're being shown the difference here. Can't really tell until 2 teams are battered on a pitch.
No, and as I was saying, a total contrast in bowling attacks, isn't it? The 4 pretty quick bowlers at the start for Sparks, whereas the Vipers was very spin orientated.
Bit of a drag
attack,
down
obviously.
this time from Baker out to deep mid-wicket, where Izzy Wong does the fielding in front of us here. And 1 more's collected to the score. Another one to Knott's total. She moves to 26. And the Vipers are 110 for 1.
Yes, Izzy Wong's going to have another go here, I think. She deserves another go after her last over. It's an interesting character, Izzy Wong. I mean, she's burst on the scene and made a few bold statements, didn't she, about she was going to be the first ever bowler to bowl 80 miles an hour,
Yeah,
I think.
and
And
Shabla Mishal did that
yeah.
in the WPL.
But once you say something like that, you sort of got a target on your back, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's sort of may prove to be an ill-advised thing to have said in terms of her career development. I don't know, but it's nice to have the ambition, and
Absolutely.
you sort of want someone to go out there and say, "Yeah, I'm going to do this." That's great, but it sort of made her a bit of a target for social media, or whatever. Anyway, Izzy Wong in again now, and that's pulled by Knott. She hasn't got hold of that, but she's actually probably lucky that she didn't get hold of it, because it fell well short of deep backward square or long leg. She's going to come through for a single, so I think that probably beat her a bit for pace.
Yeah, it did a little
Looked
bit.
like it hurried her up a little bit as she went into the pool.
Yeah, maybe not expecting the short pitch delivery. It's probably one of the only ones we've seen from Izzy Wong in
Yeah,
this
she
innings
didn't bowl
so
any in
far.
her first spell, did she?
No.
No.
Definitely went fuller rather than shorter. Change of attack, possibly.
So, yeah, you've got the 2 fielders out there now, which suggests she might be trying that a little bit. Anyway, she's going to bowl to McCacken this time, and that is short again, and McCacken just plays a nice little run shot down to 3rd. Just uses the pace of the ball to run it down for a single. Very comfortable and sort of modern shot, really.
going to have a commentary change at the end of this over, I think.
Yeah,
So
Kev's
we'll-
moving back in.
Yeah, you're going to take a rest. We're going to do a quick fire change.
She's got gloves on now, Kev. Is it that cold, is it? Have you had done all the time? I didn't know.
The sun's back out though.
Izzy Wong in again. And that's short again and pulled again by Knott. And again she's short of the fielder, Katie George out there. As you say, she's 15 yards in from the boundary, so it's there for that reason, but that was still short of her, so perhaps we give Charlie Knott credit there that she controlled that and
Rolled her wrist.
rolled her
nicely.
wrist and made sure it
Yeah.
didn't go. But it was a good 10-15 yards short of
You've got to hold back
Katie
the,
George.
the desire to go over the top
Yeah,
and end up heading it
Got it.
straight past.
because it is a long way out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But obviously different tactics here from Izzy Wong to bang it into the ground. She does it again and it's again short and again pulled by McCacken and again a single. So the plan is sort of working. She's getting them to play the pull shot and most of them have gone aerial for a while, but none of them have gone anywhere near the fielders out there. You maybe think if this really is the tactic, you want one in as well on the leg side, by the umpire sort of thing, to cover all eventualities if you're going to go all out with this attack. But let's see. So in she comes again. This is full this time. A lovely drive by Knott, but straight to
The double bluff.
mid off. Yeah. That's the first time this over that she's pushed it up there.
It's a good comeback from Wong so far.
Yeah,
She's only
very
conceded 4 in this second spell
very good.
so far. But can she take a wicket, Phil? That's the important thing. There's
Yeah.
no point restricting at this point. You need to
No.
take wickets.
And I think that's what they're trying, something different, which they've got to do. And this short again and pulled again, and this time they're going to get through for a leg by, I think. Dean didn't get hold of it, but yeah, they come through for a leg by. So there's still 5 off that over, 2 leg bys and 3 singles. And the score at halfway as they come off for drinks is 114 for 1. And I'm going to hand over to Kevin James.
Yeah, good time for a change, I think. Thank you, Phil. Drinks are taken here. Halfway through this Vipers reply, 114 for 1 in pursuit of 173 to win this game at Wormsley, game 2 for the Southern Vipers against the Central Sparks. Just a quick fire change. Kevin James is going to come join me. And I'm going to ask Kevin in a minute when he gets settled what the Central Sparks, you can think about it whilst he's setting up. What do the Central Sparks need to do here, Kev? How do they win this game, other than take wickets, obviously? But can they do anything else? Any sort of inspired comments or
for me,
observations?
Do you know what? For me, just watching Izzy Wong bowl that over, it's almost like she believed, maybe she's bowling Ella McCacken. It's not an England international. But she's actually trying to hit the deck. You know what I mean? She's trying to make something happen. I just felt when she was bowling at Maya Boucher, it was all running in and just bowling.
Yeah.
There was no thought, no nothing.
Or just a change of plan completely, isn't it?
She's trying to hit the deck and everything like that, trying to make something happen.
I think she's more effective like that, actually trying to bowl the ball and hit the pitch hard rather than... I mean, she does swing the ball, don't get me wrong, but if it's not really on offer, which I don't know if it is, I mean, we struggle to see from this angle whether there's a huge amounts of swing on offer or not, but
Sure.
if that's a better ploy, then maybe should have gone to that a bit earlier. Or thing is, when the Vipers have only bowled 1 seamer, and generically Mary Taylor just pitches the ball up and tries to get the ball to swing and doesn't go for the short pitch sort of plan, if you like, it's difficult to see whether that is the right option or not, because you haven't seen the opposition have a go at it first and see if it's successful. So
That's true. And there doesn't seem much for Hannah Baker there. I think the Vipers are just shutting them down.
yeah,
I think the way they're batting, you look at the Vipers batting, you look at Maya Boucher was sawn off. There's absolutely no doubt about that. She was sawn off with that LBW. I think she's taken it pretty well. I think a lot of players I'd see would be fuming, stamping around, throwing the bat and everything like that. I think Maya's taken it pretty well, really.
yeah,
but
she's not really like that.
But she
is
was
she,
in
really?
great nick for her 33. Charlie Knott and Ella McCacken out there they're just shutting the Sparks out. They're not giving them a look. So there's nothing there that you think, hang on a minute, what can they hang their hat on? What's happening that gives us a bit of an inroad? I don't think there is. I think they're just playing it nicely.
So your answer to my question of what they can do is not a lot.
No, but you'd have to find, as
Yeah.
captain, Eve Jones has got to find something, hasn't she?
Sometimes it's just about that. Can somebody in your fielding unit produce that magical bit of fielding, effect a run out, take that wonderful catch? I mean, that one that was sort of in front of us, Izzy Wong took one and stood on the rope, or did she not stand on the rope? And another day that might have been given or whatever. But something more inspired could just spark them.
Agreed.
Pardon the pun.
Yes.
To to get their sort of, their defence on a little bit better. I don't really know what else can happen.
Well, you know when you're out there and things aren't really going your way, you'll have a bit of a huddle for whatever reason, like a drinks break, and you just sat down and you say, look, just try, guys, just do something, even if you're in the field, just try and do something, because you never know what's around the corner, and it only takes one ball to suddenly change a bit of momentum. So you always have to believe that. But you're right. It's quite interesting that you may not have seen it actually. I don't know, because the banks here. I was actually closer. I didn't see the whole incident. I only walked from out of the corporate bit over there to our left. And somebody said, "Oh, have you seen that, Kevin?" I said, "I hadn't." And they were in all sorts of chats. Issy Wong, to be fair to her, I don't know if you saw that or heard her, she turned round to people on the bank here and said, look, I really don't know at what point did I have the ball in my hand and I was standing on the rope, or did I throw it off before I roped? She said, I actually hold my hands up, I don't know. Hannah Baker Bowles, that's driving back to her, is Charlie Norton up to mid off. So to be fair to her, and she was opening it up to everybody here, and they said, look, to be fair, that's not out. And she said, okay.
Yeah, fine.
So it was all right.
Yeah, it was picked up nicely actually by our FX mic. Is just down in front of the bank here, and it did pick it up quite nicely.
That's good. Not cuts away there to backward a point, pairing fields, and there's no run. But there's not a lot there for the Sparks here. But you do as a person, you have to find something. Whether you're fielding a fine leg, whether you feel bowling, well, you've got to find something.
Yeah, you've got to find something, absolutely.
You have to. Otherwise, you've gone. That's pushed out in the offside. But at the moment, the way the Vipers are playing it, they're just shutting them out totally, aren't they?
But can they find that inspired catch or fielding or something?
But Charlie Knott looks a super player, there's no doubt about that, as she works that out into the covers. Ella McGacken has played nicely. That's about the second time she's done that.
Yeah,
Do you think it's personal?
No.
Charlotte Taylor's telling the Vipers players to get out of our line of sight. That's it. Only you could get away with that. I certainly could. That's turned away on the 45 on the leg side. I think I'd get something back that's... Oh, that's all right then, Charlotte, no problem.
Well, she's gone and I don't know if she's sulking over the far side. No, she's coming back now. I think she knows.
She's good. 114 for one here at Wormsley as Charlie Knott pushes well forward to that delivery from Hannah Baker, and that's the end of the 26th over, where the Vipers, as I say, 114 for one. Around this sort of time, the Central Sparks were around sort of the late 70s, 80 mark, so well in front. 43 to Ella McGacken. How well has she been playing?
Yeah, she has. She really has. She's steady. Only out, strikes at about 55. But, she bats for a long time and accumulates runs and really steadies the ship. So she's done a good job here today and can, and probably will, speed up as the innings progresses or requires. But at the moment, she's doing exactly the right thing. Playing every ball in its merit and just steadily going about her business.
Ideally, they want to get these runs in the next 14, don't they? 14 overs.
Yeah, that will be in their sights. They've got to keep an eye on that. But at the moment, they've got Izzy Wong to contend with, who's racing in past Rose Davey, the umpire. McCacken's on the back foot, just pushes that into the leg side. Wong collects in her follow through.
So I just that ball there just epitomises the Izzy Wong now and the Izzy Wong at the start of the innings, wasn't it? I mean, she's really trying to hit the deck, isn't she? Really trying to put a bit more into it.
Yeah, it's definitely a better plan.
She was just floating it up there.
Definitely a better plan. Plan B than Plan A. There's not a lot of noise coming from the Sparks camp now either. Very quiet out there. So they know they're on the back foot. Bouncer from Wong hits it straight to Katie George. Did a great catch diving forward, full length. Gets her arms out in front of her, takes a good catch. And McCacken has to go. She only made 40. Well, I say only made 43. She'd be disappointed not to collect 7 more at least, but she has to go for 43. Vipers 114 for 2 now, and is that the change that the Sparks require to get their grasp back on this game?
Good catch. I think that dismissal's been on the cards a couple of times, hasn't there, where McGacken has pulled the ball away on the leg side, it's been in the air, Katie George has been there or thereabouts in that vicinity. That's probably the first time that she's had a real chance of grabbing one.
And Phil and I were mentioning it earlier that she's not all the way back. She's about 15 yards in from the rope there, so it's a definite plan to say, right, we want to try and get you to hook the ball or pull the ball in the air with a chance of getting her caught out in the deep on the leg side, and that's exactly what's just happened. So the plan's paid off eventually, but it brings Georgia Elwes to the crease. She made 50 in her last game when the Vipers played the Stars on Saturday. Batted very well, and she needs to do something similar here just to see the Vipers across the line. Got a little bit more work to do, but the sparks of a way back in.
55 run partnership between Ella McGacken and Charlie Knott there. 59 runs for the first wicket that McGacken put on with Maya Boucher. I've got an email here earlier, actually, I must read that out. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Georgia Elwes last year, 11 innings, high of 64, averages 24 in this competition last year. Strikes at 70. And she waits for Wong, who bowls, and she's on the back foot first time and defends back to Wong in her follow through, who's now bowling with a little something between.
Yeah, which is what you need when you bowl that, you know, that
a little bit more
quicker than everybody else. Yeah, it makes such a difference. You can answer this one. This is why I saved this email. Roger Han emailed a little earlier, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary. Can you tell me if Lauren Bell is injured, as she hasn't featured in the first 2 Vipers matches?
She's on rest, so some of the England girls are still on rest. She bowled. Just come back to that in a second. Wong bowls to Elwes, who works that into the onside, out to deep square leg. Katie George collects the ball. They get one more, and George is off the mark. Yeah, so some of the England players are still on rest, as Lauren was out in New Zealand. But yeah, I think she's just, as far as I know, she's just resting. So they don't have a requirement to play. But Boucher and Dean have decided they're well rested enough, and they made themselves available for this fixture. Wong in bowls to Knott, who's hooking, gets that round to long leg, who fumbles the ball but doesn't cost anything more. Hannah Baker down there does the work. Another one to the total, 116 for 2, the Vipers.
Definitely a different length that Izzy Wong is bowling now, isn't it, really? It's about a 2-yard difference, 3-yard difference.
Yeah. If Lauren Bell was to become available, it would create all sorts of selection headaches because, you know, who do you take out of this bowling lineup? Or, you know, famously doesn't bat an awful lot, so wouldn't be able to offer another all-rounder. It's also straight swap for Mary Taylor, I suppose. Just worked off the hip this time. I think it's going to be called leg buys as Wong just strays down the leg side slightly, waiting for umpire Rose Dovey to decide. Yep, leg buy given. One more to the total though, 117 off 27 for the loss of 2 wickets so far.
Yeah, you're right, I'm just looking at the lineup today. If she was available, would it be Mary Taylor? But then you're taking a seamer away for seamer, and you still haven't got many seamers in your set.
And then if Freya Davis was to become available, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what combinations, because you've got to have enough overs, so you can't really take out, you know, too many bowlers, or it's just about swapping and changing, or maybe it's better that she's not available because it creates the selection headaches.
There's still Danny Wyatt to fit in there somewhere along the line when she becomes available. So 27 overs gone, 117 for 2. The Vipers are chasing 172 for 9 now for that bonus point, just to remind you that they need to get that within 40 overs, and if the Sparks want a bonus point, they would have to keep the Vipers down to less than 137. So those are the targets, as Baker with a leg spin bowls and Knott's forward. It goes out on the offside and there's no run. So Charlie Knott is 28 not out.
She is. Just looking to see how many. Hannah Baker, this is her 8th. Bowled them all the way through.
She's bowled quite tightly actually, as that's cut away by Knott for a single out square on the offside. Yeah, she has 7 overs, none for 30. Make that 8 and a bit for 31. But not really been massively threatening.
No. But maybe that's just because Vipers bowled a lot of spin, realised it was quite aggressive or attacking option.
Oh, low full toss, which is hitting the air over mid-on. There's nobody there. And that is 4 runs. That is a very good shot from George Elwes. Is that the first ball she's received?
No.
No, it's not.
No,
Fourth.
Fourth, yeah.
Wow, didn't waste much time there.
That was Charlie Knott that hit that though.
Oh, was it Charlie Knott? Oh, sorry, apologies. They look very similar from this distance, to me anyway, and obviously not to you. 'Cause you've
No, they
seen
are
them
quite
more than I
similar,
do.
yeah, they are quite similar.
So I'm
Especially
gonna
when they're this far away.
I'm going to have to keep my wits about me here. So 1-2-2 for 2 as Baker bowls, and that's driven out towards extra cover by Charlie Knott.
But just as you said that they weren't really attacking Hannah Baker, she decided to swap
Yeah.
one over mid-on for 4. But it was a low full toss.
It was, but you're right, yeah. When you say things, they just, cricketers have a habit of making you eat your words and do something different. It's pushed out to extra cover again, fielded by Eve Jones, the captain.
51 required for the Vipers.
Yeah. Down the wicket comes Knott and drives. That's half stopped at extra at mid-off. They still come through for a single.
Yeah, good running.
Was.
If you go straight away, you more than likely get home.
So that's 28 overs, I think, isn't it? Yeah,
It
20
is.
overs just ticked over. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well ahead of the Central Sparks at this stage. So.
But can they get it in 40? That's their next target, isn't it? Can they get these runs within 40 overs?
They have to, really, don't they? So what do they need?
They got 12 to get them in.
Yeah.
And they need 49.
Plenty of wickets in hand.
No,
I
they
suppose
don't. They need 50 exactly, actually. No.
In these situations, so you played many times for the Vipers. Did the Vipers say, "Well, look, we're quite happy losing 1 or 2 wickets here, but we'll make sure we get the bonus point"?
Yeah, they'll probably get it. I would like to think that they could score 50 in 12 overs, quite comfortably without taking many risks. But if it gets a little bit touch and go and they get closer and they're not quite there yet, they will definitely go for the bonus point rather than hold back. Because especially with the loss last week, every bonus point counts, and it definitely helped us get into finals last year. Wong then to continue from the Dibley end, shorter, pulled this time by Knott, goes all the way for 4, splits the fielders. Well, when I say splits the fielders, it goes over the top of Katie George, and there's no deep mid-wicket in position. It's actually just a fan that I thought was a fielder out there on the far side. Brilliant shot, rocked onto the back foot, controlled it well. And it's 4 more to the Vipers total, 127 for 2.
So I don't know why they don't have another fielder out there. I don't know why they don't have one.
Well, I was
sitting
surprised.
around. Yeah. That's a lot for Katie George to be patrolling out there. She's already got 1 catch out there from a short ball from Mizzy Wong. She's obviously bowling a lot, and yet there's only Katie George there.
They've got one at long leg, but she needs to be a bit quicker if she's going to challenge her there. Fuller this time is Wong, and Knott's forward in defence. But yeah, you're right. To get it to long leg and to deep backward square, you've got to be really rushing the batter for pace, but Charlie Knott there just looked like she had so much time.
I'm just trying to think where you would change the field. It's a difficult one, isn't it, really? Maybe take out...
Maybe just count your sort of bring up your deep cover into the circle
yeah, that's
and
true.
push out your deep mid wicket.
Yeah, that's true. Yes,
And just
I
say
didn't
you've
see
got to
that.
bowl straight.
Didn't see that fielder. Wong's
What?
in. Oh, it's you, sorry.
That's all right. Bouncer this time from Wong, goes over the head of Charlie Knott.
Good pace, that.
It was good pace. I said she needed to rush her for pace, and she would do there.
Yeah.
But Knott just gets out the way, goes through to Freeborn. Good carry.
Yeah. You're right. I would right now take that cover fielder out, bring it into the covers, take the other one over there in the leg side.
And just say you've got to bowl straight. If you're wide there, then
Yeah.
you've got the plan wrong. But they're sticking with this plan of 2 on the leg side, which is a long leg and a deep backward square, both of which are 15 yards in from the boundary. So they're still trying to get... And they're coming... Oh, just I thought somebody was going to come into the circle there. Are going to change, are they?
Fine leg.
Fine leg's coming up.
No.
No, fine leg's going back. She's just telling her to come a bit closer, just for that catching opportunity, rather than coming all the way into the circle. I think she misread it and comes another 2 or 3 steps closer, sort of hovering in between the boundary rope and the inner circle. Wong in again, and she bowls a slower ball this time down the leg side, quite wide down the leg side. Got that all wrong, did Izzy Wong.
Well, at least
1,
she's
2,
trying.
8.
Yeah, at least she's trying something.
And that's why she probably brought her in, so she's not going to bowl with as much pace on this delivery.
Bit of no man's man's land. Well, they're both fielders with no man's land, which is fine because it's quite a big boundary down that far end.
And it worked
Yeah.
in the previous over when they got McCacken caught out there, but will they fall for it again? But that's the plan they're going with, are the Sparks. Wong in again. Bowls and pulling again as Charlie Knott well in front of square. Again, too much for Katie George to do. And that goes for another boundary into the leg side over by the score box. Another 4 to Charlie Knott. She moves into the 40s, 41 for her, 132 for 2. They're getting closer.
I'll tell you what, she plays shots like that, she's just quite a serious player.
Well, pulling off the front foot to Izzy Wong, that's, you know, she's not slow, is she?
41 on Saturday, 41 today. It's not a bad return already for the Aussie overseas player.
And they're going to bring some fielders up from the offside, so both third and cover have come into the circle. And there's going to be just 3 out on the leg side? No, for all 4 on the leg side. So deep square, deep fine, deep mid wicket and deep long on. And Charlie Knott just works that off a hip but doesn't get it past Freeborn. He comes round from behind the stumps to collect that one.
Doesn't quite understand this field. What is deep mid on doing? And why are there so many fielders on the cover side when the ball's not going there? One's got to go over, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest, there's a single every time on the leg side now. It's an easy shot. And why would Charlie not do anything other than just push for a single? Just seems to me. It's almost like they're keeping Knott on strike now. They're keeping Georgia Elwes away from it.
It's interesting, isn't it? They're trying to get her to pull the ball. She's still going to try. She splits the fielders. Oh, they're going to let it go for each other. No, she gets 2. As the fielder in deep square runs round to her right-hand side, Katie George left-handed throw, of course, has to get all the way round to collect the ball. 2 more to the total. And that's the end of the 29th over. 134 for 2.
I think that field's a bit muddled there. I don't think there's some joined-up thinking going on out there at the moment.
They're just sort of clutching at straws now a little bit to just try and get something going.
So 29 overs is 134. The Sparks at the same stage had 84 for 6. Just about to lose their 7th when Katie George and Maria Fackrell then started to put on their partnership, which is why we're still here.
Absolutely, if they hadn't, this game could have been over a while ago.
Been over a while, yeah.
But it's you always say you can never judge a pitch until 2 teams have batted on it, and you can clearly see now from the Vipers having batted on the same pitch, and I doubt it's got better than it was at the start. But choosing to win the toss and bowl, and then seeing how the Sparks battered on it compared to now how the Vipers have battered on it, you can safely say that it's a pretty good wicket to bat on.
It is, isn't it? No spin in it now, really, is there? Having been some early on for the Vipers, which they exploited well through Dean and Charlie Knott. Dean just struggled a little bit with a few wides, but even so, it was difficult to bat early on, wasn't it, against the spinners?
Yeah, it was a little bit. So maybe it has got a little bit easier to bat on, but haven't employed an awful lot of spin.
Is it me?
It is
me.
you.
Sorry. This is Emily Arlett back, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Planning to Georgia Elwes. Sorry, I'm losing it already, and it's not even the end of April yet, folks.
It's hard when it's cold, isn't it, to stay concentrating, and we're obviously in the midst of things here. We've got the analysts to our left, got social media below us, players all around, coaching staff.
Yeah, we're surrounded. Arlett, right arm over, bowls, and Elwes works that to backward a point, half fielded by Davina Perrin, but they still come through for a single, and Elwes moves on to 3, and it's 135 for 2. We're in the 30th over of 50. 172 is the overall target.
Shall I give you an update on some other scores while we're here?
Please do.
This one's sort of progressing nicely. So, at Headingley, Western Storm are chasing down Northern Diamonds 276. They're currently 134 for 3. Once it loads, I'll be able to tell you more information. Hold fire.
Oh, that's in the sunshine's out. Sunshine's out. Ooh. Now, she's playing forward there. She's well forward, not out, says umpire in Blackwell.
Slower ball from our lot. So no real scores there. Griffiths, Smell and Wilson all out in the 20s and 30s. Wickets spread between Turner and Burns. So they need 141 from 27 overs with 7 wickets remaining. The Storm do to win at Leeds.
Play well, didn't they? Started to
Yeah,
play
South
well.
East Stars have beaten the Blaze. We said that a few times. So far they won by 8 wickets, chasing down the Blazers measly 1-2-6 for 2 wickets.
Something to the Blaze. That's 2 defeats from 2.
And that was a bad one too.
Yeah.
And the Sunrisers, they were going well early, but now they're 95 for 5 at drinks.
Arlott bowls, knots on the back foot, steers that into the gap on the offside, moves on to 44, 140 for 2.
So at drinks there, 95 for 5, the Sunrisers, and they're chasing the Thunders 292 for 5. So they need a further 198 to win from their remaining 25 overs, but they've only got 5 wickets remaining. And Eccleston's back in the team there, and she's got 2 of them. Kate Cross back as well. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 8. So they're England players doing the job for them there.
Yeah, looks like Thunder's game, that one, doesn't it?
It does from there. That's going to be a tough.
Arlott to Elwes. Elwes pushes that to extra cover, fielded by Eve Jones, no run.
That's all I've got for you. Those are the games.
Yeah, so Western Storm, not the strongest of sides, have they? They've got a bit to do, haven't they?
Yeah, they were struggling early, but they seem to have gained a little bit of momentum. 141 from 27. It's not.
No, not insurmountable.
Not impossible.
I think if it was the South East Stars, I would probably back them a bit more in that situation. I don't know about Western Storm. We'll see. Down the leg side, well taken by Abby Freeborn, but it's a wide. Neatly taken by the Central Sparks keeper.
I suppose we've
Sophie
got the
Luff.
experience of Sophie Luff in with Danny Gibson.
Yeah.
England experience of Danny Gibson.
Yeah.
We'll keep you updated on that one because that could be interesting as that draws to a close.
Here's Arlott in the 30th over. Changing ends from her original spell. That's a nice shot from Elwes, who guides that down to deep point. She'll move on to 4. That's the end of the 30th over, so we have theoretically 20 overs to do. I don't think we're going to see all those 20, but you never know if there's a bit of a collapse. The Vipers need 172 for victory and 44 to Charlie Knott.
We're going to see a change of bowling at this end as well. They're trying everything, which they must do. It was a much better spell from Izzy Wong when she came back. She obviously went for 26 in her first 3 overs, but came back nicely. Let me just check. 1 for 44 from 7. Been a bit expensive so far, Izzy Wong. So changing again, Grace Potts to come back. She bowled 3 overs at the start from the Deer Park end and only went for 8. Didn't take a wicket. She's going to come back from the Dibley end to try her luck. She'll be bowling to Georgia Elwes. And the field here for Izzy Wong, they had 4 out on the leg side. They've not decided to not go with that on this occasion. Grace Potts, she's gone for a more standard field. 3rd fine, square and cover. The field is out. On the back foot is Elwes. Pushes to Fackrell at mid-wicket, at extra cover, sorry. And no run is taken.
Just wondering why you wouldn't bring back your wicket taker at this stage.
1 wicket
Casey
taker,
George.
two
well,
wicket takers.
I mean, you know, she bowled well,
Yeah.
didn't she, Casey George? She angles it across the right-hander.
Only went for 18. Wasn't expensive.
I just wonder if that might have been a better option.
But they're trying Potts. She bounds in from the Dibley end, bowls to Elwes, who pushes into the offside. Perrin does the fielding at point.
I just think, you know, within the next 20 runs, well, the game's nearly all over now, but certainly within the next 20 runs, and that might be the next time that Casey George gets a chance to bowl.
And would
It's
that
too late.
be? Yeah. I was just going to say, my next question: would it be too late?
Yeah, too late. Well, it should be too late. You never know. But
Potts in then to Elwes. High backlift waits, and on the front foot defends to Fackrell. Extra cover. Again, no run is taken.
it looks like it's been a good toss to win, though, Charlotte, doesn't it, today? The way the game's panned out.
Yeah, win the toss and
Oh.
put Sparks in and put them on the back foot initially, and then continued with the pressure throughout their innings. All their bowlers bowled well. Wicket spread amongst them. And they've come at this chase with great aggression. Piercing the gap is Elwes on the front foot. Wong's got a chase on her hands. It's going to pull it in just inside the rope. They're going to get 2 more. 2 more to Elwes to score as well. She moves to 6. 139, 140, it's just clicked over one more. For 2. So I lied actually at the start of the over. I said there was a deep cover. I actually lied.
No.
And there is not a deep cover. The deep cover is in the ring. Sorry about that. Pots it again, then full this time. Driving is Elwes. Brilliant bit of fielding, extra cover from Ria Fackrell. Diving to her right. Does well. Stops a certain boundary, to be honest with you. If it beats her, it was 4. It's a lovely shot.
It was. Good shot for none.
It's that crisp sound. You might be able to just about hear it on our effects mic. It's picking up some sound effects for you.
It's right at the boundary's edge, isn't it?
Pretty much. If it's still there. That's where I put it about 3 hours ago. If it's still there. Pots in again, then past the umpire and bowls, and Georgia Elwes turns that onto the leg side. Picks up one more to the Vipers total, 141 for 2.
So what's that, 31 overs?
31. 7 for Georgia Elwes, 44 for Charlie Knott.
The Sparks, after 31 overs, were 90 for 7. But Katie George and Ria Fackrell were just starting to get their partnership going.
They were. Which was vital.
77 they put on for the 8th wicket in 19 overs.
Yeah, it's definitely a good partnership. Just not enough partnerships in their innings of any great length to give them what will now be not a competitive total, we think.
Katie George played very well, 52 off 99 deliveries. Looked very strong, didn't she, with the bat. It's some lovely shots. And a bit unlucky when she got caught. It was a wonderful catch at deep mid on from Charlie Dean, who slightly misjudged it. Here's Emily Arlett, slower ball, whipped away on the leg side. May just have caught the pad. It's going down towards the sight screen away to our right. Picks up just in front of the rope. They'll pick up 2. What's Ian Blackwell going to signal? Wides, 2 wides to the total. Takes the Vipers total onto 144 for 2 in the 44th. And they are 28 runs away.
Yep.
Yeah. From victory here. That's pushed into the covers for a single. So this is where the target within the target becomes interesting.
Yeah, the game within the game.
Yeah, because we're in the 32nd over now. If the Vipers want to get their bonus points, they really are playing a 40-over game, not a 50-over game. So this will be interesting. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. They've got Charlie Knott, who's well in and going well. You would think that they would certainly be aiming for 40 overs here.
Yeah, it will definitely be in their on their radar.
Well, Arlett comes in and bowls to Charlie Knott, who smashes that full toss. It's called a no ball by Ian Blackwell. Not sure it was that high. It was probably thigh high, maybe a bit under that. I don't know. I'm not sure Charlie Knott really got hold of that either, actually.
Well, I don't even know if she tried to hit it. She just sort of placed a bat on it and got it out to deep cover. But maybe if that call came a bit, I mean, it's very difficult to react, isn't it? But if that call came a bit earlier, she might have been able to swing her arms through it and get more than just a single.
That's right. So 146, I think that is it? Yeah.
It's very difficult to see the 6s from the 8s on that scoreboard.
Not easy, is it?
And I've got my glasses on.
Yeah, me. Here comes Arlett again. Oh, it's pulled away. It's a top edge. It's gone over the keeper and it's gone down towards the sight screen. It's rolling over the rope for 4. A bit of a swish there from Georgia Elwes to a leg ball from Arlett. And that has taken the Vipers past the 150 mark. In fact, there are 150 for 2 in the 32nd. And they now need 23 runs to win this game. So they should, well, they are on target, aren't they?
Absolutely. That just brings the game within a game into their reach even more now.
Certainly does. Arlett again runs in, right arm over. Keeper standing up, Abby Freeborn. Down the leg side. Well taken. They're asking for a court down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Blackwell. Not sure Emily Arlett was that thrilled.
See, now it becomes in my stat when I said not everything down the leg side is a wide.
There we are.
Because he's not wided that, and it was down the leg side, and it wasn't caught behind. It was in the profile.
There we are.
Unless it's clipped the pad and then I'm just completely wrong again. I'm just going to pretend like it didn't.
No, we'll just say it was straight. It's Arlett. Slower ball. Cut. Straight to Perry at backward a point.
I just want to be right. about something.
Well, you are. You're right about a lot of things. Many things. Many things. Many things.
It's just gone from many things to many things to many things.
150 for 2 in the 44th. And Arlen comes in again. And bowls and length ball. Charlie Knott just quietly pushes it out into the cover. She looks in total control out there. Looks as though she knows exactly what he's doing. She's only 21.
I would agree with you, other than the fact that Georgia Ellis is on strike. Other than that, what you've just said is perfect.
But the non-striker, she looks in total control. The way she's leaning on the bat, looks in control. There's a way of leaning on the bat, looking in control, and looking like a rabbit in headlights. There's Elvis, trying to find the gap on the offside, can't, and that's the end of the over. So 44 overs gone. Effectively, we've got a 6-over game going on here for the Vipers. They need another 23 for victory. They're 150 for 2.
Let's just have a little look at the... I'm just intrigued in the Storm's diamond score up at Leeds. They've lost another wicket. They're chasing down 276 for the Northern Diamonds. They're now 142 for 4. Danny Gibson's gone.
Yeah.
2 wickets for Burns, 2 for Turner. As they're 4 down, need a further 134 to win from 24.2 overs. It's getting tougher.
Who would you ideally like to win that? I mean, I know there's only been one round. Western Storm, I suppose you want them to win 1 or 2, because I would say, I could probably say it for you, I don't think Western Storm are going to break any, pull up any trees this year.
Pull up any trees?
Yeah.
Not heard that one before.
Have you not? Yeah.
No. And obviously our ongoing north-south
Yes.
battles with the Diamonds. Pots to continue then from the Dibley end. Solid in defence is Charlie Knott. Pushes it to mid-on and there is no run. So yeah, if I had to choose, I'd choose the Storm to win that one, but it's getting tougher for them to do so.
It is a bit, isn't it?
Time is not on their side and they're losing wickets now as well. Losing wickets just makes chasing down targets so much harder. You've got to keep resetting every time you lose one. Potts bowls to Knott. That was just too confusing for my brain to handle. Pushes it to extra cover. Ria Fackrell's waiting. When people's names rhyme, it's really difficult.
Yes. It is. Potts, Knott.
Yeah.
True. You're off at the end of the over, by the way. You should have been off at the end of the last over.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's right. No, you're enjoying yourself too much.
Phil can have an extra 5.
Yeah, we'll give him an extra 5.
I know he's waiting for an extra 5. Potts bounds in. On the front foot is Knott. Defending back to the bowler.
Charlotte Edwards looks very cold.
I think all the players do and all the staff, didn't they? Not as cold as it was at Beckenham last week, though. I can assure you they were a lot colder there. Was. Well, I wasn't there, but from the reports from players and staff was that it was very, very cold. But the sun's come out a few times today. Poked its head through the clouds and gone back in. Potts in again. Cutting this time is not. Can't get it past Davina Perrin, that's at point. Nice looking shot. 151 for 2.
Yeah, it's been an interesting game, isn't it, really? It's never really felt that the Vipers have ever lost control of it, have they? Not even with that partnership of Katie George and Fackrells towards the end. Never really felt.
No, you still felt like you had reins on it.
Yeah.
It's played into their hands today. Potts in again, bowls to Knott, flicks that one off her legs. We'll find Hannah Baker at fine leg. Does the fielding, they collect one more to the total, 152 for 2. In the 33rd over here, the game within the game. 21 required. We've got to chase this score down within 40 overs to get the bonus point. It's looking more and more likely that they're going to pick that up in this fixture. After losing the first one, Potts in again, cutting this time on the back foot is Elvis. Wong waits at deep cover, collects that one. One more to the Vipers total, 152 for 2.
Thanks very much, Charlotte Taylor. Phil Green will join me, the manager from the Hursley Park Ladies Club, just outside Winchester. So 172 for 9, the Central Sparks from their 50 overs, having been 84 for 7 at one stage. A bit of a recovery, but never really felt enough, especially if the Vipers got away to a good start, and they did through Maya Boucher and Ella McGacken, putting on 59 in 13 overs before Maya Boucher was cruelly adjudged LBW for 33. That was off just 32 balls, and she looked all class out there, Phil, didn't she?
She did, and it wasn't. We weren't convinced of the decision, were we, Kev? Let's put it that way.
I don't think many people were, but that's the way it goes. It happens. Casey George is back into the attack now. She's taking over from Hannah Baker. 8 overs, none for 36. In fact, she's taken over from Emily Arnott, who came back for a quick spell. 5 overs, none for 27 for the pace bowler. Here's Casey George. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide first ball. Bowled quite well in her first spell. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. She picked up that wicket of Boucher. Got the ball just to straighten up a few times, didn't she, really, which caused 1 or 2 little problems, but got the ball past the outside edge once or twice. But there hasn't been a lot of joy overall for the Sparks bowlers.
No, is she going to go for the short ball theory that Izzy Wong had as well? Looking at the field, she might be planning to.
Is there a deep square leg? I can't
Yeah,
quite
there is
see.
deep square and a deep long leg.
Bowls, and that's worked to
Good
mid wicket. That's a nice piece of fielding. And there is no run. That's Emily Arlett there at mid wicket. Georgia Elwes is the batter. She's on 13. Boucher with 33 and Ella McGacken with 43. The batters that have been in and out so far. Charlie not coming in at number 3. Having opened at the weekend. That's because Boucher is into the side. That's played back to the bowler by Georgia Elwes. So we're into the 44th. And it's 19, isn't it, the Vipers need? I think I'm something right to say.
19.
Yeah,
They've
19, yeah.
got 6 overs.
Yeah. Shouldn't be a problem. A couple of quiet overs now might just make it very, very interesting. They will be going, and they are going for the bonus point. Comes in again, does George, and that's played very late with an open face by Georgia Elwes. A lot of experience in that shot, looking for the angle. Minimum of fuss and a minimum of not worrying about being too expansive. Just play the percentage. She's on 14, 155 for 2.
Sort of a modern era shot, that, isn't it? The run down.
Almost off the face of the bat, isn't it? It's, play it late, almost when the ball's gone past you. Played a lot of international cricket over the years, has Georgia Elwes. Yeah. Here's George, bowls, pulls that away, gets hit on the stomach, really, region around there. She's okay. Katie George just checking she's all right. She is.
I think it might have hit her on the head because they're calling for the concussion check.
Oh, has it just deflected?
Yeah.
Oh, right, so there'll be a bit of a break here then. So I think that's just deflected off the hip.
I think it came off her arm or something onto the helmet, but...
You're right, I think I heard the little tin sound or whatever sound it was.
Yeah, and the umpire signalled straight away for the physio to come on.
It's a slight deflection, really. It's not going to be anything that she's just showing the physio know what happened off a glove. You're right, Phil.
Yeah, they just have to do it, don't they?
Yeah.
They have to do it.
55 for 2. I think Casey George is still in the middle of her over, actually, so it won't be the end of the over.
What are all the questions they ask? I'm supposed to ask 3 questions or something. I wonder what they asked. It used to be sort of like, do you know where you are? And do you know why that's called the Dibley End or something? That might throw her as an Australian, I don't know.
Yes. What temperature should it be, Charlie, over here? And that would certainly confuse her. She said, I was told it would be at least 20 degrees. Still having a chat. I suppose they've got to spend some sort of time and just do something, but it looks the minimum, about as minimum of a concussion situation as you could get, really.
Well, I think it was a slower ball anyway, wasn't it? So it wasn't coming at any great pace, but anyway.
A lot of pace would have been taken off the glove as well, so.
All okay.
It was a little flick, wasn't it? It was a flick of the helmet more than anything. Casey George walking back to her mark.
Because I think if it just hits the grill, they don't have to do it, do they? It's only if it hits the main part of the helmet, I believe. Right? Yeah, I don't think the grill is considered part of the helmet for concussion reasons.
Okay.
But obviously that didn't hit the grill.
No. Right, we're getting back underway because Katie George is running in now. Left arm over, bowling left to right as we look. It's full outside the off stump, and Charlie Knott misses that one, trying to work that away square on the offside. Just feels like the game's slowing down a little bit now as we get towards the end, I think.
Yeah.
An air of inevitability.
Yeah,
about this has been for a while.
It's that sort of phase of the game you get in cricket sometimes when everyone sort of knows the result, but you've got to carry on anyway, sort of thing, haven't you? You know, sort of thing in a boxing match, they just walk off and give the game, isn't it? But obviously cricket's not that.
Katie George in again, bowls, and Knott works that away to square leg, where Izzy Wong comes off the boundary. Single to Knott takes her on to 47, I think that'll be, if the scoreboard ticks along. 156 for 2, 47 it is. 34 overs gone, so as I say, there are 16 overs certainly left in the game, but within what the Vipers would consider a game for a bonus point, there are 6 overs left in which to score 15 runs.
A little bit of trivia for you, Kev, just based on a previous conversation we had when we were on air together before.
Yep.
I said about Ian Blackwell joining the one Test Wonder club, and you looked up when he made his debut.
Yep.
Do you know who else made their debut for England in that game?
At Nagpur.
In 2006. I'll give you a clue.
Kevin Peterson.
No, he played 160 more games for England than Ian Blackwell did.
Cook.
Alistair Cook. Yeah. Anyway, we've got Potts coming in again from the Dibley end, and the play and miss from Elwes there. Taken by Abby Freeborn, who stood up to the stumps this time. She wasn't in the earlier spell for Potts, but this time she is. Just changing things round. That's all the Sparks can do, really. The bowlers have all changed ends and tried from both ends. And we've had the short ball tactics from Izzy Wong. They've tried different things, but not much working so far. That one's cut away by Elwes. But out to the deep point boundary, or deep cover boundary, where Izzy Wong is, and that's a single. So that's another one off the target. Yeah, you could say those 2 Test careers went in different directions, can you really?
They certainly did.
Yeah.
What was the result in that game? I'll have a look, actually.
Now, I know Cook got 100. Potts is in, and that's cut away by, or attempted cut away, but it's got a bottom edge on it, and it's gone back to the bowler from Elwes.
So India versus England at Nagpur was the first test in March 2006. It was a draw. Collingwood not out 134 in the first innings.
Potts in again, and that's run down to third by Knott.
Blackwell 7 overs, none for 28.
Sorry, by Elwes.
In the India first innings, 104 as to Cook not out. Yes, well remembered. Kevin Peterson did play in that game, got 87.
Yeah, he made his debut the year before in the Ashes series in 05.
Okay. Blackwell didn't get a wicket in that test, 0 for 43 in the second. Yeah.
Not now on strike as Potts comes in, and that's turned away to the leg side for a comfortable single, taking her on to 49. The score on to 159. The scoreboard operators over there on the manual scoreboard have kept their pace up all day. I think the score's basically on the board before the single's completed, isn't it?
Yeah,
a bit like they always used to say at the Oval years ago. The Oval scoreboard operators were famous, weren't they, for the score almost going up before the ball was bowled. It was like, and they're on a par over there. This one's played out through square on the offside by Elwes, but just going to be the one again. Izzy Wong moves to a left, complete the fielding. That's the end of the over. And the score has ticked along to 160 for 2 now, off 35. So 13 required, and within 5 overs for the bonus point.
Yeah, it looks odds on now, doesn't it? Be a brave person to bet against that. 2 set batters in there as well. Georgia Earl is all that experience. She's only on 16, but she knows exactly what to do in these situations. And
yeah.
Charlie Knott has looked very, very good indeed. Has had Maya Boucher and Ella McGackham.
Yeah, I mean,
All of
you'd
them.
say as a team today, the Vipers have looked very good. I mean,
They have bowled well, didn't
bowled
they, all
well,
round?
fielded pretty well, took some good catches.
They've been outplayed, Central Sparks, I think it's fair to say. Apart from this lady here, has put up a brave fight with bat.
Yeah,
and
she's
ball.
done well. It's a good catch as well.
Katie George bowls, that's pushed out into extra cover. And there is no run. At 52 with the bat, took a very good catch to get rid of Ella McGackham down at deep backward square leg.
And got the first wicket.
Yes,
So she's had a good day.
certainly has. Georgia Elwes facing Katie George. Takes her time, does Katie George, at the start of every delivery. It's running in now. Bowls. Good legs ball, which Elwes just pushes up to mid-off. And there is no run. Sparks, who won their opening game against the Blaze at the weekend, look like it's going to be 1 win and 1 defeat for them. And of course, from the Vipers, it'll be 1 defeat and 1 victory. 2 rounds of matches, and we're all back on Saturday for round 3.
The Southern South East Stars, as we know, already 2 from 2. Aren't
Yeah,
they?
good start from them.
Yeah.
George again comes in and bowls, and again it's a length ball which Elwes can do nothing about other than play it straight.
They would have got a bonus point today as well, looking at the scores quite comfortably. Stars.
What do you look like they're the team to beat?
Could be well on the early evidence, yeah.
Looks like the move for Tash Farrant to open the batting looks like it's worked very well.
Yeah.
I know one or two of the Vipers said they were very surprised when they saw her walking out opening the batting.
Yeah, she never batted. Well, she was a tail ender when she was a Viper.
Was she really? Was she?
Yeah.
Well, she's not bowling much now, is she? It's turned away on the leg side, slightly too straight from Katie George this time. Elwes picks up a single. Moves on to 17. Vipers 161 for 2. Yeah, it's amazing how things go, doesn't it, Rich? I take it she's still too injured to bowl, Tash Farrant.
I guess so, yeah. And it's great that she can reinvent herself almost as a valuable member of the side just as a batter. You've seen it over the years with different players, I mean, who've gone one way or the other, you know, but not been able to bowl. I mean, it's like Katie George for years couldn't bowl, but kept her place as a batter and for a fielding contribution.
Driven out to extra cover by Charlie Knott. Almost a chance of her getting her 50 there. Eve Jones doing the fielding, diving to her left. So we're in the 36th over here, 161 for 2. Just 12 runs needed by the Vipers to win this game. Plenty of overs in terms of overall. 15 or 14 after this, but they'll want to get that bonus point, that's for sure. Could be very important. That's pulled away on the onside, and that's Charlie Knott's 50. It's a single, and there it is. She just sticks her thumb up, keeps her helmet on, hasn't raised her bat, she's just stuck her thumb up. Yeah. And that's a half century. I think that's 79 balls, I make that.
Yeah, that's obviously her distinctive sort of acknowledgement, because the Vipers girls seem to realise that that's what she was going to do, so that's obviously her thing.
They're just having a giggle around here as well. All the support staff and the team are very close to us, and they're all making the thumbs up sign, having a laugh about that as well.
Yeah. Perhaps she's just too tired to raise her bat. I don't know. But it's nice to see something a little bit different. We're going to have something different from the Dibley end. We're going to have another change of bowling. I think this is Thackrell coming back on. Off spinner. Coming on for her second spell. She's going to be bowling to Charlie Knott.
6 4s and 1 6, Charlie Knott sitting.
Excellent. That's just pushed back down the wicket. And the 6, of course, was the one that was given eventually after Izzy Wong had claimed the catch, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And she comes again, and that's just turned the leg side for a single. Though she was given another 6 later on, which was then overturned to a 4, wasn't she, by the Vipers throng. So Thackrell adjusting the field now for Elwes. cover coming in. I guess they're, from the Sparks' point of view, their aim now is to try and stop the Vipers getting the point. That's really what they got in it, I guess. But they're not going to stop it with the short ball like that, which is helped down to deep square by Elvis for a comfortable single. Elvis up to 18 now and score up to 164. Thackrell in, and that's a nice drive by Knott. There is a fielder down there at long on, so it's going to keep it down to the single. The score goes up to 165. Just 8 required for the Vipers, and this is probably the sunniest part of the day so far.
It is.
No threat of rain ending this game early. Thackrell in, that's short, and hammered back to her, but actually was a chance, caught and bowled chance, high to her right. I think she got both hands on it, so I'd have to definitely go down as a chance. It sort of hit off the back foot, quite hard back at her, but did manage to get both hands on it, so should be a bit disappointed. Then she comes again. That's driven down the ground by Elvis, but no run. And the end of the over, and it's 165 for 2.
It's all gone a bit quiet, isn't it,
It
batting
has.
wise?
They
The run rate has dropped a bit, hasn't
They
it?
still need 8 off 3.
Yeah.
As I say, maybe the Sparks are suddenly looking at it and think, oh, we could just stop them getting the point here, which I suppose is something in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, certainly doesn't seem any panic. The Vipers middle,
No.
batters in the middle. You know, I think it's almost like, oh, well, if we take it till nearly the 40th over, we'll take it till nearly the 40th over. It doesn't seem to be a problem there at all.
Got Hannah Baker coming back on at the Deer Park end, leg spinner.
So a bit more leg spin. Hannah Baker, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. Here she is then, bowling left to right as we look. Sweep shot down the leg side. That's not called a wide. May have just have flicked the pad. That's Charlie Knott facing, isn't it?
Yep.
They look very similar from
They
this
do,
distance,
yeah.
don't they?
Very similar build.
Slightly different stance at the crease though. As Knott pushes forward, it goes out on the offside. She sort of stands there with a bat sort of just half up behind her.
Yeah,
This is about the only time you can really notice the different styles when they just stand there. They look very similar in stature. There's Baker bowls, low full toss, hit over mid-on, and that could be going all the way for 4. It is. Katie George is at deep mid-wicket, can't get there in time. And the total goes to 169 now for 2. 58 off the bat of Charlie Knott. And just 4 runs on 3 runs.
One more of those below one more of those required, 4 to win.
With the 38th over of this game. Baker again bowls. Length ball driven straight to Arlott at short mid-wicket. Yeah, 4 runs, 3 runs to tie, 4 runs to win. Will do you nicely, thank you very much. Baker bowls and sweep shot down the leg side. That might be a wide, it is. Called by Ian Blackwell. Still got his gloves on, out there in the middle. 170 for 2 now. The ball goes back to Hannah Baker, comes in again with her leg spin and bowls. Length ball, just quietly plays that ball just down by her feet. We await the victory. Here's Knott pushes out on the offside, but it's not going to happen in this over. That's the end of over number 38. So basically 12 balls in which the Vipers need 3.
No, I thought they were going to, after that 4, I thought they were going to finish off in that over, but she actually went back into her shell a little bit, didn't she, and played out the over. And we're going to have Thackrell again now from the Dibley end. actually bringing the field in a little bit now. Elvis got quite a few on the ones, almost as if they're making a belated effort to stop this bonus point. But Elvis drives to mid-on, can't get through that field. It's another dot ball. 3 required victory for Vipers to register their first victory of the season. And that's a full toss, but Elvis can't get it through the field. Beats short extra cover, but doesn't beat mid-off. It's another dot ball. All the Vipers people in front of us just waiting to leap up and start the congratulations, but it's not to be just yet. And again, and there's a big shout there, and she's been given. She's pushed forward at that ball, Elvis, and the slow finger from Rose Dovey has gone up, and it's the 3rd wicket for the Stars. Elvis, can I have a look at that one, Kev?
Yep. Close.
Didn't look bad, did it? No. We've been a little bit critical of some of the umpiring decisions today, but I don't think we can argue too much with that one. So, yeah, some belated success for Stars. Georgia Elvis. That means that Freya Kemp is now striding into the crease to try and finish this game in the next 9 balls.
Yeah, it may just have struck her on the back pad, I think, didn't it? A little bit. Certainly looked in line.
Yeah.
But you're right, yes. I think there are 10 balls left.
10 balls to go, yeah. Elvis made 18, by the way. And now we've got the left-handed Freya Kemp at the crease. She doesn't like to hang about, but they've got the fielding fairly tight for us. Still got one out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but everyone else in on the one. Thackrell in. Over round the wicket now. And Kemp's pulled her first ball, smashed that down to, but she picked out the deep mid-wicket. So that's just a single. She's off the mark straight away. Score moves on to 171. That's just chopped away by Knott. I think this is going to be the winning run. She's going to come back for a second. She is indeed. A nice little late cut into a gap, and that's wrapped up the first victory of the season for the Vipers. Winning by 7 wickets with 11 and a bit overs to spare, so also securing the bonus point. And pretty convincing all-round performance, Kev.
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, as we were saying earlier, really, the Vipers never really put under any pressure, not at any stage in the game, with Central Sparks falling to 84 for 7. There was a recovery with Katie George, 52, and Ria Frackcool at the end with 39. But 172 for 9 never really looked enough. Once the Vipers got away to a good start, which they did, 59 for the first wicket between Maya Boucher and Ella McGacken. Boucher was out for 33. McGacken then made 43. Georgia Elvis with 18, and then a fine, what was it, 58 not out from Charlie Knott, ensured a victory and the bonus point.
Yeah, and very promising signs with former Charlie Knott at the moment for the season as the overseas signing. She's made a very good start to her Vipers career.
That's right. Thanks very much for listening and for watching. Thank you, Phil Green. Thank you to also Charlotte Taylor and myself, Kevin James, from a Vipers point of view. Join us again on Saturday when they're taking on the Northern Diamonds.